14th, 2026. It started like many royal dramas do, with something small that spiraled fast, a handbag, but not just any handbag. A rare, custom-made Balenciaga crocodile-embossed clutch, personally ordered by Zara Tindall, Princess Anne's daughter. She'd planned to debut it at the Women and Equine Leadership Gala earlier this month, a moment meant to show off not only her sharp fashion sense, but her rise as a modern, business-minded royal. But the bag never made it to the event. Sources close to the royal wardrobe say the luxury clutch, embossed by hand and marked quietly with Zara's initials, was safely reserved at Balenciaga's London showroom until it mysteriously disappeared just days before her team arrived to collect it. Quiet calls were made behind the scenes, and Balenciaga reportedly issued a polished apology, calling it a logistical mix-up. No official report was filed. Zara kept her composure in public, though insiders say she was furious in private. She chose not to push it further, at least not then. That might have been the end of the story, until the missing handbag suddenly resurfaced in Paris, hanging on Meghan Markle's arm. Meghan was photographed at a private fashion meeting, dressed head to toe in sleek black Balenciaga, carrying what appeared to be Zara's unreleased clutch. The timing was almost too perfect and way too suspicious. The photo spread within Balenciaga's inner circle within 48 hours of the gala, and word is, the reaction inside the fashion house was immediate and handled quietly behind closed doors. Balenciaga, already reviewing Meghan's potential ambassadorship, quietly hit pause on all contract discussions. Zara stayed completely silent, but inside the palace, that old quiet tension between the families started to stir again. For years, Zara Tindall has moved differently from her royal cousins. She's an Olympic equestrian, a businesswoman, a devoted mother, and the wife of rugby legend Mike Tindall. She purposely gave up any royal title, earning respect both inside the royal circle and from the public for staying calm, grounded, and steering clear of the media circus. But lately, Zara's image has evolved into something even bigger. She's become the face of what a modern British aristocrat can look like: confident, polished, and true to her roots. She doesn't chase the spotlight, a senior courtier shared, but when it shines on her, she handles it with pure grace. That's exactly why this Meghan situation cuts so deep. Zara didn't clap back or make a scene. No public statements, no interviews, nothing. Instead, she played it smart. Through her private secretary, she reached out to Balenciaga directly with a respectful but firm request to launch an internal review into how a personally reserved handbag ended up in someone else's hands, especially someone who, according to insiders, had no current partnership with the brand. The difference in how both women handled it couldn't have been clearer. Within just one day of Balenciaga's quiet internal leak, Meghan's team dropped a slick video teaser for a brand new fashion project called Love with Meghan. Palace sources called Meghan's latest move a clear message, and not just aimed at Zara. The timing wasn't random, a fashion publicist close to the situation explained. The handbag wasn't coincidence. It was a statement, a way to show she can still turn heads. But behind the elegant photos and camera flashes, Meghan's influence in the fashion world was starting to look shaky. Even though she showed up at Paris Fashion Week and was seen wearing Balenciaga, supposedly as a guest of creative director Pier Paolo Piccioli, reports later revealed she wasn't actually listed as an official guest by the brand's internal PR or ambassador team. Her name didn't appear on any of the approved partnership rosters, which raised quiet concerns inside Balenciaga's offices. Insiders whispered that her sudden connection to the brand caused unease, especially considering ongoing chatter about earlier style mix-ups that hadn't fully blown over. As for Zara Tindall, her feelings towards Meghan have never been publicly shown, but those close to the royals have long suspected there's no warmth there. While Catherine, the Princess of Wales, always kept things diplomatically polite, Zara never tried to hide her cool distance. A family friend reportedly said Zara found Meghan a bit too calculated, too performative, and honestly exhausting. Even during major royal events, the tension was noticeable. Photos from the Queen's Platinum Jubilee back in 2022 appeared to capture the moment Zara subtly turned away as the Sussexes arrived at St. Paul's Cathedral, a quiet gesture that spoke volumes without a single word. At Prince Philip's memorial, Zara reportedly kept her distance, avoiding any direct eye contact. Insiders say the handbag saga wasn't the real issue. It was just the spark that brought long-standing tension back to life. Zara's mother, Anne, famous for her calm strength and sharp instincts, has never publicly spoken about Meghan, but her complete absence from any event or engagement involving the Duchess of Sussex since 2020 has said more than words ever could. After the handbag controversy erupted, Princess Anne was said to have quietly reached out to Balenciaga through private channels, encouraging them to handle things the right way, with dignity. Her message, insiders claim, was unmistakable. The monarchy doesn't make public threats, but it does remember disrespect, and it never forgets where loyalty lies. What truly separates Zara and Anne from Meghan, according to those close to the palace, isn't just their composure, it's their deep understanding of influence. Anne, as the most senior working female royal, doesn't lead with volume, she leads with legacy. Zara, raised within that legacy, has learned how to carry quiet power. No grand gestures, no public feuds, just quiet precision. They don't fight through the media, and they don't react emotionally, a senior courtier shared. They wait, they let the institution do the talking. And this time, it did. While Meghan's team tried to frame the Paris appearance as pure coincidence, whispers began spreading inside Balenciaga's headquarters. Insiders reportedly flagged concerns about her past professional behavior, especially linked to the now-shelved Ariel wardrobe project. Those whispers didn't stay quiet for long. Within days, they turned into official discussions, and by the end of the week, Balenciaga's legal team had hit pause on every negotiation. Paris, February 15, 2026. The message came quietly, but its impact was explosive. At exactly 11 a.m. Central European Time, Balenciaga's senior legal advisor sent out an internal memo titled "Contractual Freeze, Meghan Markle." The memo, which later surfaced among fashion insiders, confirmed that the luxury brand had decided to suspend all ongoing and informal talks with the Duchess of Sussex until questions about product access and brand alignment could be properly reviewed. It sounded polite and procedural, but behind the scenes, it landed like a shockwave. Meghan, who once was rumored to be in line for a major eco-luxury partnership, had just been quietly removed from the list, and Balenciaga made it clear there would be no official announcement, no press statement, no explanation. It was strategic silence, a former brand manager explained. They wanted distance without public drama. But Meghan wasn't staying silent. Within 48 hours, her representatives posted a string of Instagram stories addressing what they described as harmful narratives and institutional barriers, suggesting she was being unfairly excluded from elite creative circles. She didn't name Balenciaga, but the hint was obvious, and people online connected the dots instantly. According to a palace insider, it's the same approach as always, framing herself as misunderstood instead of addressing what actually happened. But this time, the reaction felt different. Public sympathy was fading, and even within industry circles, the mood was shifting fast. While Meghan's team hustled to rebrand her image, teasing a new lifestyle project and reaching out to smaller European designers for fresh collaborations, Zara Tindall took an entirely different route. She stayed completely silent. No statements, no posts, not even a subtle comment. Instead of reacting, Zara made her statement through style. She appeared at the Cartier British Polo Awards in Gloucestershire wearing a flawless white tailored suit from Victoria Beckham's upcoming collection, a subtle but powerful nod of quiet unity. The photos instantly went viral. Fashion critics couldn't stop talking about her look, praising her for her calm confidence, refined simplicity, and that effortlessly regal energy she's known for. Experts quickly caught on. This wasn't just about fashion, it was a strategic move. Zara doesn't chase attention, one Vogue UK editor shared, but when Meghan tried to turn the fashion scene into a loyalty test, Zara didn't move, and somehow the world moved toward her. That one appearance shifted the entire conversation. Just a week later, Harper's Bazaar UK confirmed that Zara had been invited to appear on their next cover. True to form, she politely declined, citing family priorities, but her choice sent a clear message. In the silent battle for image and influence, Zara didn't need to argue or prove anything. Her grace had already spoken for her. Meanwhile, behind the royal scenes, Princess Anne was taking quiet, methodical steps of her own. Palace insiders revealed that Anne had called for a private, family-only review on how those connected to the royals were working with commercial brands. Officially, it was described as a routine check, but the timing raised eyebrows. It aligned perfectly with the growing unease over Meghan's reported use of royal associations in her fashion and branding talks. That's Anne. You'll never see her react, but somehow the entire room shifts around her, one insider said with a knowing smile. Princess Anne had quietly reactivated her private advisory team on royal image, a committee that hadn't been active since the late Queen's passing. Their first mission? To explore how Zara, Lady Louise, and Sophie, Duchess of Edinburgh, could be further elevated as calm, dignified representatives of the crown. In short, while Meghan was making noise in the media, the real royals were refining their legacy behind closed doors. As Zara's reputation flourished and Anne strengthened her inner circle, Meghan's footing began to slip. Reports surfaced that her Archwell Foundation had drawn attention from U.S. regulators after internal documents hinted at inconsistencies between certain reported expenditures and the actual scope of completed projects. Though nothing was officially confirmed, the rumors were enough to spark a wave of questions online. Adding to the tension, Tyler Perry, once considered Meghan's most loyal friend and supporter in the U.S., was said to have stepped back from offering further financial help. It was a quiet but noticeable shift. Then came the Paris press tour, which didn't land the impact her team expected. One high-profile fashion publicist admitted it felt off-brand, more like she was trying to reclaim the spotlight rather than redefine it. Meghan wanted to project herself as a creative leader, but some in the fashion world were starting to view her differently, as someone who disrupted the flow rather than shaped it. For the first time since stepping away from royal life in 2020, Meghan's influence seemed to be leveling off. The luxury labels that once competed for her attention were keeping their distance. Event invitations were slowing down, and without Prince Harry beside her, who, according to sources, had quietly flown back to the UK for private legal talks with the palace, Meghan's once glittering world was starting to feel noticeably smaller. Her online posts started taking a sharp turn, unpredictable and intense. One moment, Meghan spoke about empowerment and self-growth. The next, she hinted at hidden truths she might eventually be forced to reveal. The undertone wasn't subtle anymore. Meghan's always seen visibility as both her sword and her shield, said a former aide from her team, but this time the audience isn't intimidated. They've moved on. By mid-February 2026, the split was undeniable. The royal family hadn't released a single public comment, yet their silence said everything. The divide was no longer whispers, it was a quiet but unmistakable message. Sides had been chosen. In the hushed halls of Bagshot Park and the private courtyards of Windsor, discussions became deliberate and strategic. Zara Tindall, once viewed as a royal with no official duties, had suddenly become a symbol of calm, class, and quiet strength, not because of any statement or royal order, but because of how she carried herself with pure composure while chaos swirled elsewhere. She didn't need to do anything dramatic. Her silence had become her power. Then came the moment that confirmed what many suspected. Lady Louise Windsor was spotted leaving the back entrance of Zara's London apartment right after the Paris fashion storm took over social media. Wearing a long navy coat and a simple beret, Louise slipped away quietly. No cameras, no entourage, no comment. But for those who follow royal signals, that quiet appearance spoke volumes. Louise and Zara have always shared a rare bond. Both grew up outside the glare of royal duties. Both learned early on how to hold influence without chasing attention. Later that same week, the Duchess of Edinburgh, formerly the Countess of Wessex, was seen hosting Zara Tindall and Lady Louise Windsor at a private equestrian event in Oxfordshire. No press access was granted, and not a single post appeared on social media. Still, insiders confirmed that this wasn't just a casual family outing. It was about steadying the story from within, shared one palace communications officer. Sophie acts as the link between generations. When she steps in, everyone takes note. For months, Sophie had been watching quietly as Meghan's attitude towards Zara shifted. What began as light teasing had become increasingly public. Meghan had once dismissed Zara as unpolished and not media-savvy, but that tune changed fast once Zara began receiving invitations to high-profile diplomatic events and luxury brand collaborations. According to an Archwell insider, Meghan became noticeably frustrated when she learned that Cartier had selected Zara, not her, to co-host the upcoming Windsor Gala. Determined to counter the move, Meghan allegedly reached out to her own team, pushing for a rival campaign to reclaim attention. But that strategy didn't land the way she hoped. It fizzled out almost immediately, leaving her team scrambling to adjust course. Trying to rebuild connections within royal circles, Meghan then turned to Princess Beatrice and Princess Eugenie, her last real ties to the institution. The York sisters had once been friendly and even supportive, but by early 2026, that warmth had cooled considerably. Meghan invited them to a discreet dinner in Mayfair, describing it as a catch-up and moment of reconnection. However, insiders say the real goal of that dinner was more tactical. Meghan allegedly wanted their public backing for a joint statement defending her right to collaborate with luxury brands without royal interference. Beatrice turned down the dinner invite altogether. Eugenie showed up late, stayed barely 40 minutes, and left without saying a word. She was trying to pull them into her back and forth with Zara and Princess Anne, said a former royal liaison. But the York sisters are cautious. They've seen what happens when you speak at the wrong time in the wrong room. Inside the palace, Meghan's latest moves weren't just viewed as bold, they were seen as disrespectful. You can't fake your way into that kind of respect, one insider explained. Zara earned her place through consistency, grace and credibility. Meghan keeps trying to skip the process that actually builds trust. And while all this unfolded, Princess Catherine stayed completely silent, but her silence said more than any public statement ever could. On February 12, 2026, she attended a London charity gala, one of her first major appearances since recovering from health treatment. For the occasion, she wore a restructured ivory gown originally designed for Queen Elizabeth II back in 1969. The piece had been tucked away in the royal archives for decades, and its return wasn't random, it was symbolic. It was a deliberate gesture, explained a royal fashion historian. That dress represented continuity, tradition, and the reminder of where true legacy stands. Catherine didn't need to make a speech or address rumors. She understood the quiet power of presentation, and she used it perfectly. Catherine and Zara aren't often photographed together in private, but those close to them say there's genuine respect there. Catherine values composure, Zara lives it, one palace aide noted. The Duchess didn't have to say a single word about Meghan's ongoing online outbursts. Her timeless gown did the talking for her. As for Meghan, her posts kept coming. Cryptic captions and bold declarations like, "I was never invited to their table because they knew I'd build my own." But this time, the response wasn't what it used to be. The public, once captivated by every twist and turn, seemed to be losing interest. She confused attention for support, a British editor remarked. People have stopped choosing sides, they've simply moved on. Real loyalty doesn't trend, it lasts. By mid-February, the tone across British media had started to shift noticeably. Outlets that once handled Meghan with admiration were now taking a more measured stance. Publications like Tatler and The Telegraph began releasing opinion pieces that ranged from neutral to quietly critical. Meanwhile, Zara Tindall's name was appearing in headlines for all the right reasons. Her appearance at a major medical fundraiser in Cardiff helped raise an incredible £4.2 million for pediatric research, an achievement that drew praise from both press and public alike. Her name was even being discussed as a possible ambassador for the British Paralympic equestrian program. Zara wasn't chasing attention, attention was finding her. Even internal palace documents, typically sealed away from the public view, hinted at the changing tide. One memo from the Lord Chamberlain's office reportedly stated, "An institutional rebalancing is underway. Certain public relationships should be prioritized in the national interest." The translation was clear. Zara, Sophie, and Lady Louise were now viewed as dependable and steady representatives of the crown. Meghan, on the other hand, had become seen as a reputational risk, someone who brought unpredictability instead of unity. But there was no formal statement, no public reprimand, not even a direct comment. Princess Anne's answer came through quiet action, a meeting. No cameras, no press coverage, and no leaks, held behind the reinforced glass doors of Clarence House on the morning of February 7, 2026. Those who attended referred to it later as the Restoration Briefing. The subject, Meghan Markle. The purpose, to protect the royal brand and contain further disruption. Princess Anne, the longest-serving royal and the living embodiment of discipline within the monarchy, reportedly led the meeting with flawless control. It was like watching a master at work, one aide later said. It never once mentioned Meghan's name, not out of fear, but because repeating chaos only feeds it. Anne's strategy wasn't about confrontation, it was about contrast. Her focus was the preservation of royal image through calm composure. From that moment forward, the family's collective approach would be one of deliberate restraint. No public rebuttals, no emotional statements, no media sparring, just steady, consistent behavior that spoke for itself. The message was simple: but powerful. Behind closed doors, Anne formalized what insiders began calling the non-engagement protocol. It outlined a few golden rules. The royal household does not engage on social media, does not chase headlines, and never lets emotion drive response. Silence isn't weakness, it's discipline, a palace advisor explained. The idea was to let the noise fade on its own, while the family's quiet dignity stood untouched. But Meghan, feeling increasingly isolated, didn't stay still. Just 3 days after Zara was confirmed as co-host for the exclusive Royal Ascot Style Pavilion, a role Meghan had once been linked to back in 2020, her team made a bold move. A sealed letter was reportedly hand-delivered to a legal firm connected to one of the palace's charitable partners. The contents of that letter, according to insiders, carried an unmistakable warning. If negative implications about the Duchess of Sussex continued, even through non-verbal signals such as fashion choices or event seating, she would consider authorizing the release of unknown senior royals' digital communications. The implication was clear. Meghan was hinting at making private exchanges public. Within the palace, the situation was quietly nicknamed the Windsor Files Bluff. She wants them to panic, but you can't rattle an institution that's weathered centuries of storms. Anne's response was as swift as it was simple. She told the team to ignore it. No public reply, no legal threat, no acknowledgement. And they followed Anne's lead perfectly. Silence, precision, and control. What Meghan didn't see coming, though, was how that silence would ripple beyond the palace gates. In the fashion world, especially in Europe, her reputation was starting to lose its shine. After the Paris incident involving Zara and the intense PR push that came after, several luxury brands began quietly backing away.
Chanel, once rumored to be in early talks with Meghan for a sustainability collaboration, subtly shifted its narrative. Without fanfare or public comment, the brand released a new campaign spotlighting its equestrian capsule collection, featuring none other than Zara Tindall as a silent brand ambassador. No press release, no headline, just a sophisticated Vogue editorial that spoke volumes. Meanwhile, Dior and Burberry executives, both of whom had reportedly been approached by Meghan's team to secure her inclusion in their spring 2026 campaigns, decided to step back. She doesn't embody discretion, said a senior French PR director. And in our world, discretion is the currency. While Meghan's partnerships faded, Zara's professional calendar filled naturally and impressively. She was confirmed as co-host of the Royal Charity Polo Invitational, named Equestrian Ambassador for the Commonwealth Youth Games, and featured in Harper's Bazaar UK's special Legacy and Lineage issue. She didn't chase opportunities, they simply found her. She didn't step forward, one fashion editor noted. She just never stepped wrong. Even her refusal to engage became part of her quiet brilliance. The elegance of Zara's response to all of Meghan's provocations wasn't in strategy, it was in restraint. When a journalist at a Glasgow horse trial dared to ask if she'd seen Meghan's latest Instagram post, one that featured Meghan wearing a near-identical version of Zara's 2022 Ascot outfit, captioned, "Real class needs no bloodline," the crowd went still. Zara didn't flinch. She blinked once, gave a small smile, and replied with a single line that would echo across tabloids and TikTok for days. "Some of us ride horses, some of us ride headlines." It was calm, it was cutting, and it was pure Zara, a masterclass in grace under pressure. "I prefer the first option," Zara added coolly, before turning away, a subtle mic plop in motion. That single quote spread like wildfire, picked up by more than 300 media outlets within just 24 hours. It was calm, sharp, and perfectly delivered, a response that hit harder than any public statement ever could. Even Princess Anne was said to have raised an approving eyebrow when she heard it. By the third week of February 2026, the atmosphere inside Archewell was tense. Internal morale had reportedly plummeted, 2 senior team members resigned, and a key investor withdrew from a planned educational streaming project. Around the same time, Netflix quietly stopped approving new proposals centered on Meghan-led content. The momentum she once commanded was fading fast. Sensing the shift, Meghan began to try and reframe her narrative. She hinted at moving her focus towards wellness and women's empowerment projects, while also suggesting in podcast interviews that certain royal figures felt uneasy around outspoken women. Many listeners interpreted that as a thinly veiled comment towards Zara. But once again, Zara didn't engage. While the speculation swirled, Zara was already halfway across the world. She'd flown to Botswana to take part in a rural eco-innovation development program sponsored by the Commonwealth Secretariat. No cameras, no entourage, no glossy coverage, just quiet, hands-on work that spoke for itself. Palace insiders later described it as the defining contrast. On one side, a woman fighting to reclaim attention through public messaging. On the other, a woman earning respect by never demanding it. Zara didn't post, didn't promote, she just showed up and did the work, and people noticed. By the end of February 2026, public opinion had clearly shifted. The charm of Meghan's carefully curated image was beginning to wear thin, while Zara's effortless authenticity was winning hearts across both the UK and abroad. Her usual lineup of exclusive interviews, fashion moments, and emotional sound bites no longer commanded the same viral buzz they once did. Each new attempt to recapture attention seemed to hit an invisible wall, the quiet, immovable force of royal composure. And at the heart of that unshakable calm stood 2 women, Zara Tindall and Princess Anne, choosing grace over noise, steadiness over spectacle. The first real sign of this shift didn't come through a headline or legal dispute, but through a podcast appearance. On February 22nd, Meghan was featured on a U.S. women's empowerment program titled Undaunted. The preview clip was classic Meghan, beautifully phrased metaphors, a polished tone, and perfectly timed emotion. But during the full episode, somewhere between the carefully prepared lines and the off-script moments, her control seemed to waver. She said softly, "Some women stay quiet because it's safe, others because they've been told silence equals elegance. But sometimes silence is just acceptance, especially when you see someone being torn down for being different." The host nodded, but the energy in the room reportedly shifted. According to behind-the-scenes reports, production staff revealed that Meghan had rewritten her talking points 3 separate times and had even requested complete editorial approval, something the show had never granted any guest before. The request, while framed as creative input, was described by producers as unprecedented and usually cautious. What followed after the episode's release made it clear. The once unstoppable narrative that had surrounded Meghan for years was beginning to lose its pull. Public reaction wasn't angry, just indifferent. The audience wasn't leaning in anymore. Meanwhile, Zara and Anne's strategy of steady, silent consistency continued to strengthen their standing. Without ever issuing a statement or comment, they had turned restraint into power. While Meghan tried to speak louder, the royals she once dismissed had shown that real influence doesn't need to raise its voice. It just needs to stand still and let the noise pass. She didn't sound empowering, one producer later shared anonymously. The issue wasn't that Meghan had been attacked or wronged. There was no clear rival, no dramatic scandal to defend against. What people sensed instead was a quiet, undeniable shift. The royal women she once underestimated were now effortlessly outshining her. Zara Tindall had never been one to chase attention, yet by February 2026, she became the most reshared royal on social media, and not because of official palace campaigns, but because of genuine admiration from the public. Clips of her at a Gloucestershire charity event, gently helping a young child with disabilities onto a pony, spread like wildfire online. Comment sections flooded with praise, calling her real, warm, and grace in motion. Then came her comment during a Commonwealth discussion: "We're not above criticism, but we are above collapse." The quote went viral instantly. Within days, it was printed on tote bags, mugs, and even limited edition shirts celebrating her poise under pressure. Fashion blogs began calling her the aristocratic answer to quiet luxury. TikTok creators broke down her style: the fitted blazers, vintage brooches, perfectly polished boots, and her signature effortless tailoring. Every outfit told the same story: understated confidence. When a fan left a comment asking how she stayed calm amid so much public attention, Zara's team responded with a single playful line: "I grew up in a house where the horses had more tantrums than the humans." That reply alone went viral for days, praised as the perfect mix of humor and class. Then, on February 24th, something completely unexpected happened. Princess Anne sent a letter to Meghan. It wasn't a press release, nor an official royal communication, just a private message personally delivered to Montecito through diplomatic channels. Its exact contents were never shared publicly, but according to one well-placed palace source, its tone was described as firm, respectful, and unmistakably final. There was no anger, no drama, just the calm authority of a woman who spent her life mastering the balance between duty and dignity. Composed, direct, principled. Princess Anne's message to Meghan wasn't a peace offering, and it wasn't an attack. It was a quiet reminder. True dignity isn't just passed down through bloodlines, it's earned in the space between headlines, in how one carries themselves when no one's watching. Anne's words encouraged Meghan to reconsider her path, not as a duchess, not as a public figure, but as a woman with the power to choose legacy over attention. Meghan, however, never replied. While Zara appeared on the cover of Country Life magazine, glowing, grounded, and effortlessly relatable, Meghan found herself facing an entirely different spotlight. On February 26th, reports surfaced that U.S. tax regulators, specifically the IRS's Exempt Organizations Division, had opened a formal review into Archwell Foundation's charitable funding model. The focus was on inconsistencies between donor commitments and actual project execution. The inquiry, according to sources, was triggered by an anonymous whistleblower who filed a formal complaint using Form 13909, the one reserved for concerns involving nonprofit organizations. The claims included questions about the classification of certain travel expenses linked to brand promotion, possible conflicts over donor recognition, and large public relations budgets categorized as charitable storytelling. It wasn't sensational tabloid gossip this time. It was a serious administrative review led by officials with no interest in royal drama or media spin. Meghan's legal representatives quickly released a brief public comment stating that the Archwell Foundation remains fully committed to transparency, accountability, and compliance with all governing regulations. But inside the organization, the mood was tense. Key staff members were reportedly contacted for questioning, and requests for internal financial documentation began arriving. For the first time, the scrutiny wasn't coming from the British press, it was coming from the U.S. government. And no amount of charm or messaging could soften that kind of attention. Meanwhile, in London, the royal household was quietly preparing. not for retaliation, but for protection. Palace advisors, legal experts, and communication staff were aligning their strategy. The goal wasn't to fight a public battle, it was to ensure that no missteps from across the ocean could tarnish the image of the crown at home. Prince William was said to have instructed the Royal Communications Office to conduct a full review of all Sussex-era media and partnership protocols, ensuring any past collaborations that might carry reputational risk were properly flagged and managed. Princess Catherine, always measured, reportedly guided the charities under her patronage to begin gradually stepping back from any ongoing projects associated with the Archewell brand. Through it all, Zara Tindall stayed entirely out of the noise. When a royal aide discreetly asked if she wished to comment on the rising tension involving Meghan, her response was pure Windsor calm. If you know what you're doing, you don't have to explain what you didn't do. Meanwhile, Princess Anne coordinated closely with the Royal Legal Council to guarantee that the monarchy would remain completely separate from any potential U.S. legal proceedings should Meghan decide to take further action, something she had recently hinted at. Anne made the palace stance crystal clear. They wouldn't interfere, but they also wouldn't get pulled in. "We're not characters in her story," she reportedly said. "We're the page she can't rewrite." Shortly after, a photo surfaced from Los Angeles that sent shockwaves through the international press. Meghan, sitting alone in a cafe, her reflection captured in a storefront window. The accompanying headline read, "Once the Duchess, now on her own." It wasn't cruel, just stark. A visual representation of how dramatically the public narrative had shifted. A royal source close to Prince William summed it up bluntly. "She wanted influence, but she forgot. We don't perform it, we possess it." Back in the UK, Zara reportedly saw the media frenzy but barely reacted. She had just returned from a 3-day veterinary research conference in Scotland and was already preparing for the upcoming Royal Military Charity Gala. To those around her, she seemed entirely unbothered, focused, composed, and moving forward without needing to say a word. As Zara stepped out of her car, dressed in a navy capecoat with a sapphire brooch catching the soft light, a reporter called out, "Any words for Meghan?" Zara paused, smiled faintly, and replied simply, "None needed." The crowd erupted in quiet applause as she walked forward. The grand doors closed behind her, and in that instant, the world's attention shifted once more towards those who chose purpose over performance. Under the gentle drizzle of a London spring, Zara Tindall passed through the wrought iron gates of the royal gardens, not as just an Olympian or the granddaughter of a monarch, but as the newly appointed special envoy for heritage and sport, a position created to honor her decades of service to the Commonwealth and her commitment to representing modern British values with integrity. There had been no press release, no media alerts, no orchestrated coverage. It wasn't needed. The appointment had been planned quietly under the guidance of Princess Anne, who had reportedly said to palace staff, "Let the moment speak for itself." And it did, beautifully. The photos that later surfaced captured more than an event. They captured a tone, the quiet strength of a woman who never sought the spotlight, yet managed to redefine it on her own terms. Zara didn't need statements, hashtags, or headlines. Wearing her grandfather Prince Philip's tie pin, restored, reset, and gifted to her by her mother, Zara stood proudly beside King Charles, lowering her head in a graceful bow as she accepted her new title. Her eyes steady, her posture composed, she embodied everything the modern monarchy hoped to project: quiet confidence and lasting purpose. Her new appointment would see her overseeing royal patronages across the Commonwealth's youth sporting programs, with a special emphasis on empowering women in athletics and expanding equine-assisted therapy for trauma recovery. No glitz, no backstage cameras, just genuine service and dedication.
That very same morning, across the Atlantic, Meghan Markle launched a global live stream titled The Cost of Silence. Filmed from a sleek loft in downtown Los Angeles, the broadcast opened with cinematic black and white clips of her in Windsor years. Dressed in a tailored designer suit and lit with perfect studio precision, Meghan began her address to nearly 500,000 viewers. Her tone started gentle, reflective, before turning sharper. "The monarchy taught me that dignity meant smiling through silence," she said, voice steady but edged with emotion. But silence isn't peace, it's permission. She didn't name names, but her words drew obvious lines. Meghan spoke about feeling isolated, about being left out of family gatherings, and about watching others build their influence by pretending not to see what's wrong. And as Zara's modest smile graced the evening headlines, it was clear the public had made their choice. Not because of what she said, but because of what she didn't need to say. Her silence had become her story. If you enjoyed this breakdown of the royal power shift, don't forget to hit like, share your thoughts below, and subscribe for more deep dives into the biggest stories shaping modern royalty. London, January 31, 2026, 8 GMT. The world woke up to a royal bombshell. At exactly 7:46 a.m., Buckingham Palace dropped a powerful institutional statement that sent shockwaves across every major headline. It declared, effective immediately, all formal ties between the Crown and the Duke and Duchess of Sussex are permanently dissolved. The announcement didn't stop there. It continued, stating that the well-being, education, and proper guidance of Master Archie Harrison and Miss Lilibet Diana would now be overseen by a guardian chosen directly by the sovereign. This move stands as one of the monarchy's boldest and most decisive legal steps since the legendary abdication crisis of 1936. The dramatic decision follows nearly a year of mounting strain, involving brand clashes, internal disagreements, and complex international relations that built up to this official custodial review and royal intervention. The newly appointed guardian? None other than Her Royal Highness, the Princess of Wales, Catherine. But that's not all. The statement also revealed a new multi-level guardianship structure, backed by Princess Anne, Lady Louise Windsor, the Duke of Edinburgh, and the Duchess of Edinburgh. This sweeping motion was reportedly sealed after a private meeting of the sovereign's inner circle at Sandringham on January 27, 2026, marking a turning point in modern royal history. This latest royal move comes after multiple breaches of a 2021 legal memorandum, specifically one that banned the commercial use of Archie and Lilibet's royal connections in foreign business or media. On January 24, 2026, Meghan Markle reportedly appeared at the lavish Royal Alka Resort in Dubai, presenting herself as the mother of the next generation of royal changemakers during a luxury-sponsored event. No children were involved, and there was no prior communication with the royal legal team. That appearance set off an immediate chain reaction behind palace walls. Princess Anne and the Crown's top legal officials held urgent talks to assess the fallout. According to internal reports, Meghan allegedly referenced the children's royal identity in promotional materials shared with major Gulf-based media and education companies, a serious breach of royal protocol. Within just 2 days, Lord Pembroke, the royal legal steward, and Sir Giles Hewitt, Director of Constitutional Affairs, put together a comprehensive legal strategy invoking a rarely used legacy protection clause. This powerful constitutional measure allows the monarchy to adjust custodial guardianship in situations where reputational or parental issues might affect heirs under the age of 16, marking an extraordinary step in royal governance. Between January 12th and January 28th,
King Charles III personally reached out to Prince Harry 3 different times, hoping to get answers about the well-being, schooling, and daily care of Archie and Lilibet. But according to internal reports submitted to the Privy Council, Harry never responded to any of those requests. Then came the moment that caught everyone's attention. On January 28th, photographs surfaced showing the Duke of Sussex attending a private security summit in Las Vegas, notably alone. Sources say he declined to discuss anything related to his children's situation or Meghan's recent travels, sparking serious concern within royal circles. An insider from Kensington Palace revealed Harry appeared emotionally adrift and difficult to reach, which only deepened the palace's worries. Based on these findings, the Crown officially declared a custodial impairment state, meaning Prince Harry was viewed as temporarily unable to meet his parental responsibilities under the 1996 HEG Convention on Child Protection, a rare and serious classification. Stepping into a key role, Princess Anne took charge of the legal and ethical response. On January 26th, she submitted a 38-page dossier to the Lord Chancellor's office, outlining over 9 documented cases in which Meghan Markle had allegedly used or presented Archie and Lilibet's identities in ways not consistent with royal policy. The evidence presented in the royal dossier was staggering. Among the key exhibits were marketing materials labeling Lilibet as a global brand-ready royal, a description that immediately raised eyebrows across the palace. Travel records also showed Meghan listed as HRH Duchess Meghan Windsor, which reportedly went against the 2021 ruling that restricted her official title use. Even more shocking was security footage from the Dubai Gala, where Meghan was allegedly seen making remarks about King Charles and Prince William being institutionally outdated. That clip, according to insiders, was the final spark that pushed the royal legal team into action. In her closing statement, Princess Anne wrote powerfully, "This is not a matter of storytelling, but of responsibility, and the monarchy cannot allow negligence to be masked as motherhood." Those words sealed the palace's decision. After a full review and unanimous agreement within the sovereign circle, the Crown moved forward with formal procedures. The outcome was clear. Guardian of succession, Her Royal Highness Catherine, Princess of Wales. Support Committee, Lady Louise Windsor, along with the Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh. The new custodial plan introduces a UK-based educational framework, regular reintegration visits at Balmoral, strict media boundaries, and the creation of a Child Welfare and Identity Rehabilitation Fund to be managed by the Duchy of Cornwall. A formal support directive has now been filed with the Royal Courts of Justice, ordering Meghan Markle to meet her monthly financial responsibilities under Section 6B of the Royal Family Maintenance Framework 2022 revision. The directive requires a monthly payment of £36,000 to the Royal Trust Fund for the Children's Care, along with complete transparency regarding any sponsorship income that uses, references, or associates with the children's names, images, or royal ties. In addition, Meghan must end all business agreements or promotional contracts that use the children's royal identity, and she has 21 days to do so. Failure to comply could lead to cross-border enforcement under existing UK-US family law treaties, making this one of the most serious legal steps ever taken in royal family matters. But what followed the Crown's bold declaration on January 31, 2026, wasn't just paperwork, it was a full-scale constitutional realignment. This wasn't about punishment, it was about principle. The monarchy described it as a constitutional correction, signaling the end of a growing crisis caused by repeated breaches of royal protocol and the weakening of essential custodial standards.
At the core of it all lies one powerful truth.
Royal lineage must never be treated as a marketing tool or lifestyle label. Internal audits by the Royal Household's Oversight Directorate between March 2025 and January 2026 reportedly uncovered 12 confirmed violations linked directly to the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. The royal investigation uncovered several alarming examples of rule-breaking. One of the key findings was the reported use of Prince Archie and Princess Lilibet's names in promotional materials tied to luxury brand partnerships, including a Netflix pitch deck from Archewell that described the children as the next generation of royal relevance. That detail alone sent shockwaves through palace corridors. Another major issue came from Meghan Markle's high-profile appearance in Dubai on January 24th, where she introduced herself as the mother of the new royal lineage in front of international investors. Every one of these actions went directly against the Title Usage Memorandum 2M, an official royal agreement signed in 2021 that strictly banned the use of royal titles or connections for business or branding purposes. The document, a binding legal protocol, clearly prohibited the use of royal heirs' identities for personal promotion or financial activity. Insiders confirmed that no exemption requests or approvals were ever submitted for these events. A senior official from the Crown's Advisory Bureau stated, "This isn't about technicalities, it's a pattern of serious misrepresentation and possibly deliberate." Princess Anne, respected for her steady hand in constitutional matters, took charge of organizing the case. On January 26, 2026, she delivered a detailed 42-page dossier to the Lord Chancellor's office, laying out the full scope of the alleged violations and pushing the monarchy into one of its most decisive actions in decades. The dossier was packed with striking evidence. It included marketing contracts, travel logs, and internal communications that described Lilibet as a market-ready modern royal. But what truly grabbed attention was the documentation of unreported income and the alleged redirection of nearly £2.7 million from a private children's trust toward Archewell-related expenses, a discovery that raised major red flags within the palace. In her powerful executive summary, Princess Anne wrote, "This is not a matter of parenting under pressure. This is commercialization hidden in plain sight." Her report provided the solid legal foundation needed to invoke the Legacy Protection Clause, a rarely used constitutional mechanism that hadn't been activated since the Windsor realignment of 1936. This clause grants the Crown the authority to reassess guardianship if a royal parent's behavior is found to endanger the reputation or proper development of a royal heir. It's one of the monarchy's strongest safeguards, used only in extreme cases. According to the findings, Meghan's alleged breaches centered mainly around branding activities, while Prince Harry's concerns were categorized as custodial absence. Over a 10-month period, the Royal Child Welfare Office confirmed that there was no documented participation from Harry in key educational, medical, or residency matters involving the children. Even more concerning, 3 separate letters from King Charles requesting updates about the children reportedly went unanswered. The silence spoke volumes. Official records included verified sightings of Prince Harry traveling alone to Las Vegas and Austin, with no childcare personnel accompanying him, a detail that deeply concerned royal officials. A formal assessment finalized on January 29, 2026, stated, Prince Harry currently demonstrates no active involvement in the daily, logistical, or legal management of his children's lives. His custodial role is considered inactive. This conclusion gave the Sovereign Circle the authority to move forward without Harry's approval in establishing an alternative guardianship arrangement. That decision set off the activation of the Custodial Sovereignty Clause, a constitutional measure that launched a three-phase royal realignment, a process unseen in modern royal history. Phase 1. Custodial suspension. Meghan's parental authority was officially paused across all territories recognizing the Crown's legal framework, including the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Phase 2. Guardian appointment. Her Royal Highness Princess Catherine, the Princess of Wales, was formally appointed Guardian of Royal Succession with direct support from Lady Louise Windsor and the Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh. Phase 3. Implementation mandate. A joint UK-US educational model was put in place, ensuring that the children reside primarily within the UK under royal supervision. All media or branded content featuring the children was immediately restricted under strict new image and privacy protocols. The Crown has now established a new Windsor Continuity Trust, backed by a powerful 10-year budget of £18.4 million. Alongside this initiative, the Royal Courts of Justice issued a cross-jurisdictional support enforcement order under the 2022 Royal Family Maintenance Framework, set to take effect on February 15, 2026. Under the order, Meghan Markle is required to make monthly contributions of £36,000 to the Windsor Continuity Trust, ensuring the financial stability and well-being of the children. She must also provide a comprehensive audit of any income associated with the children's names, images, or public references, and end all commercial partnerships that use the titles Duchess, Sussex, or any royal branding within 21 days. If these terms are not met, officials warned that enforcement actions could be taken under the Hague Maintenance Convention, which may include restrictions on certain Archwell-controlled assets across Commonwealth jurisdictions. The palace has made it clear compliance is not optional. A Privy Council spokesman summarized the situation in a striking statement. Custody isn't about emotion, it's about structure, duty, and institutional protection. The defining meeting that sealed this unprecedented decision occurred on the evening of January 27, 2026, at Sandringham House, a location chosen not for show, but for its deep royal symbolism. Insiders described it as the most critical internal royal session since the passing of Queen Elizabeth II, and the agenda that night was crystal clear: to protect the integrity and future of the royal lineage. The meeting's purpose was clear and urgent: to resolve the custody situation involving Master Archie Harrison and Miss Lilibet Diana. Attendance was limited to just 5 voting members of the Sovereign Circle: King Charles III, Princess Anne, Prince William, Princess Catherine, and Lord Pembroke, the Crown's chief constitutional legal advisor. Prince Edward and Duchess Sophie participated remotely as non-voting contributors, offering insights on royal precedent and family well-being. The session began at 6:45 p.m. local time in the East Wing's Council Room, beneath a grand portrait of King George VI, a symbolic backdrop for a meeting that would shape the monarchy's future. Each attendee received a red-sealed dossier labeled S-2026-AL, containing extensive materials, verified financial audits, international travel logs, footage from the Dubai event, and signed staff statements detailing the day-to-day living arrangements in Montecito. The level of documentation stunned even senior royal aides. Lord Pembroke opened the proceedings with a meticulous legal breakdown, outlining every relevant statute. He referenced three key governing frameworks: the 1936 Custodial Statute, originally invoked during the Duke of Windsor case, the 1996 HEG Convention on International Parental Responsibility, and the 2022 Royal Family Maintenance Framework. After reviewing all the evidence, Lord Pembroke's conclusion left no room for uncertainty. His final statement declared that the children meet the full legal criteria for custodial reassignment under Crown jurisdiction. With that pronouncement, the path toward royal intervention was officially set in motion, marking one of the most consequential decisions in recent royal history. The message inside the council room was unmistakable. Precedent exists, the legal tools exist, and doing nothing would amount to institutional neglect. Princess Anne strongly backed this position, reading from two verified staff statements that left the room in silence. One described Lilibet as being left without supervision for extended periods of up to 5 hours a day, while another claimed the child had been coached with branded language for online appearances, a revelation that deeply unsettled the sovereign circle. Next, Princess Catherine, the Princess of Wales, took the floor to unveil her comprehensive proposal titled Custodial Realignment for Future Heirs. Her framework laid out a bold yet compassionate path to centralize guardianship in the UK under direct Crown supervision, while ensuring stability, privacy, and proper developmental care. She proposed 6-month developmental reviews and a careful reintroduction of royal heritage through private family events rather than public or media-driven occasions. Catherine spoke firmly yet empathetically. These children deserve structure, education, and a peaceful life, one not defined by public image or pressure. Her remarks emphasized emotional continuity, stressing that the children's sense of safety must come before all royal considerations. She also presented a timeline for a gentle transition, beginning with a first reintegration visit to Balmoral in April 2026, followed by enrollment in a private preparatory program by August 2026, and key identity restoration milestones such as quietly reconnecting them with Windsor family traditions in a nurturing environment. Prince William voiced complete support for his wife's plan, adding powerfully, "Our duty is not to reclaim property, it's to protect the next generation." His words captured the heart of the meeting, sealing the family's collective commitment to a new royal chapter built on care, structure, and protection. Prince William's words echoed through the chamber. It is to protect identity. The sentiment drew nods from across the room. King Charles then voiced a note of caution, expressing concern about how the world might interpret the royal intervention, warning that the public could misread the move as overly harsh or reactionary. But Princess Anne was firm in her response. She reportedly countered, "We can withstand claims of being too strict, but we cannot survive the perception of indifference." Her stance was clear. Action was essential, not optional. Doing nothing, she argued, would risk the monarchy appearing disengaged from its duty to safeguard its youngest members. Lord Pembroke then entered the discussion with a sharp strategic warning. He advised immediate legal steps to get ahead of the media narrative, particularly in anticipation of Meghan Markle's upcoming memoir, said to be tentatively titled The Crown Behind the Crib. He cautioned delaying court filings would give her legal team time to shape public opinion first, something the palace wanted to avoid at all costs. At 2012 GMT, the Sovereign Circle cast their votes, and the result was unanimous. The agreement agreed to activate the Custodial Sovereignty Clause, setting into motion a series of decisive legal measures. By 2130 GMT,
the Memorandum of Action was finalized. It confirmed Princess Catherine as the official legal guardian under UK law, established the Windsor Continuity Trust for independent funding, and directed the Royal Courts of Justice to process the custodial transfer. The Home Secretary was notified, and a joint institutional statement was drafted, ready for release immediately after the filings became official. At exactly 10:25 p.m. GMT, Lord Pembroke signed the official legal documents beneath the sovereign seal, formally enacting one of the most decisive royal actions in recent history. The first document opened with the powerful declaration, under royal authority and pursuant to safeguarding imperatives, guardianship over Master Archie Harrison and Miss Lilibet Diana shall transfer to the custodial agent of royal succession, effective immediately. Almost instantly, a confidential coordination packet was dispatched to the British Embassy in Washington, D.C., as well as the consulates general in Los Angeles and New York City. These diplomatic packets carried precise directives to prepare for implementation through UK-US custodial recognition agreements, ensuring smooth legal acknowledgement across jurisdictions. The documents also included special provisions instructing embassy officials to notify the U.S. State Department if any unauthorized cross-border travel attempts involving the children were detected. This level of coordination demonstrated how seriously the Crown viewed the matter, not just as a family issue, but as a constitutional responsibility. Later, the Foreign Secretary confirmed that conversations with U.S. authorities were progressing constructively, noting mutual understanding and respect for the Crown's legal and institutional role in this safeguarding process. The historic meeting finally adjourned at 11:14 p.m., closing with an emotional statement from King Charles himself. This is not merely about succession, this is about protection. And protection, above all else, is our highest duty. His words resonated deeply, capturing the solemn weight of a night that redefined royal guardianship forever. With the motion approved and guardianship officially transferred, the Crown made its position unmistakably clear. This was not a move against individuals, but a defense of the core principles that define the monarchy. By the morning of January 30th, 2026, less than 2 days after the decisive Sandringham meeting, the palace mobilized a comprehensive legal framework to ensure every action was enforceable, transparent, and fully compliant with international law. The new stage went far beyond symbolic gestures. It entered the realm of active enforcement, involving international coordination, asset auditing, and contractual terminations tied to royal image rights. The monarchy was sending a firm message that structure and integrity would prevail over confusion and controversy. At 9:15 GMT, the Royal Courts of Justice formally received a petition titled Custodial Authority and Protection for Heirs Under 16, Matter of Windsor v. Markle. The document, filed by the Solicitor General on behalf of the Crown, invoked several key legislative provisions: the Custodial Sovereignty Clause, the Legacy Protection Directive, the Institutional Support Obligation Act, the Royal Brand Integrity Mandate, and after reviewing the evidence, the court issued a preliminary ruling granting interim custodial guardianship to Her Royal Highness the Princess of Wales, Catherine, effective immediately, pending a full and final hearing scheduled for March 2026.
The same court decision also gave provisional authorization for the Windsor Continuity Trust to begin its operations, launching with a restricted endowment of £3.8 million. These funds were specifically allocated to cover secure housing, mental well-being programs, and transitional education services for Master Archie Harrison and Miss Lilibet Diana. It was a clear signal that this was not about punishment. It was about stability, safety, and structured care. By 1640 GMT, however, the first pushback arrived. Legal representatives from Delancey and Harrow LLP, a firm linked to the Sussex family, submitted a 3-page preliminary challenge titled a protective jurisdiction filing. The document argued that the Crown held no direct authority over matters concerning the children, as they primarily resided in California. It also claimed that Meghan Markle retained sole custodial rights under U.S. law, and that her business activities cited by the palace were simply expressions of independent personal identity, not violations of royal policy. But the royal legal team came prepared. Within 12 hours, the Royal Legal Secretariat countered the filing with substantial documentation, including a 2022 post-nuptial agreement co-signed by both Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. This confidential agreement reportedly included a key provision restricting the commercial use of royal-linked titles, imagery, or family associations, in exchange for partial financial compensation through the Crown's official media licensing structure, managed under Sandringham Estate LLC. Buried deep in paragraph 19C was a clause that proved pivotal. It stated that any breach of the commercial use restrictions would automatically revoke Meghan's parental veto rights in future royal custodial negotiations. This single discovery transformed the legal landscape overnight, giving the Crown an undeniable procedural advantage and pushing the dispute from a family disagreement into a full-scale constitutional matter. This new revelation completely weakened Meghan's jurisdictional argument and reframed her legal position as one already bound by prior agreement. The British Embassy in Washington, D.C. swiftly confirmed that it had filed official documentation under Article 36 of the 1996 HCCHG Convention with the U.S. Department of State. This diplomatic package requested cross-recognition of the UK's Provisional Guardianship Order, while making it clear that the Crown's actions were not an attempt to override U.S. jurisdiction. Instead, it emphasized that the intervention was focused on protecting institutional identity and maintaining legal consistency for matters involving citizenship and hereditary titles rooted in the United Kingdom. Alongside this submission came a comprehensive report on the children's financial security, which included findings of misallocated educational funds and evidence showing that Lilibet Diana had been referenced in promotional drafts for a discontinued Archewell Kids project. These details raised further questions about the management of family-linked ventures and their compliance with earlier agreements. The Office of Children's Legal Affairs under the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services officially acknowledged receipt of the embassy's documentation and referred the matter to the Superior Court of California, Santa Barbara County, for judicial review. A closed hearing has been tentatively scheduled for February 22, 2026, where both sides are expected to present their arguments in a secure, non-public setting. Meanwhile, several entertainment and media companies that had pending partnerships or promotional discussions with Archewell Productions have quietly placed their proposals on hold, citing legal uncertainty surrounding ongoing proceedings. Major media and entertainment giants have now taken decisive steps in response to the unfolding royal legal situation. Netflix, Spotify, and two prominent Middle Eastern production studios have all suspended projects linked to the Sussex family's representation. The global reaction has been swift and cautious. An executive from a Gulf-based content firm confirmed to the Financial Times, the royal ruling created legal uncertainty. Until Meghan's rights and permissions are clearly defined, we're halting any campaigns involving Lilibet or Archie. The remark reflects growing industry hesitation to move forward amid the ongoing dispute. Adding to the pressure, the UK Advertising Standards Authority, ASA, has launched a formal review into whether Meghan's public use of royal styling at the Dubai Gala might constitute commercial misrepresentation, since promotional materials appeared to imply official royal endorsement, a serious potential breach of advertising ethics. At the same time, the Crown's Office of Digital Integrity issued takedown requests to Meta and Google, seeking a temporary suspension of any monetized digital content featuring the children's royal titles or likenesses until a compliance review is complete. This coordinated digital action shows just how far the Crown is willing to go to protect royal image rights and institutional credibility. Meanwhile, a confidential report from the Royal Audit and Compliance Unit revealed that more than £27 million in expenses were traced back to accounts once linked to the defunct Sussex Royal Foundation, dissolved in 2022. These funds were reportedly used to pay brand consultants and creative teams for projects referencing the children in concept artwork and production materials for a now cancelled animated series. Further investigation uncovered detailed records of travel and accommodation expenses for 2 stylists and 1 image consultant who reportedly accompanied Meghan Markle to high-profile events in Riyadh and Dubai. This immediately triggered a compliance alert under the Royal Trust Protection Act, granting the Windsor Continuity Trust the authority to begin pursuing financial restitution. According to legal experts, if additional evidence confirms the misuse of charitable or institutional funds, the Crown may be entitled to petition for a temporary freeze on Archewell's UK-based financial assets, especially those connected to previous property renovations, such as the former Frogmore Cottage estate. Public sentiment has been strikingly decisive. A flash poll conducted by The Times on January 31, 2026, revealed that 79% of respondents supported the decision to remove Meghan's custodial role in royal proceedings, while 65% expressed approval of Princess Catherine's appointment as guardian, highlighting her reputation for emotional stability, discipline, and trustworthiness within the royal framework. Behind palace doors, insiders described the mood as somber but resolute. One senior aide commented, "This isn't about retaliation. It's a recalibration of duty and accountability." The statement perfectly captured the tone inside the royal household, measured, serious, and focused on long-term protection rather than short-term optics. Following the formal legal transfer of custodial authority to the Crown, the palace has now begun implementing a child-focused rehabilitation plan. This new initiative aims to provide educational consistency, emotional stability, and structured social reintegration for the children, ensuring they can thrive privately and safely under royal care. The new chapter has officially begun. The new initiative, coordinated through the Custodial Oversight Council and spearheaded by Princess Catherine, marks a transformative chapter for the royal family. Its purpose goes beyond restoring institutional order. It aims to give Archie and Lilibet a stable, nurturing developmental framework built on privacy, emotional care, and a respectful connection to their royal heritage. Every detail of this plan centers on their well-being and future growth. On February 1, 2026, the Custodial Oversight Council held its first official session at Clarence House. The gathering was chaired by Her Royal Highness, the Princess of Wales, who has now become the central figure in this new guardianship structure. Other attendees included Lady Louise Windsor as Deputy Custodial Liaison, the Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh, senior members from the Royal Household Education Bureau, 2 child development specialists from the Tavistock and Portman NHS Foundation Trust, and a legal observer from the Ministry of Justice. During this inaugural meeting, the Council ratified the Custodial Well-Being and Identity Charter, a 17-point directive that establishes the minimum standards of care, emotional support, and educational consistency for royal children placed under special custodial circumstances. The charter also outlines detailed procedures for psychological monitoring, heritage-based learning, and family reintegration protocols, ensuring that both Archie and Lilibet are raised in an environment that values balance, privacy, and belonging. As one insider described it, "This isn't about image, it's about giving the children the steady foundation every young person deserves." The new royal framework has officially begun, structured, compassionate, and built to last. Key elements of the Custodial Well-Being and Identity Charter are both compassionate and forward-thinking. Among the highlights is the introduction of mandatory continuity therapy, ensuring that Archie and Lilibet receive weekly sessions with trauma-informed specialists to help them process life transitions, maintain emotional stability, and strengthen their personal sense of identity. Another major feature is the re-entry education model, which will enroll both children in a hybrid preparatory program, combining a private UK-based education with virtual academic extensions from their previously attended US institutions. This model is meant to keep their studies consistent while offering the comfort of familiar learning environments. The digital blackout protocol is equally significant. Until the age of 16, any commercial or social media use of the children's images or names must first be approved by the Custodial Oversight Council and comply fully with the Royal Child Identity Act of 2023. This measure ensures both privacy and protection in a world where digital exposure can easily spiral out of control. According to a senior Crown advisor, Princess Catherine's role is anything but symbolic. Her deep understanding of early childhood development, strengthened by her leadership in the Royal Foundation's Shaping Us campaign, places her in a perfect position to oversee the children's reintegration with empathy and structure. She's reportedly been personally involved, meeting with educators, assessing residential safety plans, and helping design custom wellness curriculums alongside the British Psychological Society. In a private note shared among council members, Catherine wrote, "These are not simply heirs to bloodlines, they're children who deserve peace, purpose, and protection." And that wraps up this incredible royal development. What do you think about Princess Catherine's new guardianship role and the Crown's historic move? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss the next big royal update.
I'm just going to say what I'm going to say.
Okay.
This is a 2-hour trash-a-thon of our royal family, of the monarchy, of everything the Queen has worked so hard for.
At first glance, Meghan Markle's big pregnancy reveal looked straight out of a dreamy storybook. Soft lighting, her smile glowing, one hand on her belly, the other holding tight to Prince Harry's, it was pure perfection. The kind of image people expect from modern royalty. A duchess, a baby, a legacy reborn in flawless Instagram style. But soon after, something felt unusual. Not dramatic or wild, just subtle enough to make people raise an eyebrow. Royal watchers caught it before the media did. The bump looked different from one moment to the next, not fake, not impossible, just unpredictable. One week it seemed rounder, the next it looked smaller. At one event it sat high, and at another it appeared lower, sometimes only days apart. At first, her supporters rushed to defend her. They blamed it on angles, outfit choices, camera lenses, or how she stood, anything to explain the changing look. But it kept happening, and people couldn't help but talk. Screenshots spread online, and whispers turned into full-on debates. Curiosity was growing fast. What made it all more intense was the timing.
Meghan had already shaken things up between her and the royal family. Her reputation and Harry's were both under heavy spotlight. Meanwhile, Catherine, the Princess of Wales, had just reminded everyone what the royal routine usually looked like.
Harry and Meghan's big-budget Netflix series have so far been less than kind. Unimaginative and frustrating, said Hollywood's Bible Variety magazine. So sickening, I almost brought up my breakfast, said the woke Bible The Guardian.
After giving birth, she stepped out of the Lindo wing looking calm and put together, baby in hand, cameras flashing. It wasn't about showing off, it was about keeping a steady royal tradition. Give birth, show the baby, and assure the public everything's okay. Meghan, though, was flipping the royal rule book and writing her own story. People close to her were buzzing about plans for a peaceful home birth. Frogmore Cottage was painted as her calm escape, a private, natural space far away from royal formality. It matched perfectly with the image she'd been building, modern, thoughtful, and fully in control of her journey. The public embraced it right away. Why wouldn't they? She made it clear she wasn't following the old royal playbook. Then came May 6, 2019, and just like that, everything shifted. No home birth, no serene moment at Frogmore. Meghan had her baby at the Portland Hospital in London instead. That choice alone wasn't shocking, it's completely safe. The twist wasn't the hospital, it was the silence. No one explained why the plan had changed. Not a statement, not even a short note saying it was for medical reasons. The story just flipped overnight, and the quiet that followed was deafening. When someone builds a public image centered on values like natural living, privacy, and independence, and the media's tracking their every move, people expect at least a small explanation when things take a sudden turn. But this time, there was nothing. The palace stayed silent, Meghan said nothing, and reporters were left guessing what really happened. That silence spoke volumes. Once people start feeling like the story's being tightly controlled instead of honestly shared, curiosity turns into suspicion fast, and the whispers start to sound a lot louder. And that's exactly when the internet did what it always does. It went digging deep. Old interviews were re-watched, public appearances were slowed down, zoomed in, and studied frame by frame. Social media filled up with side-by-side comparisons, all focused on one thing: the baby bump. In some clips, Meghan moved gently, sitting down with care.
Cottage, like many had expected, but rather at a London hospital.
Even though Meghan had let it be known she wanted a home birth, it was probably very realistic that her first child at 37, it was going to be born in hospital.
The certificate lists the private luxury Portland Hospital in Westminster.
Hands resting protectively around her belly. But in others, sometimes filmed just days apart, she walked upstairs smoothly, turned quickly, and seemed completely free in her movements. Sure, every pregnancy is different, no doubt about that, but the sudden differences in such a short time had people wondering. It wasn't about one awkward clip, it was a pattern that people couldn't ignore. She looked very far along in one moment, then surprisingly comfortable and unrestricted in another, especially when the cameras weren't right on her. Online discussions blew up, not with harsh comments at first, but with genuine questions. How could a bump appear to change so quickly? Were the dates lining up right? And why did everything feel so carefully controlled? The curiosity only grew stronger. Then came the post-birth delay. Instead of the usual royal photo call just hours after giving birth, Meghan and Harry waited 2 full days before showing baby Archie to the world. Privacy isn't an issue on its own. Everyone deserves that. But when it comes to royalty, traditions are tied to transparency. Break those traditions without saying why, and people start to think there's more going on behind the scenes. Critics weren't immediately attacking, they were asking. But those unanswered questions started spreading fast, and then came the real twist.
Rumors of supposed internal documents began making rounds online, adding even more fuel to the growing mystery. There were claims of scheduling notes, appointment records, and timelines supposedly mapping out Meghan's movements during her pregnancy. If those papers were legit, they didn't just raise small questions, they clashed directly with the story the public had been told. One source even said, "This feels like a 2-hour takedown of the royal image and everything the Queen built." That's how intense the reaction was. According to what circulated online, there were hospital visits listed on days when Meghan had been photographed attending events across London. Not little overlaps, entire days that didn't seem to match. Whether true or not, the document sparked massive buzz. And here's the thing, no one confirmed them, but no one denied them either. They just sat there, unaddressed, floating around the internet. And when it comes to public opinion, silence doesn't calm things down, it makes them explode louder. Then came Piers Morgan, stepping in like a storm.
Meghan torched what little was left of their relationship with the royal family and what little was left, frankly, of their own reputations. Last week was mostly sycophantic.
Bold, outspoken, and clearly ready to make waves. He took the whole situation straight to the airwaves. He waved around papers, cited dates, replayed clips, and skipped the soft questions entirely. His claim was that the pregnancy story wasn't just lived, it was produced. The most shocking part of his claim was about the birth announcement. He said there were allegedly several drafts written before baby Archie was even born, each with different wording, dates, and details. To Morgan, that wasn't thoughtful planning, it was full-on branding. Who turns motherhood into a media rollout, he demanded on air. The outrage started to fade, and in its place came something heavier. Discomfort. People stopped saying, "This is unfair treatment," and started asking, why won't they just explain what happened? The famous Oprah interview was suddenly being watched again, this time under a whole new lens. Piers Morgan went all in, analyzing every pause, every near tear, every emotional beat. To him, it didn't look like raw emotion anymore. It looked rehearsed. Once an audience starts doubting someone's sincerity, everything changes. Every glance seemed timed, every pause planned. Too much control can make even real emotions look like part of a script.
And that's when the story really began to twist. This wasn't just ordinary gossip anymore. It felt deeper, more serious. It wasn't one claim or one picture stirring the pot. It was everything stacking up together. The changing timelines, the silence, the alleged documents, the carefully managed appearances, it all started chipping away at people's trust. The shift didn't happen overnight. It crept in slowly, spreading through quiet conversations and online debates. Once doubt takes hold, it's hard to erase. Trust, once cracked, rarely goes back to what it was. By the time whispers about the situation reached legal territory, things had gone way beyond tabloid chatter. It had entered the courtroom. And once something hits legal records, it's no longer just rumor, it becomes real risk. That's reportedly when Harry lost his cool, not in public, but behind the scenes. Late-night phone calls, tense meetings, worried faces among his team, it was clear the pressure was heavy. That moment when you realize you're no longer steering the ship, it hits hard. You're just bracing for impact, hoping the crash isn't as bad as it looks. The Daily Mail case was supposed to be straightforward. The press crossed a line, Harry stood up for his principles, and the courtroom would decide who was right. It was the perfect setup for him. The media had hurt his family before, and he wasn't about to let history repeat itself. But then the legal filings arrived, and buried inside all that formal language were lines that made his team freeze. Not accusations, not direct claims, but quiet references that raised eyebrows. Mentions of internal communications, hints about possible inconsistencies between private and public statements, and footnotes that didn't accuse but definitely didn't ignore either.
It was like a field of legal traps just waiting to go off. Once a court even acknowledges there might be questions, those questions become open territory. And that means discovery, subpoenas, requests for records, verification of details, communication logs, the exact kind of personal information Harry had promised to keep off limits. This was the scenario he'd been dreading, the private life he fought to protect, now hanging by a legal thread. Inside his legal circle, tension cracked the air. Some advisors said, "Pull it back, keep the case narrow, stick to what's provable, and don't draw more attention." They wanted control and calm. Others disagreed completely, pushing to fight head-on, deny everything loudly, and take the battle straight to the public stage. Harry, though, was done with being cautious. He didn't just want control, he wanted victory. According to one insider, he slammed his hand on the table and said, "They don't get to question my family, ever." It wasn't a legal argument, it was a moral one, and that's the problem. Courts don't care about emotions, they care about what can be proven. And that was exactly the problem. Behind closed doors, the tension was reaching its peak. Every email was reread, every note rechecked, every timeline picked apart. The team went through old photos, comparing them to dates and official records, making sure every public appearance for Meghan's pregnancy lined up perfectly. What once seemed harmless suddenly looked risky. Every interview answer, every media quote, it all became potential evidence. Looking back, people started asking tough questions. Why had Meghan spoken so firmly about privacy, yet allowed certain media moments that seemed carefully chosen? Why turn down royal medical traditions but still use a private hospital tied to high-profile connections? Why share bits and pieces of information instead of one clear statement? On their own, these details didn't mean much, but together they gave off a sense of calculated control. And when control becomes the focus, people naturally start asking, what exactly is being controlled? The court's big reveal didn't come with drama or shouting. It arrived quietly through standard legal process, but its impact was huge. Suddenly, old comments from interviews resurfaced. Lines like, "The royal family wants me gone," or claims about emotional mistreatment. Then came the public backlash, with critics saying things like, "He's being manipulative," or "They're exaggerating their struggles." It was messy, emotional, and hard to separate from the actual facts. The judge didn't accuse anyone or make wild claims. He simply pointed out that there were inconsistencies between the public story and what was being presented in court. He didn't demand proof or expose private details, just clarification. But that simple request carried weight, and when context matters, explanations matter too. Reports say Harry went completely quiet. No yelling, no angry words, just a heavy, meaningful silence. This wasn't the media shouting anymore. This was the courtroom calmly asking for something simple: clarity. And clarity needs solid facts. That night, insiders said the atmosphere was tense. Harry was restless, pacing, running through every possible scenario in his mind. Subpoenas, questioning, doctors being called in to confirm records. The thought of private matters being opened up in a courtroom made him uneasy. Meghan, on the other hand, stayed steady. She focused on message control, carefully shaping how their story would be seen and understood. That difference between them said everything. Harry believed in fighting back hard to protect his family. Meghan believed in protecting through control, by steering the story before it steered them. Those two instincts don't always fit together. Over the next few weeks, it was chaos behind the scenes. Plans kept changing, statements were written, rewritten, and then scrapped altogether. Advisors argued back and forth, some saying stay quiet and ride it out, while others pushed for a bold response right away. Public opinion started to shift too. The sympathy that once came easily was fading. Social media wasn't angry anymore, it was analytical. Supporters weren't shouting in defense, they were asking questions instead. And that's never a good sign for any public figure. Meanwhile, the press could sense something was off, not because they had solid evidence, but because the royal silence broke every pattern. This was a couple known for speaking up quickly, responding to rumors, correcting headlines, firing back when needed. What shook Harry most wasn't the fear of the truth coming out, it was losing control. For the first time, the story wasn't his to shape or defend. The narrative had slipped into the hands of legal timelines, court filings, and outside voices who didn't care about image or legacy. They only cared about accuracy. That shift hit hard. Behind the scenes, reports surfaced of tense moments with his advisors. Conversations got heated. Harry allegedly accused some of being too cautious, too slow to act. He argued that addressing rumors would only make them bigger, but maybe he realized too late that waiting in silence can do even more damage, because the longer you wait to explain, the more people fill in the blanks themselves. The confusion spreads quietly, stacking up until it becomes impossible to contain.
Meanwhile, the legal paperwork kept coming, one filing after another. Each document added pressure, and each clarification request made things feel tighter and more serious. The irony was hard to ignore. Harry had gone to court to expose how the press twisted stories, but now it was the court dissecting his version of events. No accusations, just careful, steady questioning. And that calm, methodical tone made it sting even more. By the next hearing, the damage had quietly grown. Trust hadn't fully collapsed, but it had thinned out even among people who once supported him. Neutral voices began asking, why not just clear things up? That question followed him everywhere. But clearing things up wasn't simple. It meant opening doors he had locked tight for years. It meant revealing details he had fought to keep private and inviting scrutiny straight into his home life. And the hardest part? It meant giving up control, the very thing he'd built his identity around since stepping back from royal life. For Harry, that wasn't just uncomfortable, it was devastating. This had stopped being about one lawsuit. It was now about whether their story could survive being fact-checked in full light, and whether silence, their most trusted shield, had turned into something that cut both ways. No one wanted to say it out loud, but cracks were starting to show in Harry's calm exterior. The courtroom wasn't asking what happened anymore, it was asking when. And that's the most dangerous question of all. When turns feelings into timelines. It turns emotion into cold, hard evidence. When stories have to line up side by side, every word, every date, every small detail suddenly matters. It's no longer emotional, it's exact. And precision can be brutal. The real issue wasn't one big contradiction. It was the slow buildup of little ones. A quote here that didn't quite match a photo there. A confident public statement that sounded solid until someone compared it with another one from months before. The differences were small but noticeable. Not outright lies, just stories adjusted for different moments and audiences. But courts don't like that. They want consistency, not storytelling. As preparations for the next stage of the case began, Harry got a warning. It was time to be ready for possible witness testimony. Maybe not his own right away, but from others around him. Medical staff, security teams, communication aides, people who'd always worked quietly in the background. Now they were being brought into the open, their words suddenly carrying weight. Even confidentiality agreements couldn't block everything. People can be legally required to talk, and memories can't be erased. Once a court steps in, silence isn't a choice, it's a legal question. And that's when Harry's frustration deepened. He didn't feel surrounded by enemies, he felt surrounded by uncertainty. Who knew what? Who had said what? Which conversations had been written down and which ones lived only in memory? Then, in one tense meeting, Harry shocked his team with a single question. Who else could be called to testify? The room went quiet. They started listing names, people who'd never expected to step into the spotlight. That night, the tension finally spilled over.
not in shouting, but in cold, controlled silence. Meghan repeated her stance clearly. Hold the line. Don't react. Don't expand, and don't let emotion steer the case. She reminded everyone that this battle was supposed to be about press misconduct, not private life. Bringing personal matters into it would only spark more talk, but Harry couldn't agree. He'd learned the hard way that ignoring speculation doesn't make it disappear. It grows louder when left unanswered. He still believed that a strong, honest statement could put an end to the noise. But to make a statement that bold, you need solid, provable facts. And once you go public with facts, there's no taking them back. That was the standoff between them, her strategy versus his instinct. As the days went by, it started to show. At public events, Harry tried to project calm, but his body language told a different story. He looked tense, distracted, like someone fighting a battle behind the scenes that wasn't going to plan. The press picked up on it fast, and headlines started reading between the lines. Then came a small legal update that most people overlooked, but inside the courtroom, it landed hard. 3 quiet words: material relevance. Simple legal phrasing, but packed with meaning. It signaled that the court now considered personal details connected to the case's credibility. And once credibility becomes part of the equation, private doors start creaking open, doors that are nearly impossible to shut again. According to insiders, that's when Harry asked a question that stunned his own team. Can we just drop the case? Technically, yes, they told him, he could. But even if he did, everything already filed would stay on record. The references, the mentions, the context, it would all remain part of the legal trail. And worse, pulling out suddenly would spark new rumors. Why stop now? Why step back when the whole world's watching? In the middle of scrutiny, walking away can look a lot like surrender. And Harry had never been someone who surrenders easily. But as his frustration grew, Meghan's approach only became sharper. She turned her focus outward, public appearances tied to charity work, selective projects with powerful messaging, all spotlighting strength and purpose. Her shield wasn't silence, it was momentum. Keep moving forward, stay seen, stay composed, and rise above the noise. But the real noise wasn't coming from the tabloids anymore. It was echoing inside the courtroom. Behind closed doors, lawyers argued endlessly about how to respond without revealing too much. How do you clarify without creating new openings? How do you answer questions without confirming what shouldn't be confirmed? Legal phrasing became an art form of its own. Phrases like, "We do not accept that characterization," and "there is no basis to infer," filled the documents. Precise, professional, but so careful they sounded almost evasive. Harry couldn't stand it. He wanted strength, not subtlety. He wanted a statement that felt final, a firm line in the sand. But even solid ground can crack when pressure keeps building. Meanwhile, the judge's patience began wearing thin, not necessarily with the couple, but with the constant fog around the case. Courts don't like confusion. They value progress. They don't want to keep circling the same unclear details over and over. And the more the court sensed that clarity was being avoided, the closer it looked. It wasn't personal, it was process, but that didn't make it any easier to take. In those quiet moments away from the cameras, Harry found himself replaying old memories. Decisions made, conversations had, crossroads where things could have gone differently. Then it hit him, the realization that changed everything. How much of their life had been curated, not just protected. Sitting in silence, Harry began to wonder if his instinct to shield his family had at times crossed into something else, not deception, but selective omission. And in a courtroom, omission is still a decision. That thought weighed heavy. As the third phase of the case wrapped up, it stood at a turning point. The story could go one of two ways: stay narrow and focused only on the press's actions, or widen, pulling personal history into the open for everyone to see. Neither path was clean. Both carried risk. The press stayed on standby, waiting for the next headline. The public speculated endlessly. Even supporters were split. Was this about protecting privacy or controlling it?
Harry found himself trapped between two worlds. He'd stepped into court to shield his family from intrusion, but now the court was asking him to define those very boundaries. And for the first time, he didn't know where the line truly was. The storm hadn't broken yet, but the atmosphere was thick, charged, almost electric. Everyone involved could feel it. Whatever was coming next wouldn't be controlled by spin, image, or influence. It would be determined by process, and process has no pause button. Once it starts, it runs its course, no matter who wants peace. By the time the final stage of the case arrived, the illusion of control was gone. What began as a battle against unfair press tactics had turned into something deeper and far more unsettling. It wasn't about bad headlines anymore. It was about credibility itself. Every piece of the public image they'd built, every polished statement, every careful message, every rehearsed pause was now under cold clinical examination. There was no drama, no shouting from tabloids this time. Just quiet, precise questions typed into legal documents. Questions that didn't mock or accuse, but cut straight through the surface, leaving no room for interpretation, no space for performance, and no shelter in carefully crafted stories. The court's questions weren't emotional. They were simple, precise, and focused on one thing: alignment. And alignment was exactly what no longer existed. The tipping point didn't come with a scandal or a headline. It arrived quietly, tucked inside a routine court order asking for one thing: clarification. No leaks, no breaking news, just calm, polite wording that carried enormous weight. Each phrase from the court felt heavier than a dozen media cycles. Every sentence was deliberate, every word chosen with care. But behind that politeness sat power, the kind that doesn't yell, it just waits for your answer. And that's what haunted Harry most, that single word: clarify. Clarification meant no more multiple versions of the story, no more rephrasing or reshaping. It meant locking one version of events into place, one that could be questioned, analyzed, and remembered forever. It meant giving up the flexibility they had relied on for years, the ability to adjust tone, to pause, to add nuance when the pressure rose. Once the court record was written, there would be no context later, no softening the edges. Every statement would stand as is, frozen in time. That night when the notice arrived, Harry couldn't rest. He didn't explode in anger, he just moved restlessly, pacing for hours, thinking, analyzing. He played old moments back in his mind, the interviews, the documentaries, even casual conversations that once felt harmless. Not just his own words, but Meghan's too. This time he heard them differently, not emotionally, but structurally, the way a judge or lawyer might. Where did they speak in absolutes? Where did they hesitate? When did qualifiers disappear? Those tiny shifts suddenly felt huge. Even the smallest details, pauses, tone, emphasis, now carried weight. Every nod, every phrase that once seemed natural, now looked like evidence waiting to be dissected. None of it had felt risky back then. They were just telling their story. But now, after being retold so many times, those same stories had started to echo, and each echo carried a slightly different note. Meghan, on her side, stayed calm, composed in a way that almost seemed effortless. She always understood the power of storytelling better than anyone. To her, stories weren't fixed. They were living, breathing things that shifted with time and circumstance. She believed what mattered most wasn't getting every detail exact, but keeping the intention true.
and her intentions, she felt, had always come from an honest place. But courtrooms don't deal in intention, they deal in evidence. In that cold, precise world of legal process, nuance doesn't survive for long. Once it's written down, it's stripped of emotion and open to endless interpretation. The tension between Harry and Meghan didn't explode into arguments. It didn't need to. It showed up in quieter ways, in the silences between them, in the decisions that got delayed again and again, in long glances that said everything words couldn't, in those small phrases like, "Let's talk about this tomorrow," that somehow never turned into tomorrow. For Harry, a deeper realization began to take shape, one that shook him more than the court's questions ever could. They weren't fighting the same battle anymore. He was fighting to rebuild trust, to prove sincerity, to clear his name. She was fighting to maintain control, to protect the narrative, the image, the version of events that kept everything intact. Neither motive was wrong, but they were pulling in opposite directions. And of course, the press picked up on it. They always do. The tone of coverage began to shift subtly but sharply. The old sensational headlines started to fade, replaced by analytical ones. Less drama, more dissection. The old narrative of hero and villain gave way to something colder. Analysis, timelines, quiet comparisons. The change was almost invisible at first, but its impact was brutal. Every story Harry had built in his head, every plea for understanding, every speech crafted to win sympathy, was now being examined piece by piece, not for emotion, but for accuracy. The spotlight had moved away from how the story felt and turned toward how it fit together. It was the kind of attention that peeled away every bit of drama's protection. Suddenly, there was nothing left to hide behind. Supporters noticed the shift right away. Some doubled down, standing by Harry and Meghan with fierce loyalty, defending every decision and every silence. They insisted that no one owed the public detailed medical updates or personal explanations. But not everyone felt as sure anymore. Some fans grew quieter, less outspoken, not angry, just uncertain, and hesitation for public figures can be dangerous. It signals that the trust, once solid, is starting to soften. The final hearing loomed like a storm on the edge of the horizon, always visible, never quite moving closer, but never going away. Every decision felt heavy and permanent. If they withdrew, it could look evasive. If they continued, it risked deeper exposure. If they clarified, the story would be locked forever in legal record. If they stayed silent, others would define it for them. Every choice had a cost, and Harry felt the walls closing in. He once believed these choices gave him control, but now they all looked like traps. Each moment of reflection uncovered new risks, new ways the truth could twist. In one quiet, private moment, one that no one recorded or leaked, Harry finally admitted to himself he was tired. Not just of the critics, not even of the press, but of the constant maintenance of the story. The never-ending effort to manage what was said, what was implied, and what must never be touched. He started to wonder, when had protecting privacy turned into protecting ambiguity? The two had blended so completely he couldn't tell the difference anymore. The emotional tone that once made their story so captivating was gone, stripped away and replaced with a level of neutrality so sharp it felt almost unnatural. Yet beneath that calm surface, the tension hadn't disappeared. It had only settled deeper. The court didn't need to blow the story wide open. It did something more powerful. It narrowed it down. Piece by piece, the noise and emotion were peeled away until only the essentials remained. No headlines, no public drama, just facts under a microscope. By doing that, the court quietly confirmed what everyone had already begun to realize. This wasn't just about the press anymore. It was about consistency, about whether the story itself could stand without the protection of emotion. When the ruling finally came, it was cautious, deliberate, neither the sweeping victory Harry had once hoped for, nor the defeat critics had predicted. It was somewhere in between, a mixed outcome. Some of his claims stood, others fell. The language was professional but pointed, praising certain arguments while gently undermining others. The gray areas remained, and gray areas always linger. But the real story wasn't in the judgment, it was in what happened next. For the first time, Harry didn't rush to defend or explain. There was no speech, no quick interview, no finely tuned statement crafted to win back the narrative. He stayed silent, and not because it was strategy, but because he had nothing left to add. The words had run their course. A clip began circulating online, echoing public sentiment. You can't say you don't want attention and then turn around and write a whole book about not wanting attention. It summed up the exhaustion people felt with the back and forth. But this time, Harry didn't respond. He let it pass. Meghan, meanwhile, carried on as if nothing had changed. She kept to her schedule, continued her projects, stayed poised and composed in every appearance. If she felt the shift in tone, she didn't show it. Her calm had become armor, polished, unshaken, untouchable. Meghan had always believed that the best way to face pressure was to keep moving forward, momentum as a shield. Keep busy, stay visible, and don't give scrutiny a place to settle. But Harry wasn't so sure anymore. Something in him had shifted. Slowly, quietly, he began stepping back, not disappearing from public life, but sliding away from its center. Fewer appearances, fewer statements, less commentary. The change was subtle, the kind only those paying close attention could see. It wasn't retreat, it was reflection. The media, as always, moved on to the next story, but the shadow of what had unfolded didn't fade. It lingered. Not quite scandal, not quite redemption, just a sense that something deep beneath the surface had changed forever. The once solid narrative, the one presented with complete certainty, now had softer edges, and soft edges invite reinterpretation. In the years that would follow, analysts and historians would dissect this chapter endlessly. Was it mismanaged, overblown, or simply the natural clash between modern celebrity, relentless media, and an ancient institution that was never built for transparency? Probably all of it. A collision of image, truth, and control. But for Harry, the lesson cut deeper and simpler. You can fight intrusion, you can fight false stories, you can even stand up against entire institutions. But the moment your own story becomes the battlefield, every victory costs something, and every loss feels personal. Because the moment your life turns into public evidence, the price of defending it never really ends. And in the end, there was no dramatic downfall, no explosive truth-telling, no grand revelation that left the world stunned. Reality was quieter and far more human. It wasn't chaos that followed, it was erosion. A slow fading of absolute certainty, of unquestioned trust, of the belief that careful control could ever fully protect truth. Harry didn't break down or lash out, no matter how the headlines tried to paint him. The reaction was quieter than that. He just stopped trying to prove the story right or wrong. Harry didn't break down or lash out. His moment of realization came quietly, deep inside. He finally understood that the battle he thought he was still fighting had already changed shape long ago. Some wars don't end with victory or defeat, they just fade into legacy. And legacy, unlike a headline, can't be managed, edited, or spun. It simply exists, shaping how the story is remembered long after the noise dies down. In the months that followed, the chaos didn't vanish. It just softened into a quiet, persistent hum, the kind that hides underneath everything. Interviews, public speeches, photo ops, even the perfectly practiced smiles. Harry could still hear it,
the low buzz of judgment and curiosity that never really went away. He learned to recognize it, especially when no one else seemed to notice. What caught him off guard wasn't the criticism, that was familiar. It was the shift in expectation. People no longer leaned in to hear what he'd say next, hoping to be convinced. Instead, they leaned back, listening not for emotion, but for consistency. That subtle shift changed everything. Once people start measuring you for truth instead of empathy, every word you say lands differently. Meanwhile, Meghan kept moving forward with precision. New projects, polished appearances, and carefully measured words filled her calendar. Her tone stayed calm, confident, empathetic, steady as ever. To the public, she looked unchanged, untouched by the tension. But to Harry, she looked laser-focused, locked on the next goal, the next horizon. He admired that about her. He always had. But even admiration couldn't quiet the feeling that something between them had started to fall out of sync. Late one evening, when the house was silent and the cameras long gone, Harry sat alone with a pile of notes, statements, clarifications, talking points that would never see the light of day. Pages and pages meant to defend, explain, and justify. And in that quiet moment, he realized something huge. He didn't need them anymore.
He had spent years preparing to explain a story that no longer needed explaining, because the world had already made up its mind. The audience had decided how much uncertainty they were willing to accept, and once the world decides that, no statement can change it. It wasn't about guilt or innocence anymore. It was about ambiguity. And once ambiguity is out in the open, it changes how every future word is heard. Nothing sounds the same again. Harry didn't feel angry. He felt something quieter, acceptance. Not surrender, not defeat, just an understanding of limits. The limits of truth, of control, of trying to manage how the world interprets your life. He began to see that some stories, when stretched too far to protect what's personal, end up bending under their own weight. You start trying to shield your heart, and somewhere along the way you strain your backbone. It's not dishonesty, it's the wear and tear of trying too hard to hold everything together. The public, as always, moved on. They found new stories to chase, new faces to celebrate or criticize, but this one left behind a trace, a subtle mark, like a watermark under light. You couldn't see it unless you looked closely, but once you did, it was impossible to unsee. After that, Harry stepped onto quieter ground, not hiding, just living with more purpose. He stopped trying to correct every misquote or set the record straight with every rumor. He stopped bracing for impact every time his name appeared in a headline. Instead, he focused on work that spoke for itself, projects that didn't need public approval or belief to have meaning. And then something surprising happened. The silence he had once feared so much began to feel real. Not a tactic, not a shield, just honest. It became a kind of peace. Meghan noticed the shift immediately. She always noticed. Their conversations changed too. Not dramatic, not heated, just careful, like handling something fragile but worth protecting. They both wanted to keep what mattered most between them intact. Love didn't vanish, it adapted. That's what love does when it's tested by pressure. It reshapes, it adjusts, it finds new balance. The world would keep arguing about what really happened, what didn't, and what mattered most. But for Harry, that was okay. Maybe that uncertainty was the closest thing to truth anyone could ever get. Certainty, he realized, had been the illusion all along, and finally, letting go of it didn't feel like loss. What was left in the end wasn't loud or dramatic. It was quiet, grounded, and harder to fake. It was about learning how to live without needing the story to land perfectly every time. Years from now, people will look back on this chapter and debate it endlessly, arguing over motives, timing, tone, and every detail caught on camera or written in a file. They'll study interviews like clues, dissect moments like artifacts from a culture addicted to visibility. But for Harry, the memory won't be about controversy. It'll be about understanding. The moment he finally saw that control isn't the same as clarity, and that trying to hold every piece together can sometimes make you lose sight of what's real. The most powerful realization didn't come with a public statement or a breaking headline. It came quietly from within. That was the real snap. Not an explosion, but an internal shift. The moment he stopped fighting to protect the perfect version of the story and accepted the one that simply is, unfinished, flawed, human, and for the first time in years, truly his own. If this deep dive into the quiet battles behind royal headlines got you thinking, make sure to like, subscribe, and share this video. Drop a comment below and tell us your thoughts. Was this story about media pressure, control, or something deeper about what it means to live under constant spotlight? Let's talk about the struggles behind the silence, the choices made in public view, and the cost of protecting your truth in a world that never stops watching.
I think he'll change. He is committed to his own level of service, and that will remain.
Few institutions on Earth know how to stay completely silent like the British royal family. That quiet, untouchable silence isn't just a habit, it's their survival code. Never complain, never explain isn't just a phrase carved into royal history. It's practically law behind palace gates, passed down through generations. It's whispered from parent to child, shaping how every royal moves, speaks, and even breathes in public. Loyalty, secrecy, and above all, staying unseen. But what happens when that perfect silence finally cracks open from the inside? Just recently, sources close to Buckingham Palace revealed that Princess Anne may have done the unthinkable. She finally spoke up, not for the cameras, not for the spotlight, but behind locked doors where only the most trusted voices are allowed. And according to insiders, her words landed like a thunderclap. Reports claim she dropped a line so sharp, so loaded, that it left Prince Harry shaken in his Montecito home. The dossier exists, and we tried to tell him. Just 11 words, but apparently they hit hard. Imagine hearing that. Everything you believed about your life, your choices, your marriage, suddenly flipped inside out. Now whispers are spreading fast across London's most guarded circles. Some are calling it one of the biggest internal slip-ups in royal memory, an intelligence lapse that could change how history views the monarchy itself. What we're about to uncover questions everything we've been told about Harry and Meghan's story, and it's about to get intense. The real question is, did Princess Anne sense a storm before it hit? And did Harry just brush it off? Because the fallout from this moment reaches way beyond Hollywood glitz or royal love stories. Let's rewind to autumn 2016, London glowing gold under falling leaves, and Prince Harry completely captivated by Meghan Markle. Inside the palace, though, things moved fast into what insiders call protocol mode. Level 3 background screening. Usually routine stuff. It's just standard checks, finances, records, affiliations, nothing flashy, totally behind the scenes. But this time, whispers say the results caused real unease, not just among palace staff, but also within certain high-level security offices. Now, what could possibly make that happen over a rising actress from Hollywood? Insiders claim the review uncovered details that didn't quite match the story being told publicly. From 2008 to 2012, Meghan was seen as the underdog actress hustling through endless auditions, trying to make it in an industry stacked against newcomers. It was the image of perseverance, what she'd later call her rags to royalty journey. But according to confidential sources, not everything lined up so neatly. Private briefings reportedly hinted that during those same years, she was occasionally seen in some of the most exclusive Mediterranean social circles, aboard luxury yachts, and attending gatherings so elite that just one evening there could cost a small fortune. It wasn't illegal or scandalous, but to the royal system, it was unusual, a lifestyle that didn't match the public narrative. And that's what raised eyebrows. She was seen moving through exclusive social circles, powerful figures from the Gulf, high-level business leaders from the Middle East, and European magnates with deep influence. Yet not a single one of those appearances seemed to match the lifestyle her public record showed. Princess Anne, famous for her sharp instincts and her long-standing connection with palace security, was reportedly one of the first royals to review the internal report. Insiders claim she went through the details herself, the travel schedules, the event lists, the financial traces, and then quietly asked the question that Harry never did: who paid for all this? Because in global elite spaces, people don't just casually walk into private gatherings where fortunes and influence flow behind the scenes. Access to those rooms usually comes at a high cost, financially or socially. So someone had to be behind the arrangements. Someone handled the invitations. Someone made the introductions. And in intelligence work, unexplained financial or social access is a serious cause for concern. It raises questions about influence, credibility, and protection. Princess Anne, with her years of experience, reportedly saw what Harry might have missed. This didn't look like random luck or coincidence. It looked organized. Some analysts privately described it as structured social positioning, meaning a calculated effort to be seen in the right places among the right people again and again. Who's behind all this? What kind of deals or expectations could be tied to such exclusive access? Those were the burning questions inside the palace. According to insiders, royal security teams dug deep, cross-checking travel details, financial movements, and even event photos, creating a detailed map of connections stretching from California to Monaco, from the Mediterranean to the Middle East. The strange part, none of the funding trails appeared in any official financial records. It was invisible, but far too consistent to be random. Analysts reportedly marked the findings as a situation that needed urgent review, especially given the high-profile attention surrounding Harry at the time. Then came the meeting, private, intense, and deeply personal. Sources claim this conversation marked the moment everything changed between Princess Anne and her nephew. While Harry would later interpret it as harsh or unfair, those close to Anne insist it was anything but. They say it was her final attempt to protect him before things went too far. Imagine holding sensitive intelligence in your hands, knowing your nephew is head over heels in love, preparing for a wedding the entire world will watch, yet realizing he might not know the full picture.
Princess Anne reportedly placed a confidential file, the so-called Saudi dossier, in front of Harry and began explaining a concept that only those familiar with elite global circles truly understand: strategic social placement. In those environments, charming, intelligent, and socially polished individuals can be deliberately introduced into powerful spaces, not through espionage, but through carefully arranged opportunities, invitations, and elite introductions. It's all about positioning, subtle, sophisticated, and calculated. According to palace insiders, Anne didn't hold back. She allegedly told Harry straight up, "The photos and travel records show a woman who didn't just wander into these rooms by accident. She knew exactly how those spaces worked. She was confident, skilled, and fully aware of who surrounded her." Her words reportedly sent chills through the room. Anne's warning was said to be firm but protective. She wasn't claiming Meghan had done anything wrong. She was warning Harry that not everyone in those elite circles operates without an agenda. "She hasn't just been seeing you, Harry," Anne allegedly said. "She's been maintained within circles where no one is invited unless there's a reason." But Harry, deeply in love and fiercely loyal, couldn't accept that idea. He viewed the file as an insult, proof in his eyes of family bias rather than protection. Reports say he dismissed the evidence, locked the folder away, and carried on, unaware that Anne believed he was walking straight into a situation she considered deeply risky.
For Anne, this wasn't about class, image, or personal judgment. It was about experience. Decades in royal life had taught her that charm and influence often come wrapped in polished smiles and perfect timing. Every detail in that dossier, unexplained luxury, repeated high-profile appearances, and a carefully crafted public image that didn't fully align with reality, set off alarms she'd learned never to ignore. These didn't look like signs of romance. They looked like signs of something structured, maybe even organized. And the numbers just didn't add up. Between 2008 and 2012, Meghan Markle's public record showed small acting jobs, brief TV appearances, and short-term roles. She wasn't famous yet. She was grinding like any other performer in Los Angeles, chasing auditions, worrying about rent, and taking every opportunity she could find. It was the reality of a working actor trying to break through in an unforgiving industry. But according to the internal report, another version of her life existed, one that wasn't visible to the public. The documents allegedly showed a woman who, during the same years, was moving through high-level international circles, meeting influential figures, attending luxury events, and appearing in places that ordinary, struggling artists couldn't usually access. It wasn't criminal or scandalous, but it raised serious questions about how that kind of lifestyle fit with the official story. Princess Anne, with her sharp instincts, reportedly saw what others refused to notice, and that's where this story shifts from personal to national and even historic. A private warning unheeded, one that could quietly shape royal history for years to come. Because in the end, the contradiction was impossible to ignore. The timeline didn't match, the lifestyle didn't fit. The carefully managed public image stood in contrast to what some private documents appeared to show. It all circled back to one central point. While love can be powerful, the financial reality behind it always tells its own truth. She wasn't a Hollywood A-lister, not even close. She was a hard-working actor in Los Angeles, hustling day to day, chasing auditions, juggling bills, and taking whatever jobs came her way. During that entire stretch, her most recognizable role wasn't a big breakout or a lead performance. It was as one of the briefcase models on Deal or No Deal. That's it. According to entertainment insiders at the time, the pay for that gig was around $800 per episode.
episode, before taxes, before agent and management cuts. That's not luxury money, that's survival money in Los Angeles, where rent alone can swallow half a paycheck. She was grinding like thousands of other actors, hoping for her big break. But then comes the part that doesn't quite add up. The other side of the equation. Newly surfaced photos reportedly showed her aboard private yachts worth tens of millions of dollars. Not rentals or public tours, but exclusive vessels known for hosting invite-only gatherings in the Mediterranean. These weren't casual vacations, they were private events in Monaco, the French Riviera, and other luxury hubs where the guest lists supposedly included high-profile business figures, global investors, and well-connected power players. The contrast couldn't be more striking. On paper, she was living the unpredictable life of a struggling actress, but in photos, she appeared in settings far beyond what that income could reasonably support. And that's exactly what made analysts inside certain circles pause, because lifestyle patterns like that often signal hidden layers to a story that's still being unraveled. These are the kinds of events where even the champagne can cost more than most people's monthly rent. Spaces so exclusive that entry is invitation only, every name on the list carefully verified. No one just walks in off the street. And this is where even Hollywood insiders quietly admit something doesn't quite line up, because small TV roles don't pay for Monaco summers, and a briefcase job doesn't exactly fund luxury yacht trips across the Mediterranean. Let's slow this down for a second, because numbers don't bend to stories, they just reveal the truth. Back in 2010, a first-class flight from Los Angeles to Monaco could run anywhere from $8,000 to $12,000 depending on timing and route. That's before even stepping foot in a hotel. During Monaco's Grand Prix week, the yacht show, or peak summer season, nightly rates at top hotels could start around $1,000 and climb much higher. And that's just for a place to sleep. Then there's the fashion factor. Dressing for these high society gatherings doesn't come cheap. Industry stylists estimate that proper evening wear for those circles can range from $5,000 to $20,000 per outfit, depending on the designer and custom tailoring. Add professional hair, makeup, jewelry, and accessories, and the costs climb fast. By even the most conservative math, a single week in Monaco, living and dressing at that level, could easily surpass $50,000. That's not an expense most working actors could dream of covering on their own. And that's exactly why palace analysts and entertainment insiders alike started asking the same quiet question: who was footing the bill for a lifestyle that seemed far beyond her official earnings? And according to insiders, the photographs suggested this wasn't a one-time moment. It looked like a pattern. Multiple years, multiple destinations, all showing the same high-end settings and luxury surroundings. That's exactly where analysts reportedly started paying close attention. Because when someone appears in elite spaces repeatedly without the financial activity to back it up, questions start flying fast. Sources familiar with the internal review claimed that her financial records didn't reflect the kind of spending these trips would require. There were no large withdrawals, no card statements showing expensive hotel stays, no invoices for designer clothing or jewelry, which could only mean one thing: someone else was handling the logistics. Someone else was covering costs, arranging accommodations, and making sure she looked perfectly in place at every event. That's what reportedly played Princess Anne to pull Harry aside for a serious talk. Her warning, according to insiders, was calm but direct. Power never gives without expecting something in return. In those upper-tier circles, relationships aren't just about charm, they operate on unspoken understandings. Access is treated like currency, appearance becomes a form of influence, and privacy is the price of entry. Once you recognize that pattern, the story shifts dramatically. It's no longer about romance or coincidence, but about positioning and purpose. Intelligence-style reviews reportedly concluded this wasn't simple good fortune or social luck. The images covered years, not just isolated trips. The pattern was too consistent to ignore. It wasn't random chance, it was structured support. It wasn't coincidence, it looked like cultivation. And it wasn't just opportunity, it resembled investment. And as everyone in high-level circles knows, investments always come with expectations. Insiders say that when Palace analysts dug deeper into the financial side, the findings raised even more eyebrows. There was no solid evidence that she personally covered the costs for those high-end travels, accommodations, or appearances. In security and intelligence terms, that kind of setup has a clear definition. It means someone else was managing the operation. When a person's movements, expenses, and access are consistently arranged by others, it signals a major power imbalance. You don't pay because you refuse to, but because someone else wants to handle every detail. They coordinate your travel, ensure your safety, and position you exactly where they want you. And in exchange, you're offering something they find valuable.
That value doesn't have to be shady. It could be influence, presence, reputation, or simple access to the right people. But make no mistake, the exchange exists, even if it's never spoken aloud. And that's reportedly the question Princess Anne placed right in front of Harry. If this was an investment, what was expected in return? And that's where one name allegedly appeared repeatedly in those documents: Marcus Anderson. If those private gatherings on the yachts were the stage, insiders claim Marcus wasn't just a bystander. He was the one quietly coordinating, connecting, and guiding the flow of introductions. For years, the public saw Marcus Anderson as nothing more than Meghan's charming friend, a smooth, well-connected insider in the Soho House circle, known for his polished image and A-list relationships. To most, he seemed like a loyal confidant with great social instincts. But behind palace walls, analysts reportedly saw something very different. Princess Anne, according to sources, didn't see him as just another companion. She saw him as someone playing a much deeper role. In professional terms, that's serious language, and it's not used carelessly. So why would experienced analysts even consider that possibility? The answer lies in his position and the influence that came with it. Marcus Anderson wasn't just an employee. He served as the global membership director for Soho House, a highly exclusive private club chain famous for blending business with luxury. These places aren't regular hotels or bars. They're curated social networks where entertainment stars, high net worth investors, political players, and international figures cross paths quietly, away from headlines. And that's where his real influence came in. Not in serving guests, but in deciding who got through the door. He controlled introductions, shaped access, and connected people who might otherwise never meet. That kind of social leverage can open powerful opportunities or create complex entanglements. Then came 2015, the year before Meghan met Prince Harry. Insiders say Marcus Anderson personally coordinated one of the most high-profile launches in Soho House history, the grand opening of Soho House Istanbul, a glamorous, invite-only event that quietly brought together entertainment elites, business moguls, and well-connected figures from across Europe and the Middle East, all in one place. That location, Istanbul, matters more than most people realize. It's not just another glamorous city, it's the meeting point of East and West, where European finance quietly intersects with Middle Eastern wealth. It's a place where influence flows behind closed doors, and major introductions happen far from public records or press cameras. According to sources familiar with high-level briefings, the 2015 Soho House Istanbul launch wasn't just a glitzy party, it was a highly curated social environment. It reportedly brought together rising talent and serious money, placing ambitious personalities near global investors and powerful patrons who could open doors across continents. It was, in essence, a marketplace of opportunity,
wrapped in luxury and discretion. The internal reports allegedly noted that this particular event played a key role. It's where Meghan was first connected to several of the same international circles that later appeared in photos from those Mediterranean gatherings. The timeline makes it hard to overlook. Istanbul in 2015 came just months before her introduction to Prince Harry the following year. By then, insiders claimed she'd become fully fluent in the world of elite social navigation, understanding the silent rules, the unspoken expectations, and how to move through those rooms with confidence and precision. Istanbul wasn't the start, it was the turning point, the final step before entering a much higher level of social influence and connection. And here's where it all ties together. The first meeting between Harry and Meghan in London in 2016 wasn't purely by chance. That mutual friend was none other than Marcus Anderson, and that's where the entire situation reportedly began to spiral. What followed, according to insiders, was nothing short of controlled chaos inside the palace, emergency calls, confidential meetings, and legal advisors being looped in overnight. It was all hands on deck. In the days after Princess Anne's alleged warning came to light, Buckingham Palace released a brief, carefully phrased statement firmly denying the claims. They labeled the story categorically false. But here's what stood out. They didn't threaten lawsuits, question Anne's mental clarity, or call her unreliable. And that silence spoke volumes, because this wasn't just anyone making claims. This was Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, a senior member of the monarchy with more than 50 years of public service and a reputation for discipline, duty, and directness. She's attended more official engagements than nearly anyone in the family. You don't casually discredit someone with that level of standing behind palace walls. Then came the legal headache, because if private operational information really was discussed internally, what rules or confidentiality protections actually apply? That's where palace lawyers reportedly found themselves stuck on a razor's edge. Any official legal action involving a senior royal risks exposing more than anyone wants made public. Meanwhile, Meghan's representatives reportedly came out swinging, calling the entire story pure fiction and attention-seeking nonsense. Both sides, it seems, wanted the issue buried, but behind the polished statements and diplomatic tone, tension was reportedly rising fast inside royal circles, leaving the entire institution on high alert. But here's where things got even more interesting. Look closely at the strategy. Meghan's camp and palace spokespeople didn't challenge the details of Princess Anne's concerns. They went after her motives. They questioned her reasoning, not the timelines or facts being discussed. And that's a major difference that analysts immediately noticed. Then came a twist. Lawyers connected to Prince Andrew released their own statement, claiming Anne's reported description of events was misleading and taken out of context. And that phrase, taken out of context, is important. It doesn't deny that something happened, it just reframes how it's being interpreted. It's a way of saying, yes, but not like that. Behind the scenes, things reportedly turned serious. King Charles is said to have called for immediate meetings with senior advisors and legal experts to assess the potential fallout. These weren't just PR discussions, they were full-scale crisis talks. The big questions on the table were, what exactly does Anne have? How much documentation exists? And how can this story be contained before it grows beyond control? Because in the era of non-stop online coverage, traditional royal crisis management simply wasn't enough. The narrative was already spreading globally, and social media had made silence impossible to maintain. Insiders say the palace couldn't even draft a unified statement until they fully understood the scope of Anne's information. And looming over everything were two major complications: how to handle the questions surrounding Andrew, and how to respond to Meghan's side. Both parties had already issued denials, each one carefully crafted, legally sound, and deliberately vague. But this wasn't just another royal headline, it was a full-blown constitutional crisis in motion. Barely 72 hours after King Charles's private announcement, the Royal Legal Council reportedly gathered for an emergency session unlike anything seen in modern palace history. Their mission? To navigate the near impossible, untangling a monarch's marriage while keeping the centuries-old institutions standing strong. Think about that for a second. Rewriting the rules of royal marriage in real time, under global scrutiny, all while protecting the monarchy's stability and the delicate balance of constitutional law. It wasn't courtroom drama, it was political chess at the highest level. The royal legal team faced an overwhelming challenge. Every issue had ripple effects: titles, housing, financial access, public representation, even potential questions about future succession. Nothing could be changed without shaking the structure of the crown itself. Reports say the terms being drafted were incredibly complex, a web of rights, restrictions, and symbolic gestures meant to preserve order while signaling quiet reform. At the center of it all was Sir Gavin Mand, one of Britain's most respected constitutional lawyers. Insiders describe him as precise, relentless, and absolutely unflinching under pressure. His task wasn't just to draft legal documents, it was to hold together an institution under unprecedented strain. Early versions of the agreement reportedly proposed that Camilla would retain the honorary title Queen Consort Emeritus, a dignified ceremonial status that sounds grand but carries no governing authority or succession power. In essence, Camilla would transition into private life, no longer serving as an active figure within the monarchy. The most striking detail? Her official travel budget and personal staff, which are currently supported through the sovereign grant, would reportedly end within 90 days of the formal separation. In real terms, that means she'd retain the title of Queen Consort Emeritus but lose nearly all the privileges that once came with the role. No royal funding, no official duties, no ceremonial backing. Her position would become entirely symbolic, stripped of the influence and material benefits that once defined her standing. According to palace sources, this entire process is a constitutional maze unlike anything Britain has ever faced. Insiders say it's the first time since the Royal Marriages Act of 1772 that legal advisors have had to interpret what a royal separation means for a reigning monarch. Every sentence of this agreement is reportedly being reviewed word by word to eliminate any possible loopholes that could haunt the crown in the future. But the real tension runs even deeper: trust, or rather the lack of it. Behind the polished walls of legal diplomacy, palace lawyers are said to be working on an extremely strict confidentiality clause. It would bar Camilla from participating in or consulting on any media projects, books, interviews, or documentaries about the royal family without direct palace approval. The move isn't about silencing her, it's about controlling the narrative, protecting the institution's image, and keeping future generations from rewriting history through rumor or bias. Outside the palace, though, it was pure chaos. Within hours, the world exploded with reactions. Social media lit up like wildfire. Every rumor, every supposed leak, every whispered quote spreading at lightning speed. The memory of Princess Diana suddenly surged back into public conversation, reminding everyone that when the monarchy faces private turmoil, the whole world ends up watching.
Sources say King Charles quietly requested that the proceedings be wrapped up before the royal tour season in March, hoping to restore focus to official duties and reframe the monarchy's public image before it was overshadowed by ongoing personal drama. Insiders describe this not as a simple legal separation, but as the closing act of a story that's been unfolding for more than half a century. A royal title without real power, a name now symbolic rather than influential. It's the quiet end to an era that began long before most people even realized it was in motion. The financial details were just as significant. Reports suggest Camilla would lose access to the Duchy of Cornwall's resources, the estate that generates enormous income for the royal family. She would also be formally excluded from crown estate privileges, effectively severing the financial structure that once supported her royal responsibilities and lifestyle. As for housing, that part was settled too. Ray Mill House, her private countryside residence, would become her permanent home, comfortable and familiar, but not part of the royal estate network. It's independence, but with clearly drawn lines. And then came the enforcement clause, a powerful detail insiders say was personally emphasized by Prince William himself. Legal documents reportedly include penalties of up to £5 million for any violation of confidentiality or media restrictions. One member of his team was quoted as saying, "No more rewriting history to fit personal narratives." Throughout this entire ordeal, King Charles reportedly stayed involved in every major briefing, present, focused, but deeply strained. The weight of balancing royal duty with personal heartbreak had left him visibly torn, even as the legal process pressed forward at full speed. Insiders described him as a man caught between protecting the monarchy and managing his own emotional limits. Then came the announcement that changed everything. Prince William's statement. The morning began like any other inside Kensington Palace, calm and routine, until exactly 7:48 a.m., when an unexpected message appeared through official royal channels. But this was no standard release. It didn't come from a press team, an advisor, or a committee. It came directly from Prince William himself. That detail alone sent shockwaves through palace observers and media circles alike. Royal communications are usually layered, filtered, and diplomatic, but this was direct, intentional, and delivered with unmistakable authority. In his statement, Prince William officially declared the complete and permanent end to any future working relationship between the Crown and the Duchess of Sussex. No review period, no reconciliation clause, no polite ambiguity. The language was final and absolute. The message was clear. This chapter was closed for good. Experts describe the tone as calm and procedural, yet historically groundbreaking. It was the kind of move that subtly redefined how the monarchy handles internal disputes, formal, firm, and impossible to misinterpret. The moment the announcement dropped, the global media machine roared to life. The BBC broke the story first, followed just minutes later by Sky News. Over in the US, ITV interrupted morning broadcasts, and by 8 a.m., CNN had already pushed a bright red alert banner across screens worldwide. Regular news segments, from finance to weather, were instantly replaced by rolling coverage of the royal shockwave.
Veteran reporters like Nicholas Witchell called it a moment unlike anything in modern royal reporting. Even seasoned journalists who'd covered decades of palace drama admitted they'd never seen a communication this direct or this final from within the royal ranks. The global response was immediate and electric. Reuters sent out its breaking alert just 4 minutes later, lighting up newsrooms in France, while outlets across Europe, Asia, and North America scrambled to update their headlines. The coordination of it all felt deliberate, precisely timed to dominate every major news cycle on 3 continents at once. Social media took it to another level. Data from CrowdTangle showed over 1 million interactions in just the first 10 minutes, and within 8 minutes, the story had climbed to the #1 trending topic worldwide. What stunned analysts even more was the precision of the timing. That 7:48 a.m. release wasn't random. It hit breakfast TV in Britain, afternoon programs in Asia, and late-night broadcasts in North America simultaneously. There was no soft rollout, no quiet testing of the waters, just instant, synchronized global exposure. Financial markets held steady overall, though brief trading spikes were noticed among British media companies as public sentiment surged online. And just as fast as the headlines spread, the reactions started flooding in. Some calling it a bold act of leadership, others calling it cold and irreversible. Early polling by YouGov painted a striking generational divide. Older citizens reportedly praised Prince William's move, calling it long overdue, necessary, and a strong step toward stabilizing the monarchy after months of turbulence. But younger demographics weren't so convinced. Many voiced frustration over how final and unforgiving the decision seemed, arguing that it left no room for reconciliation or dialogue. Commentators quickly dove into analysis, debating what this would mean for future coronations, charitable partnerships, and the royal family's media approach moving forward. Yet William himself stayed completely silent, offering no emotional interviews, no follow-up statements, and no commentary. That silence became its own powerful message, calm, controlled, and deliberate. Royal historians noted that while his choice was personal, it wasn't entirely without historical echoes. After Charles and Diana's separation in 1996, communications about royal titles and public duties were handled through formal government channels. But what made this moment so groundbreaking was that a future king personally authored and released a declaration of such weight, unfiltered and definitive. The move sent shockwaves through diplomatic circles too. British embassies across the Commonwealth reportedly reached out for clarification, and governors received detailed briefings on how to address the matter in their regions. Meanwhile, switchboards at Kensington Palace were said to be overwhelmed, thousands of calls flooding in within hours, confirming just how far and fast William's words had traveled. By the time the first hints of dawn stretched across London, the global press had already mobilized. Reporters stood ready, cameras positioned outside Kensington Palace and Gatcombe Park, satellite trucks lined up in formation, and journalists hunched over notebooks waiting for the next move. The whispers had been swirling for days, softly traded among palace staff and royal watchers who sensed something monumental was brewing. No one, not even the most experienced royal correspondents, could have predicted just how explosive it would be when it finally hit. One palace insider reportedly described the event as a rupture of historical proportions, not just a rift within a family, but a shockwave through the very heart of British society itself. This wasn't a scandal. It was a seismic shift, a moment so powerful that it redefined how the monarchy, the media, and the public all interact in the modern age. Insiders claim Prince William acted instantly, ordering a full-scale palace response and triggering emergency communication channels designed for high-security situations. Every department was mobilized, press, protocol, and legal teams all working in perfect coordination. But make no mistake, this wasn't improvised. According to sources close to palace operations, events of this scale don't just happen overnight. They're carefully planned, engineered down to the smallest detail, with every possible scenario mapped out and every response rehearsed. Yet what made this moment truly remarkable wasn't the planning, it was the certainty, the confidence, the timing.
the precision. December 2025 will forever stand as a turning point in royal history, a moment when silence broke, leadership shifted, and the monarchy stepped into a new era under fire and focus. And that's where this story leaves us, on the edge of change, watching history unfold in real time. If you've been following this royal saga, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications, because what's coming next in this ongoing royal storm might just rewrite everything we thought we knew about power, loyalty, and the crown.
Harry, to put it politely, I think she is very manipulative. Meghan Markle is someone who's basically got rid of almost her entire family on her side, apart from her mother, her entire family on the father's side, including her father, which is incredibly sad. And now she's wrestled Harry away from his family.
Sarah Ferguson has reportedly pulled off a move no one saw coming, and it's shaking both Buckingham Palace and Montecito right now. According to several insiders, the Duchess of York recently dropped a surprising claim in her latest commentary, one that connects Meghan Markle and Prince Andrew in a way that's never been talked about before. The most shocking twist? Sources say Prince Harry didn't even know about any of this until now. What's leaving royal watchers completely stunned is that Sarah's comments didn't sound like vague gossip or recycled drama. Observers claim she spoke with bold confidence. She allegedly shared very specific details about how Meghan and Andrew might have crossed paths.
That you were like, oh no, I know that I love this guy.
Yes, that was our third date.
You fell in love on your third date?
We met in Botswana and we camped for 5 days together.
Oh, so you really had time to fall in love in those few days. That's nice.
But you really get to know somebody when you're in a little tent together and there's like, what is that outside the tent?
Long before Harry ever entered the scene, the information reportedly came from Sarah's first-hand knowledge of Andrew's private social circles, and that instantly caught the attention of royal insiders everywhere. And here's where things take a dramatic turn. Sarah has been publicly supporting Andrew through non-stop scrutiny, all while working to rebuild her own reputation after past associations stirred controversy. Now, some close to the palace suggest this revelation could be one of two things: a long-hidden truth finally surfacing, or a clever move to steer attention away from something else. Either way, everyone's asking the same question loud and clear: why now? Reports claim that Sarah and Andrew have quietly grown close again over the past few months, even after being divorced for decades.
And she has convinced, there's a thing called in psychology called the Freudian transfer. She has convinced Harry that she is Princess Diana, except this time he has an opportunity to save her. That is the truth. And it's worked, right? So she's done this convincing performance for Harry that I don't know how I ended here. I just love you. And I'm just like your mom. And the one chance that you had to save your mom again.
Multiple insiders say the two have reconnected on a personal level as outside pressure keeps building, standing together while much of the royal family keeps its distance. That detail changes everything. It shapes how people are viewing this latest claim. It's almost like Sarah saying, "Oh no, I know how much I care for this man," and that emotional undertone has caught major attention. Andrew officially stepped back from royal duties after renewed scrutiny over his past connections. Around the same time, Sarah faced criticism herself.
I think this post on X from Genevieve's sums up the situation facing the British royal family the best. 2 down, 2 to go. Because while there is quite naturally fury at the lack of action over that oaf Prince Andrew.
According to The Guardian, the timing couldn't be worse. Now both Sarah and Andrew are facing huge public pressure, feeling cut off from royal influence and struggling to protect their image. Some insiders believe this new story linking Meghan and Andrew might not just be about spilling secrets, it could be a strategic move. If there's truth to it, it doesn't just shake old narratives, it pulls someone else right into the royal spotlight. If the story has been overstated, it still puts pressure on someone with massive global support and a powerful public platform, and that alone makes the timing impossible to ignore.
She thinks if we just know her, again, like we're gonna like her, okay, show me the friends who know you, who have stuck by you. Who's still in your life? There's not even a family member. They're all gone. Everyone who knew you either fled from you or they were dumped by you because they weren't famous. They weren't Tyler Perry. They weren't Oprah, Gayle, all these people who she didn't know at all who she had at her wedding. George Clooney, I'm sure they were really tight.
Especially now, as reports claim Sarah Ferguson and Andrew are in active talks to leave Royal Lodge, the home they've shared for years, despite being divorced. Every part of this situation is crashing together at once, and the noise is getting louder by the day. Sources also claim King Charles III has encouraged Sarah and Andrew to downsize, with quiet discussions reportedly taking place. What really set royal watchers buzzing is the claim that Frogmore Cottage, the former UK home of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, was even floated as an option. The symbolism there is impossible to miss, and people noticed immediately. The idea of Andrew possibly moving into the Sussex's former residence adds a sharp new layer of tension.
Meghan really can't seem to understand that, with the likes of Spotify, Netflix and the rest now dumping her. Where do you go from here? What do you become after this? You get the picture. Now, this is the reason why many people understand the marriage, shall we say, has hit one of those rocky patches.
Especially while Sarah is allegedly making waves with claims tied to Meghan's past and Andrew's social world. That overlap alone has sent speculation into overdrive. What is fully on record is Sarah's loyalty to Andrew. She's openly said she would never turn her back on him, stating she made a promise to the late Queen to stand by his side, and she's stayed firm on that position ever since, even through intense public scrutiny. Observers believe that unwavering loyalty could help explain why Sarah might feel compelled to speak out now, regardless of the backlash. Sources claim over the years, Andrew often confided in Sarah, even when doing so risked pulling others into the spotlight. According to insiders familiar with what Sarah allegedly shared, the real shock comes from claims that Meghan and Andrew actually knew each other socially before Meghan ever met Prince Harry. It's being said they may have crossed paths within elite social circles.
I think she was scared of coming back to this country, and quite rightly, because the people of this country don't like the fact that she's stolen our prince. And she's literally brainwashed him, blinkered him, and tied him down to his California mansion.
We're nearly out of time, but quickly, Jim, it couldn't be possible, could it, that a bloke gets sort of falls in love and...
forbid. I mean, he might fall in love and actually follow his heart. I love that you're our royal correspondent.
And that their connection might have been more than just the brief introduction Meghan once described in public. If that's true, it could completely flip the timeline everyone thought they understood. This is where things start clashing with the official story. In his memoir, Spare, Harry wrote that Meghan first met several royals, including Andrew, during what he described as a casual introduction at Royal Lodge. Harry even claimed that Meghan didn't recognize Andrew at first and supposedly thought he was a staff member rather than the Queen's son. That version of events was meant to highlight how unfamiliar Meghan was with royal life, but now insiders are saying Sarah's account tells a totally different story. According to these new claims, Meghan allegedly already knew who Andrew was before that introduction, and that they had seen each other before at social gatherings.
I think it's really the money, because she was with Trevor Engelson and her father gave her stuff, so she wasn't really like one of those, I think anyways, one of those really struggling actresses, or actors that you see them waitering tables, and they don't have. But she was living with Trevor Engelson, and her father was giving her money and cars.
According to these new claims, the story of Meghan and Andrew's first meeting might not match what Sarah reportedly knows. Still, it's important to make one thing clear. These are unverified allegations, and no major publication has released direct quotes from Sarah confirming any of this. Reports differ wildly depending on the source. Some say she mentioned specific places where Meghan might have been seen within Andrew's social circle, while others claim she only spoke in general terms about the overlap in their networks. What matters most is the ripple effect. Observers believe Sarah may have just challenged the official version of when and how Meghan was first introduced to royal life. If these claims are true, they completely reshape a story Meghan has told for years. But if they turn out to be exaggerated, it could open the door to major pushback and scrutiny. Either way.
And people would always ask me when I worked there, like, okay, like what stories are real? And I'd be like, okay, every story is real except for the ones about the royal family. And this was prior to Meghan Markle coming on. I'm like, the palace is just a tight ship.
Tension around this situation has skyrocketed. And it's the timing of Sarah Ferguson's alleged comments that's really got royal watchers whispering. It's not just what was supposedly said, it's when it came out. That timing has people questioning motives and wondering whether this was an unfiltered truth or a calculated move to stir attention. Sarah's own complicated past makes things even murkier. Her name was pulled back into the headlines years ago after several charities reportedly ended partnerships with her following resurfaced emails, according to major outlets at the time. That history now casts a long shadow over her latest revelation, leaving everyone guessing what's real and what's strategy. That moment reportedly shattered Sarah's attempts to rebuild her reputation.
I like to think that Meghan would like that. Meghan likes to be number one. Meghan does not simply degrade Prince Harry. She degrades his entire family, his entire legacy. And this is a different kind of embarrassment. She has mocked his heritage, his traditions, his grandmother, the former Queen of England, and it seems like she did so happily.
And insiders say she's been in full damage control ever since. Against that backdrop, her latest alleged remarks hit even harder. Critics argued that dropping new claims involving Meghan Markle and Prince Andrew could be a strategic move, one that conveniently shifts public attention away from Sarah's own complicated history. At the same time, it puts new pressure on Meghan, who's often received public sympathy despite ongoing royal tensions. The timing of it all feels far from random. No one really knows whether Sarah acted out of strategy or pure emotion. But what makes things even more tangled is her renewed closeness with Andrew. Observers believe that bond might have awakened a sense of loyalty, pushing Sarah to speak out against those she sees as being unfair or not entirely honest, at least from her own perspective. Some royal commentators even suggest Sarah might view Meghan as someone who's publicly presented herself as misunderstood, while possibly keeping certain past connections private. If it turns out that Meghan really did know Andrew before meeting Prince Harry, and if those social circles overlap with ones Sarah knows through Andrew.
But if we've got it all wrong, and I'm sorry, Harry and Meghan, if we have got it all wrong, then I suggest to fix it, you issue a new statement.
Then Sarah may see Meghan's version of events as incomplete or misleading. That belief alone could be driving her to set the record straight, especially now that both she and Andrew feel pushed aside and under intense scrutiny. Royal insiders point out that Sarah Ferguson has a long reputation for speaking more openly than most royals ever would, often saying things in public that others would never dare to touch. And now, sources close to the situation claim Prince Harry is deeply unsettled by what Sarah has allegedly revealed. According to these reports, Harry had no idea that Meghan might have had any prior connection to Prince Andrew, and finding out about it this way has reportedly raised serious personal questions for him. Neither Harry nor Meghan has commented directly on the claims, and it's important to note that these allegations remain completely unverified.
I've always said, lean into Harry. Harry, your togetherness, she wants to just use him a little, use him for the promo, but this is my thing.
Because she's branding herself away from him.
Still, royal commentators say that if Sarah's version of events were even partially true, it would hit at the core of Harry's understanding of his own marriage. Harry has always painted Meghan as someone entirely outside the royal bubble, someone who came into his life fresh with no deep knowledge of royal customs, bringing a completely new energy to the monarchy. But if it turns out that Meghan had met Andrew before meeting Harry, and if those social circles overlapped with ones Sarah knows through Andrew, that narrative could start to crack, and that's exactly what has everyone buzzing. Royal watchers can't ignore the weight of it all. Harry gave up relationships, moved across the world, and fiercely defended Meghan every step of the way because he believed in that story. Now this alleged twist is testing the very foundation of that belief. Sources say that if Harry were to realize the story he believed wasn't completely accurate, it wouldn't just hurt. It would shake his trust in a way no outside criticism ever could. This isn't just about a forgotten acquaintance, it's about him defending a version of events that might not have told the full truth. Royal insiders suggest that the strange silence from everyone involved might actually be the biggest clue of all. Neither side has spoken out.
Because these emails are going to keep coming out, but they are just sitting tight, imagining this horrible scandal will just go away, like scandals have a habit of doing. But I'm with you, Matt, on this. I don't think this is going to go away at all.
Sarah Ferguson hasn't confirmed making any of the alleged comments, and Meghan Markle has completely avoided addressing the situation in public. That silence keeps the story alive while avoiding a full-blown legal showdown, letting the speculation swirl as no one steps forward to end it. It's a strategic kind of quiet, the kind that fuels curiosity without crossing any official lines. Whether Sarah's alleged comments were genuine revelations or carefully crafted distractions will likely become clearer with time. If she truly made those statements and has any proof, royal sources believe that documentation could eventually appear through verified media coverage. But if the claims were stretched or built off misunderstood remarks, then the lack of concrete evidence will only stand out more as the spotlight grows brighter. What's certain, according to those close to the situation, is that Prince Harry is now reportedly wrestling with doubts and questions he's never had to face before. And that emotional storm might just be the most intense one yet. This situation has reportedly pushed Harry to question parts of his relationship for the very first time, and that's adding major tension to an already delicate dynamic. Sarah's alleged comments have sparked a wave of debate over Meghan's credibility, and now that tension is spilling straight into the wider royal divide. Royal insiders say things between the Sussexes and the monarchy were already complicated, but this latest twist adds a brand new layer of drama and discomfort. Whether it all leads to more revelations, official statements, or even legal moves depends entirely on how both sides decide to handle it moving forward. Now, everyone's asking the same question. What was Meghan's real connection to Andrew, if any, beyond what's already been reported? Could there be more to the story, or has this all been blown out of proportion? Either way, royal watchers believe the truth might not stay buried for long, even if neither woman is eager to speak up in public just yet. If you're hooked on uncovering every royal twist, secret backstory, and shocking update, make sure to subscribe, hit that like button, and drop your thoughts in the comments. You won't want to miss what's coming next.
the royal drama is far from over.
There have now been multiple reports about Meghan taking this high-priced designer clothing, maybe with permission, but certainly not paying for it. Multiple reports, and she's doubled down with this threat against the New York Post, which actually I think confirms the story, because she's admitting she didn't take the dress.
Dior doesn't just close its doors for no reason. When a fashion house that's dressed princesses, first ladies, and Hollywood icons suddenly draws the line, it means something serious went down behind the scenes. And somehow, Meghan Markle didn't see it coming. In her world, designers are expected to rush in, stylists are supposed to compete, and luxury brands should treat her like fashion royalty. But here's the twist. The real fashion industry doesn't move on fame alone. It moves on trust and reputation. And when Dior allegedly looked into the full story, they made a firm choice. No, thank you. Real status isn't something you shout from the rooftops. It's earned slowly through trust, respect, and steady consistency. While Meghan was busy shaping her image as a global humanitarian figure, the people inside the fashion world were quietly noticing something else, and their notes weren't exactly glowing. Stylists whispered about gowns that turned into stressful situations. Designers quietly mentioned miscommunication. Borrowed dresses allegedly led to awkward follow-ups, and more than one creative reportedly felt so uncomfortable that they decided to back away for good. In the tight-knit world of high fashion, that kind of talk spreads like wildfire.
Those clothes are being lent by top designers of the world, and I have since heard in a more recent photo shoot of Meghan's, there was also a lot of stuff that was not returned after Meghan wore it in a very high-profile photo shoot. And he reported that Meghan, at the end of that shoot, the crew that was there was sort of surprised because she had some high-heeled shoes on that no longer seemed to be in the room for the shoot.
Yet once again, Meghan's version of events painted a completely different picture, one where everything looked perfectly polished. She was painted as the misunderstood one, the outsider, the unfairly treated figure, the one everyone was supposedly jealous of, because of course Dior, the same legendary fashion house that dresses real royalty, just decided to block her out for no reason? That story doesn't quite fit. Luxury brands guard their reputation like it's treasure. They don't make bold moves unless something behind the curtain forces them to act. So what really happened behind those closed doors? Whatever it was, insiders say it got uncomfortable enough that Dior quietly chose distance over drama. No statements, no public fallout, just a calm but firm retreat. The first red flag wasn't a headline, it was pure silence. For months, Meghan's PR team reportedly worked non-stop to make a collaboration happen. Couture loans, custom gowns, anything to build a link with the iconic Dior name. But Dior didn't bite. No public acknowledgement, no friendly nods, no soft hints, just complete quiet. And in high fashion, silence says everything. Usually, Dior responds quickly, even if it's just a polished no.
She thought it was mad that she couldn't take all of these clothes. So it's like, don't now, when you can do whatever you want, try and say that this is anything to do with what the British royal family do, because you never liked it. You never liked the fact that you couldn't take all of these free clothing. It had to be paid for, and of course it was paid for from the royal funding.
That's how big fashion houses keep peace in the industry. But with Meghan, nothing.
No reply, no polite decline, just unread emails and a growing chill that everyone in the fashion world noticed. No publicist ever wants to see a message quietly floating around fashion circles that says, "We do not lend, collaborate, or communicate regarding this talent." No explanation, no soft tone, just a firm internal block. In the fashion world, that's not a small move. That's a major shockwave. Dior doesn't distance itself lightly. This is the same fashion house that's worked with some of the biggest names in history, dressing Marilyn Monroe, partnering with Princess Diana, and maintaining a strong bond with Jennifer Lawrence. These are women who carried huge fame, intense attention, and undeniable star power. And Dior handled all that with grace. But Meghan Markle, who had plans to position herself as a modern-day royal style icon, didn't even receive the courtesy of a polite no. What she reportedly got instead was what insiders are calling a professional freeze-out. Behind the scenes in Paris, fashion insiders weren't surprised at all. To them, this move didn't come out of nowhere. It was already written on the wall. One insider summed it up clearly.
None of the items are being hawked on websites. None of the items are being given for free. The royal family pay for their clothes from trusted designers, and by the way, tend to wear them over and over again. Beloved pieces.
Dior protects the brand, not the celebrity. In simple terms, if there's even the slightest trace of potential risk, too much drama, confusion over styling, missed communication, or the chance of messy headlines, Dior steps back fast. And according to whispers circulating long before the silence became official, the higher-ups didn't see long-term promise here. These were the kinds of patterns no luxury label ever wants linked to its name. In high fashion, reputation is everything. And once doubt creeps in, doors close fast. If Dior's quiet refusal was just the warning shot, then what came next was the real shakeup. And it all reportedly started with a rumor the public was never supposed to hear. Long before Dior went silent, insiders in the fashion world were already murmuring about it. Not in interviews, not online, just whispered chats between stylists, editors, and wardrobe directors who had noticed the same strange experiences popping up again and again. There were no big headlines, just raised eyebrows and quiet conversations. The stories allegedly followed the same outline. A luxury outfit or accessory would be loaned for a shoot or an event, and then something would go wrong. The return would take longer than expected. Deadlines would slip by, and soft reminders would reportedly go unanswered.
Meghan Markle's fashion feud has now been revealed. She has now been caught on camera wearing a $1,695 designer dress that she was once accused of stealing after a photo shoot, and it comes as top designers.
Eventually, the lender might be told that the item was still being kept or wasn't available for return. Now, in fashion, one missing gown or delayed return isn't a big deal. It happens all the time in that fast-paced world. But according to insiders, the problem wasn't just one mix-up or one misunderstanding. It happened more than once. And in the luxury world, repetition becomes reputation fast. Some magazines even hinted that they had to reach out multiple times just to get their borrowed jewelry or gowns back. And that's when whispers started turning into real concern. One stylist even shared privately that Meghan seemed to believe once she wore a piece, it became part of her image, almost as if wearing it made it hers. Others tried to defend her, saying there could have been simple misunderstandings or that assistants may have mishandled returns. That kind of excuse might pass once, maybe twice, but insiders say the same story kept circling back again and again. With every new rumor, designers reportedly grew a little colder. The lending slowed down, the invites started to fade, and behind the scenes, it turned into what insiders called a quiet industry warning. If you need your items returned fast, don't send them to Meghan. No major scandal, no loud drama, just a repeated pattern that people in the fashion world couldn't overlook. The public never saw these whispers.
And it has led back to explosive allegations that she has sticky fingers with the pricey frock after wearing it in a high-profile 2022 photo shoot.
But in high fashion, reputation doesn't need to shout. It spreads fast and silently. A few discreet conversations in the right rooms can change things overnight.
Still, none of those situations caused a full-blown fallout. Not yet. The real turning point came later, when one particular gown reappeared and stunned people who thought the matter had long been settled. Insiders say that moment, the one that made everyone in Paris and London start talking again, was tied to the now famous emerald green gown, the dress that supposedly changed everything. Meghan wore the now famous gown during a major shoot with Variety. The dress was dramatic, striking, and absolutely unforgettable. But here's the catch. It wasn't bought, and it wasn't gifted. It was reportedly loaned under a very clear deal. Wear it for the shoot, then return it right after. But according to fashion insiders, once the cameras stopped rolling, that gown never found its way back. Designers waited. Stylists followed up. Emails were sent, first kindly, then more firmly, yet no gown appeared. After a while, some insiders claimed they stopped pushing altogether just to keep things peaceful. It turned into one more unanswered question in a growing list of awkward fashion mysteries. Then, years later, the real shock came. Meghan reportedly showed up at a private event wearing what insiders swear was the exact same gown. Not a copy, not a redesign, but the same piece. Within minutes, photos were flying through stylist group chats.
So this is because staffers on the shoot believed the former starlet allegedly walked off with several items that day without permission, including the dress she is now proudly wearing 3 years later.
Screenshots of the original wardrobe list from the Variety shoot were placed side by side with pictures from the new event, and according to those who saw them, every tiny detail matched perfectly. The fabric, the stitching, the structure, identical. That single appearance lit up the fashion world all over again. Stylists were stunned. Some even reacted with nervous laughter, because in an industry where every dress tells a story, that gown had just reopened one of fashion's most whispered about chapters. Some people in the fashion world were just stunned. Others were downright upset. The original designer, who had stayed silent for years, reportedly felt embarrassed watching the gown appear as though it had always been personally owned. Fashion houses don't mind lending their pieces. It's part of the industry. But what they won't tolerate is when agreements are ignored. In the world of luxury couture, trust is everything, and once it's broken, the doors close fast. That green gown didn't fade into rumor. It became the proof everyone had been whispering about. Not just gossip, not speculation, but for many insiders, the moment that confirmed all those quiet stories the industry had tried to overlook. And when those private screenshots finally reached senior executives, the reaction was immediate, fast, quiet, and final. As the images began circulating, the response from the top fashion houses was icy and efficient. There were no statements, no public confrontations, just silent moves behind closed doors. Stylists who once pitched Meghan for big campaigns suddenly had scheduling issues. Brands that once rushed to offer her new collections stopped sending lookbooks. Even those automatic PR emails, they simply didn't go out anymore. No one had to say it, the message was obvious. Working with Meghan had quietly shifted from being a privilege to being considered a professional risk. And to make sure nothing similar happened again, several luxury brands reportedly tightened their lending policies, adding refundable deposits, strict return dates, written confirmations, and even assigning assistants just to track high-value pieces. When new fashion requests came in under Meghan's name, several luxury brands reportedly turned them down right away, politely claiming that inventory was limited or unavailable. But behind those carefully worded replies, insiders say the real message was clear. It's just not worth the risk. It didn't matter how famous she was or how strong her public image seemed. In the world of couture, reputation outranks everything. These pieces are treated like museum art, not just clothing. And once trust starts to crack, it's nearly impossible to fix. In this circle, reputation is the currency. Stylists' group chats reportedly became blunt. One message summed it up perfectly: if you need it back, don't send it. Another luxury executive allegedly put it even sharper: drama follows her wardrobe. Harsh? Maybe. But in high fashion, perception moves faster than facts. Even the brands that tried to remain neutral eventually started stepping away quietly, just to stay out of the tension. And then came the moment that sealed it all. Dior reportedly asked for an internal background review, something they almost never do. The feedback, according to insiders, was overwhelmingly cautious. Reliability matters most in couture, and if lenders start feeling uneasy, doors shut without warning. By that stage, Meghan wasn't just facing rumors, she was up against what many insiders described as a full-scale industry freeze-out. What came next only deepened the chill. After Dior's quiet withdrawal, other luxury houses began to follow suit. Not with loud statements, but with subtle distance. Invitations stopped showing up. Campaign ideas suddenly went under review. And stylists who once fought to dress her started shifting focus to safer names. It wasn't personal, it was business. And in high fashion, reputation moves like lightning. Behind the scenes, whispers turned into quiet confirmations. A few PR teams allegedly warned clients to proceed carefully when Meghan's name came up in partnership talks. Even longtime contacts who once spoke warmly started treading carefully. It wasn't that she had broken any major rule, it was the pattern that worried them. Too many small issues, too much back and forth, too much unpredictability. And in a world built on trust, that was enough to cause hesitation. Then came the press cycle that made everything worse. When rumors spread that Meghan might be named the new face of Dior, social media exploded. Fans cheered, headlines ran wild. But inside Dior, sources say executives were caught off guard. The claim wasn't true, and the brand reportedly moved quickly to distance itself, clarifying there was no partnership in place. That moment was like pouring ice water on an already frosty situation. From then on, the fashion industry grew cautious. Some brands still admired her influence. After all, Meghan could make any outfit go viral overnight. But the top couture houses were done taking chances. Quietly, discreetly, the doors that once opened so easily now stayed shut. And for a figure who once symbolized glamour and grace, that silence from fashion's most powerful rooms said more than any headline ever could. Long before Meghan ever stepped into the royal spotlight, even before her big break on suits, wardrobe teams were reportedly picking up on small patterns that made them uneasy. According to insiders in the fashion and television world, those early concerns never fully faded away. The suits costume department managed serious budgets. Designer heels worn daily, tailored blazers, and luxury dresses worth thousands. Every item was cataloged, tagged, and tracked like it was sitting in a private archive. But according to a few people familiar with production, something unusual started to stand out. Whenever Meghan filmed with certain high-value pieces, those were reportedly the ones that often went missing after production wrapped. Assistants would search through storage trailers, double-check cleaning logs, and go through sign-out sheets, trying to figure out where the pieces went. At first, they blamed simple human error. Mix-ups happen all the time on busy sets, but over time, some insiders claimed the same pattern kept showing up, and it usually involved the outfits Meghan wore most often. The real surprise, insiders say, came later, after she left the show. During her early royal appearances, a few former crew members allegedly noticed shoes and accessories that looked strikingly familiar, the same styles they remembered logging as missing years before. Now, no one could prove anything. In fashion, coincidences happen all the time, but the similarities caught people's attention. Some brushed it off, saying it was probably just a look-alike style. Others, though, couldn't shake the question quietly circulating behind the scenes. Were those just similar pieces, or were they the same ones from set? How could wardrobe pieces from a TV production suddenly show up at major public events unless they'd been intentionally held onto? When the topic came up privately, Meghan reportedly explained that she didn't want outfits she had already worn to be resold or misused. Crew members, however, had a straightforward response. If that was the concern, the items could have simply been purchased outright. But according to insiders, no matching purchase records were ever found. Still, nobody wanted to make it public. Calling out a rising star in Hollywood can shut doors fast, and most people preferred to stay quiet. Then came Meghan's royal transition, and according to insiders, the tension didn't fade away. It actually grew stronger once she entered the world of royal protocol. Inside the monarchy, wardrobe choices aren't just about style, they're part of a carefully managed system. Every loan must be documented, every gift officially declared, and there's absolutely no mixing of personal gain with royal representation. Catherine, Princess of Wales, reportedly followed these standards to the letter. Meghan, however, was said to lean more toward the Hollywood model, where designers send pieces for exposure and publicity, rather than formal agreements and strict return rules. That difference allegedly caused quiet friction from the very beginning. Palace staff were reportedly taken aback by the number of clothing requests and the high value attached to certain pieces. The overall expenses became so significant that King Charles III, who was overseeing royal financial matters at the time, allegedly asked for reports comparing Meghan's wardrobe spending with other members of the family. At the same time, some designers had begun reaching out directly to palace offices, asking about delayed returns and missing paperwork. Staff suddenly found themselves sorting through confusion, trying to manage communication between royal assistants and fashion houses. Meetings were reportedly held to clarify the rules, stressing transparency, organization, and accountability in every fashion arrangement. But instead of easing the tension, insiders say Meghan felt singled out, as if the rules were being applied to her more harshly than anyone else. From her perspective, it wasn't about process, it was about being restricted. From the palace's side, though, it wasn't about taste or preference, it was about maintaining structure. At that level, one fashion misstep can spark diplomatic ripples, and luxury brands like Dior were paying close attention. By the time Dior conducted their internal review, sources say their decision wasn't emotional, it was purely strategic. The recurring stories, the resurfaced emerald gown, the strained designer relationships, and even quiet palace wardrobe reports, together they painted a pattern that couture executives couldn't overlook. Dior didn't distance themselves out of envy or bias, they did it out of caution. In the world of high fashion, unpredictability equals risk, and risk costs more than any gown ever could. According to insiders, Meghan wanted to embody the elegance of couture royalty, but in that world, elegance isn't just about what you wear, it's about consistency, discipline, and above all, trust. After Dior's quiet exit, the message rippled across the entire fashion scene, not through headlines but through whispers in studios and showrooms. Stylists who once championed Meghan's look began treading carefully, unsure if aligning with her would cause issues with bigger houses. Some PR agents even advised clients to wait and see before accepting any collaboration tied to her name. In fashion, hesitation spreads fast, and once it starts, it's hard to reverse. Behind the scenes, however, Meghan's team reportedly worked overtime to reshape the narrative. There were talks of new partnerships, fresh campaigns, and appearances meant to re-establish her as a global style figure. But insiders say the hesitation from luxury circles was stronger than anyone expected. Too many quiet warnings, too many behind-the-scenes stories, and no brand wanted to become part of the next rumor. Meanwhile, Dior moved forward as if nothing had happened. They unveiled new collections, partnered with established icons, and stayed completely silent about the Meghan situation. Their silence, however, spoke volumes. Fashion insiders took it as confirmation that the decision was final. Dior had closed that chapter completely. Still, the public didn't know the full story. Online, fans continued speculating, convinced that Meghan would soon make a glamorous comeback with another luxury label. And maybe she would, because if there's one thing she's always shown, it's determination. But this time, she was up against an industry where reputation is everything. And once the world's biggest fashion house quietly steps away, the rest tend to follow.
Trust has to be earned. And in the fashion world, it's never guaranteed. Maybe someday those bridges can be rebuilt. Maybe new partnerships will form. Or maybe insiders will always see it as reputation damage that could have been avoided. Only time will tell how this story ends. But one thing's undeniable. When Dior quietly shut that door, the impact was felt across the entire luxury industry. Stylists, editors, and designers everywhere took note. It wasn't just a rumor anymore. It was a reminder that in couture, no name is too big to lose favor when trust slips away. If you want the full story, every behind-the-scenes detail, the gown that sparked the talk, and the chain reaction that followed, you know exactly where to look. Go check out the previous breakdown, where every twist of the Dior and Meghan story is revealed step by step. You're tuned in to Cinema Royale, where the truth behind the glamour always shines brighter than the rumors. Don't forget to hit like, drop your thoughts below, and subscribe for more deep dives into fashion's biggest mysteries. And then jump into the next video to see where this whole couture saga truly began.
From the very beginning, this woman orchestrated leaving the royal family because all she's ever wanted in her life was to be an A-lister in Hollywood. She did not have the talent to become an A-lister in Hollywood. She was relegated to a D-list actress spot on a show called Suits.
January 2026 blew up online with a shock nobody expected. Out of nowhere, a brand new wave of yacht photos surfaced, showing Meghan Markle in private circles she probably thought were long gone. This wasn't some recycled gossip or blurry screenshots from the past. These were crisp, never-before-seen photos that lit up every corner of social media within hours. The internet went wild. Hashtags, debates, theories, it all came flooding in. People couldn't believe what they were seeing. What made the situation explode even more was what the pictures seemed to suggest. They didn't just show a random moment, they hinted at a side of Meghan most have never seen before. And that's when the big question hit. Where does she go from here? What happens next after something like this? You can feel why so many believe her marriage has faced some seriously tense moments after all this. The photos appeared to capture Meghan in ultra-exclusive high-security settings she's never talked about publicly. Almost instantly, chatter from people linked to Middle Eastern high society started spreading fast. They're saying the photos line up with what insiders have quietly known for years.
That you wanted to go back to LA and that Canada was always going to be a pit stop. From the very beginning, this woman orchestrated leaving the royal family because all she's ever wanted in her life was to be an A-lister in Hollywood. She did not have the talent to become an A-lister in Hollywood. She was relegated to a D-list actress spot on a show called Suits that nobody in America had seen, but apparently
which Prince
that Meghan had early connections in circles where power, money, and status rule everything. According to several people said to have ties with elite Gulf region networks, Meghan wasn't just casually showing up to random gatherings or social events. Every move seemed intentional, strategic, and calculated to build influence. Instead of just drifting around glamorous cities, she was strategically building connections in Monaco, along the French Riviera, and across the Mediterranean. Sources claim she was moving in circles where real influence and serious wealth run the game. These weren't just fancy getaways, they were private, invite-only gatherings on luxury yachts and behind the gates of exclusive estates. The newly leaked photos reportedly show Meghan surrounded by high-profile figures from Saudi Arabia and other powerful nations. And the message many are getting is loud and clear. This didn't happen by chance. From the start, she had her eyes set on heading back to Los Angeles, with Canada always being just a brief stop along the way.
There have been lots of scandals which have never come out, I'm told, and the palace have been able to shut them down. So I think the belief is that they can shut these scandals down, and it's only when the scandals emerge that they have to put Plan B into practice. So, and I think if that's the case, then that could be very damaging.
From early on, some say Meghan carefully mapped out her exit from royal life, not as a spur-of-the-moment move, but as part of a bigger plan to secure the spotlight she'd always dreamed of. Hollywood was always calling. But before her royal chapter, she wasn't exactly in the top tier of stardom. She had a role on Suits, a show that didn't have huge traction in the US, though it gained loyal fans abroad. Still, this wasn't random ambition, it was next-level networking. She was positioning herself with precision, forming bonds most people never even get close to. And yet, until now, hardly anyone in the public conversation mentioned these quiet ties or who she was spending time with back then. The timing of this leak has made the internet buzz like crazy. Meghan is currently pushing a polished image through her lifestyle brand and Netflix projects, and suddenly this material pops up out of nowhere, stirring all kinds of theories and questions. The question lighting up every comment section right now is wild.
Really bad security. This is all in a desperate bid for headlines and for Harry to say, oh, see, we need security even in the U.S. This is disgusting. They should be investigated.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's incredible how desperate Meghan Markle is to be compared to Princess Diana in a desperate bid to chase headlines.
Who actually leaked these photos? And the next question everyone's whispering about is even bigger. What else could still be out there waiting to drop? According to some insiders, there have been plenty of behind-the-scenes stories that never saw the light of day because the palace reportedly managed to keep them under wraps. The belief is that they usually find a way to control the narrative until something unexpected slips through the cracks. When that happens, it's like a Plan B gets activated fast. And if that's really what's going on here, then this situation could cause major waves for everyone involved. People close to the matter claim if this much has surfaced, there's probably more hidden away. More photos, more proof, maybe even more untold details that have been kept out of the public eye. As soon as the photos hit social media, the reaction was instant and massive. This wasn't the old same talk about her past social circles or past events people had moved on from. This was something completely new. High-quality material from private archives that someone apparently held on to for years before finally deciding to post it online. Once that button was pressed, there was no undoing it. The photos reportedly show Meghan during her pre-royal days in Monaco and other Mediterranean hotspots, surrounded by luxury yachts, glittering fashion, and lavish parties that looked straight out of a movie scene. The vibe was pure exclusivity. Designer looks, elegant settings, and familiar faces from the world of global business quietly appearing in the background. Within just a few hours, social media lost its mind.
Her father was giving her money and car, you know, and helping her get auditions. And I mean, what do you think? I mean, does it really just the money, or do you think it's fame?
Well, I mean, it's both, because if you think about it, you're not making that much on Deal or No Deal, right? But it was a national television show. It was on NBC. It was a network. You're there.
A brand new hashtag shot straight to the top of trending lists, while TikTok creators jumped in, breaking down every frame of the images like detectives on a mission. One online user even commented, "Show me any other royals who've had photos like this." The energy was electric, the conversations non-stop, and it's clear this storm is nowhere near over. What? The internet started buzzing fast. People began pointing out how Meghan's photos looked heavily edited, and when fans called it out, she reportedly wasn't too happy about it. Then things got even crazier as Twitter users started connecting the dots like wildfire. These new pictures spread at record speed because they showed a side of Meghan's world that's rarely talked about openly. Unlike the old grainy or unclear shots from years ago, these images looked crisp and detailed. People could see the exact places, recognize faces, and even identify which events she was at. Suddenly, the whole conversation shifted. It wasn't about random guesses anymore. It was about real questions that demanded answers. Everyone wanted to know, how did a small-time actress end up in circles this exclusive? Who helped her get access to such high-level spaces? And why was all of this kept quiet for so long? Sources linked to powerful international networks claimed these photos basically confirmed what insiders have been hinting at for years. According to one of them, Markle was around 35 when she joined the royal family. She already had a full life. She'd worked as an actress, she'd been married before, so she wasn't new to how things worked. The insider continued, explaining that once she entered that royal system, things changed fast. It's like they tried to control her, saying, "You will do this, you won't do that, you can't go here."
Markle, I think she was 35 or 30 when she came into the royal family. She'd had a life, she was an actress, she'd been married before, so she was pretty much clued up. And I think what's happened is she's come into the royal family and this archaic system has tried to control her and say, you will do this, you will do that, you will not.
But these photos paint a very different story. Meghan wasn't just attending yacht gatherings for fun or luxury. She was clearly part of an elite social network that revolved around power, access, and image at the highest levels of influence worldwide. One person who's actually operated within those high society circles put it plainly. She knew exactly where to be and who to be around. It wasn't random at all. It was a deliberate climb through social layers most people never even get close to. These circles aren't your average social hangouts. They're built on power connections, polished appearances, high security travel, and absolute privacy about who you meet and why. Every move has a reason. This isn't small talk or casual mingling. It's elite-level networking, where every handshake could open a new door and every introduction has a purpose. During Meghan's early acting years, sources say she fit right into this scene, ambitious, determined, and somehow showing up in high-end international spaces that seemed far beyond what her career or earnings could explain at the time. People familiar with those circles insist that kind of access never happens by pure luck. There's always a system. Introductions are arranged, doors are opened, and someone within that network decides if you're valuable enough to include. Insiders strongly believe Meghan didn't land there by coincidence. It was all part of something much more calculated. But here's the detail that most major outlets aren't talking about.
I like to think that Meghan would like that. Meghan likes to be number one. Meghan does not simply degrade Prince Harry. She degrades his entire family, his entire legacy. And this is a different kind of embarrassment. She has mocked his heritage, his traditions, his grandmother, the former Queen of England, and it seems like she did so.
These newly leaked yacht photos reportedly didn't come from random fans or paparazzi. One source claimed she was nervous about returning to the UK,
And honestly, who could blame her? Some people there still think she took the prince away and changed his life completely, that she pulled him fully into California living. But the real shocker, multiple insiders allege that the photos came from inside those elite circles, from someone who actually had first-hand access, personal insight, and possibly records of Meghan's social connections during those years. If that turns out to be true, it changes the entire conversation. It would mean this wasn't an outsider's lucky find. It was an insider move, a calculated reveal by someone who knew exactly what they were doing and when to do it. The fact that one insider chose to leak these photos has everyone wondering, what else could they be holding on to? Are there more pictures, messages, or behind-the-scenes details about how Meghan carefully built her road to power and opportunity? The curiosity is intense. Reports claim these photos place Meghan at private events where influential Saudi and Gulf region figures were also present, and it doesn't look like a random coincidence. These weren't public parties or open events anyone could attend. It was the same luxury yachts, the same high-end hosts, the same long-standing private circles that have quietly connected some of the most powerful people in the world for decades. These gatherings are known to be tightly organized. You don't just stumble into them. Getting access takes introductions, credibility, and the approval of those already inside.
That on her own, show me royals who have this kind of photo. What? See, the thing is, Meghan, if you need to Photoshop pictures, but then you get mad at your haters because we're calling out your Photoshopped picture.
You have to be vouched for, and that only happens when someone powerful decides you're worth bringing in. What really grabs attention in these photos is how comfortable Meghan seems in those spaces. She's not looking lost or unsure. She appears completely at ease, like someone who understands the etiquette, the dynamics, and the unspoken rules of that world. That kind of confidence doesn't come from coincidence. It comes from knowing how those environments work. According to several insiders, during those years often referred to as her yacht networking phase, Meghan reportedly formed ongoing professional and social ties with individuals connected to elite Gulf circles. This wasn't about a single event or chance meeting. It allegedly involved multiple visits, return invitations, and a consistent presence at private functions where discretion was everything. That kind of consistency doesn't just happen. It points to real planning and coordination. Some critics online have even called the situation a complete security failure, arguing that it's all part of a bigger attempt to grab headlines and highlight safety concerns for Meghan and Harry in the US. Others say it's blown way out of proportion, but either way, it stirred a major debate. It's no secret that Meghan has often been compared to Princess Diana, and some observers think she leans into that image a little too much, trying to shape her own story around that legacy. One commentator even said, "It's wild how much effort she's putting into maintaining that comparison." There's also been talk about her early Hollywood grind, how her father reportedly helped her out financially and supported her with transportation and auditions.
Do you go from here? What do you become after this? You get the picture. Now, this is the reason why many people understand the marriage, shall we say, has hit one of those.
While she was trying to make it, people have been asking, was her drive really just about money, or was it more about fame and recognition? Many think it's both. After all, her appearance on Deal or No Deal might not have been a massive payday, but it was still a national TV gig on a major network, something that gave her visibility and credibility at the time. Now, when you line up the timeline, things get even more interesting.
These photos are said to date from 2008 to 2012, right when Meghan was still working to find her big break in Los Angeles. Yet there she is, appearing at luxurious events in Monaco and other Mediterranean spots, surrounded by high-level business figures, influential people, and elite guests from Gulf and Saudi circles who kept showing up at the same exclusive locations. It's the consistency that's catching everyone's attention. The same settings, the same connections, the same facilitators linking international business and influence networks. Then, in 2011, Meghan landed her breakout role on Suits, a major step that seemed to skip the usual long, difficult Hollywood climb. Industry insiders have quietly whispered for years that the connections behind that casting were never fully clear, and now these resurfaced photos have reignited those old questions louder than ever. The suggestion is that this wasn't random good fortune. It may have come from years of careful, behind-the-scenes relationship building with people who had real power to make things happen. The kind of people who could make a call, open a door, or move an opportunity into place without anyone ever seeing it happen. Fast forward to 2016, when Meghan met Prince Harry through Marcus Anderson and the Soho House network. Suddenly, the pieces start fitting together perfectly. By that time, she'd already spent close to a decade moving in elite circles, learning how influence works and mastering the art of image and connection. This wasn't about being lucky. It looked like the result of years of calculated preparation. The newly leaked photos make that even more obvious. They show Meghan not just casually hanging out at parties, but consistently appearing across several years on multiple luxury yachts, always surrounded by the same caliber of international guests, big-name personalities, and influential figures from around the world. That's not coincidence, that's a pattern. And when you see a pattern that steady, it points straight to strategy, not chance. And here's the part that's making the internet explode. These images didn't leak by accident. Whoever released them clearly waited for the perfect moment. Right now, as Meghan is rolling out her lifestyle brand, promoting her polished public image, and producing new content for her streaming projects, it's as if someone was waiting until she believed those years were fully behind her, that no new material, no fresh proof, and no reminders from her past could ever come back to light. Then, suddenly, boom! Out of nowhere, brand new photos that no one had ever seen before hit the internet, and the timing alone spoke volumes. The drop wasn't random, it felt intentional, like someone was sending a quiet but powerful message. Within hours, the entire online space was flooded with speculation as these new yacht images of Meghan Markle started spreading like wildfire. This didn't look like chaos by coincidence. It felt planned, like calculated warning shots, almost as if someone was silently saying, "We know more than you think." And the most fascinating part, they didn't need to say a word to get that point across. Every frame looked purposeful. Every backdrop hinted that someone with deep ties to those elite international networks had finally had enough of Meghan's version of the story. Maybe it's someone she crossed paths with in those exclusive circles who didn't like how things unfolded. Maybe it's someone trying to shield powerful names from getting caught in the drama. Or maybe, just maybe, it's someone who believes the truth should come before any carefully curated image. Whatever the motive is, the precision behind these leaks screams one thing: planning. Dropping never-before-seen yacht photos in January 2026, years after Meghan had moved on from that world, doesn't look accidental at all. It suggests that someone sat on this material for a long time, waiting for the perfect moment to hit upload when the effect would be explosive. The images make one reality impossible to ignore. Meghan worked hard to keep her early networking years far from the spotlight. She dodged the topic, avoided tough questions, and redirected conversations whenever those chapters came up. One commentator even remarked, "Meghan likes being at the top. She always wants to be number one."
They went on to claim that when things don't go her way, it doesn't just create tension with Prince Harry, it puts strain on the entire family dynamic and the public image surrounding it. This time, the situation brings a completely different kind of embarrassment, one that hits much deeper than usual. Critics say Meghan has shown open disregard for certain royal customs and traditions, including moments tied to the legacy of the late Queen. And for many, that's what makes this whole scandal sting even more. Meghan, after all, is a trained actress, someone skilled at reading people, studying their behavior, and adapting fast. While some say her acting career wasn't exactly A-list, others admit she's always had sharp instincts when it comes to understanding how people perceive her. That's part of what makes her such a complex figure. She knows how to control an image. There's also constant talk about how deeply she studied the late Princess Diana, her gestures, her mannerisms, even how she connected emotionally with people. Many observers believe Meghan has used that knowledge to shape her own public persona and influence the way audiences see her relationship with Prince Harry. Over the years, critics claim she's managed to deflect any criticism as framing it as jealousy or as unfair attacks from people who never supported her to begin with. But now, the recently surfaced private photos seem to paint a different picture, one that matches what insiders have been quietly saying for years. These images don't rely on rumor. They appear to document where she was and who she was with, lining up closely with the accounts that have been circulating behind closed doors. And what's Meghan's response so far? Total silence. No public statement, no clarification, no attempt to explain what the photos show. Nothing. Just complete quiet while the images continue to spread across every major platform. But that silence is speaking loudly. It's being read as a sign that she's hoping the storm will blow over, that the noise will die down, and people will eventually stop digging into how someone once described as a struggling actress managed to live with that level of luxury and connect so deeply with such powerful circles. If these photos were simple or easy to explain, her team would have already jumped in to clear things up, offering context, naming who invited her, or explaining why it was all just part of normal professional networking. But instead, nothing. Total silence. And that silence is loud. It tells the public one clear message. These yacht photos raise questions that Meghan definitely doesn't want to address in front of cameras. So let's break down what's actually sitting in plain sight. These brand new images that surfaced in January 2026 appear to show Meghan socializing and networking with influential international figures during the very years she was still trying to make it as an actress. That alone has everyone talking, because the lifestyle shown in those pictures doesn't exactly match what people believed about her career back then. First big question. Who funded this kind of lifestyle? An actress working on cable TV usually isn't casually attending exclusive Mediterranean yacht events surrounded by global business leaders. Someone had to be covering travel, logistics, and access. So who made that possible? Second question. How did she even get in? You don't just walk into private gatherings where royalty, billionaires, and international decision-makers are mingling. Entry like that takes introductions, and introductions come with trust and reputation. Someone had to vouch for her, to open those doors and say, she belongs here. Who was that person or group? Third question. What kind of networking was happening? The photos don't show large public events or red carpets. They show intimate, closed-off environments, private yachts, quiet decks, small circles of high-level attendees. These weren't casual social scenes. They looked like serious business and influence-building moments, where every conversation carried weight, and that's exactly why people can't stop talking. The lack of explanation, no statement, no denial, no clarification, only makes the situation seem even more mysterious. So just how deep did those connections really go? That's the question everyone keeps circling back to. Fourth question. How much did those early relationships shape her rise? From being a lesser-known actress to landing Suits and later crossing paths with Prince Harry through the Soho House network, her climb seems tightly linked to those elite introductions. Who exactly helped her move through those spaces, and how much power did those connections hold behind the scenes? Fifth question, the one everyone's whispering about. Who leaked these photos, and why now? These images were kept completely private for over a decade, and then, out of nowhere, in January 2026, they hit the internet all at once. That kind of timing doesn't look random. It feels planned, deliberate, and intentional. Someone clearly decided this was the moment to bring that part of her past back into the public eye. And what's adding even more fuel to the conversation is her silence. Every day without a response just makes the mystery grow. These aren't baseless rumors, they're genuine questions sparked by real material that people can actually see. The timing couldn't be more striking either. Right now, Meghan is in the middle of a major public rebrand, with Netflix projects, new lifestyle ventures, and a global image built around being authentic, relatable, and inspiring. And then, suddenly, boom, these photos drop, showing her side by side with powerful figures from international networks in settings that look anything but ordinary. The images suggest access, strategy, and influence, things that haven't been part of her public story before. It's not that networking is wrong. Everyone knows relationships can help careers. But what's causing a stir is the contrast, the difference between the image of someone who built everything alone and the reality of someone who might have had significant doors opened for her along the way. Strategic networking within high-end international circles during her so-called yacht years paints a very different picture, one that doesn't quite fit the self-made image she's promoted over the years. These newly released photos complicate her story, showing that the climb may not have been built on pure luck or hard work alone, but also on quiet connections in exclusive environments few ever gain access to. What's even more striking is that these leaks prove something major. People have been holding on to this material for years. They waited patiently, biding their time, choosing the exact moment when releasing it would make the biggest impact possible. It's as if Meghan's public image was always hanging by a thread, just one leak away from major public questioning. Each new photo that surfaces opens up a chapter she never really spoke about, and once it's out there, it can't be erased. The past doesn't disappear, it just comes back louder. Then comes the international angle, the part that's getting everyone's attention. Figures tied to Middle Eastern and Gulf region circles are known for keeping their private lives extremely discreet. What happens on those luxury yachts usually stays there. That's been an unspoken rule for years. So, if new images from that world are suddenly appearing online, it means something has definitely shifted. It could be that the protection around that part of her history has faded, or that her public messaging started clashing with what certain insiders already knew behind closed doors. Maybe the ongoing family tensions made her past harder to keep under wraps, or maybe, with how public and polarizing she's become, maintaining that level of secrecy just wasn't possible anymore. Whatever the reason may be, if insiders are now allowing these yacht photos and private details to come to light, it means Meghan has lost a key layer of protection, one that kept this entire chapter of her past sealed away for years. And that's a serious shift, because once that wall cracks, it's hard to rebuild. So now the question hanging in the air is, what comes next? Are there more photos out there? More files? Could there be travel logs, private invitations, or messages that show how those connections were built? Many people close to the situation believe that these yacht photos are only the beginning, the first move in a much bigger reveal. Whoever released them likely has more material waiting, possibly including additional images, event details, and even personal accounts from those who witnessed her networking style firsthand. At this point, Meghan's choices are tough. She can stay silent and watch the speculation keep building, or she can speak out and face even deeper questioning. Either path brings massive pressure. Her ongoing rebrand with her lifestyle projects, public image, and media partnerships is suddenly facing friction because these leaks directly clash with the narrative she's been presenting about her journey and independence. The fresh evidence shows there's a whole chapter of behind-the-scenes networking that she's never addressed publicly. And now that it's out there, people are examining her story from every angle, and not all of them flattering. Will more evidence come out, or does it end here? Because these yacht photos have already cracked open a door Meghan probably hoped would stay locked forever. Brand new, high-quality images from private collections dropped in January 2026, reportedly shared by someone who knows far more than they're saying, someone no longer willing to keep quiet. This source appears ready to show what Meghan's so-called yacht networking years with international elites really looked like, not through gossip or rumor, but through images that speak for themselves. And Meghan's reaction so far? Still total silence. No context, no explanation, no statement offering her side of the story. Just quiet. And that silence doesn't come across as confidence. It feels more like she's trying to wait for the storm to pass rather than addressing it head-on. People online are noticing that silence and reading it as uncertainty. If everything was harmless or easily explained, why not clear the air? The longer this goes unaddressed, the more curious people get, and the faster the speculation spreads. The photos are now circulating everywhere, with experts, fans, and critics dissecting every detail frame by frame. The big question remains, is this the end of what's coming out, or just the beginning? If you've got thoughts on this wild situation, drop them below. What do you think these leaks really mean? And if this breakdown opened your eyes to a different side of the story, make sure to hit that subscribe button and stay tuned, because we've got more deep dives like this coming soon. Don't forget to like the video and share it with someone who's following this story closely.
There they are. They're straight there, and I'm afraid I'm very cynical. I think it's purely for PR. It's purely for self-promotional reasons. They just want to be seen to be a rival royal family who are doing what the royals do, but they're not royals anymore. They don't do anything to earn the title.
When January 2026 rolled in, TV screens lit up with Piers Morgan's explosive take, and the media world went into a frenzy. The same Piers Morgan who once walked away from Good Morning Britain instead of apologizing to Meghan Markle was back, bolder, sharper, and more unfiltered than ever. But this time, he wasn't just speaking his mind, he came loaded with receipts, perfectly timed to stir the pot for Meghan's newest project. Her shiny new Netflix cooking show, Love, Meghan, had just premiered, polished, picture-perfect, and designed to charm. But Piers dove in like a hawk, breaking down every frame, every smile, every camera shot on Piers Morgan Uncensored. Nothing escaped his scrutiny. He claimed the show wasn't just a miss, it was completely unwatchable. He said he couldn't even make it through 10 minutes before calling it out, branding it a self-glorifying display instead of genuine entertainment. According to him, the authentic moments looked rehearsed, the laughter too polished, and the entire vibe carefully engineered to protect an image instead of sharing something real. What makes this moment sting even more is the history between them. Piers isn't just another voice chasing views. He actually knew Meghan before she became part of the royal world with Prince Harry.
That personal connection adds serious weight to his words. So when Piers says the photos show who Meghan truly is, people tune in and listen.
I had to leave my show, Good Morning Britain, you may remember, for casting doubt over the allegations of racism and the denial of treatment for mental health issues that Meghan Markle said she was denied by Buckingham Palace. Interestingly, in his 420-word page or so book, his own story.
And this time, the spotlight on her couldn't be more intense. He's seen her up close, how she moves, how she builds her image, and how she controls her own story. That first-hand experience makes his criticism sting in a way that random commentary never could. This wasn't light talk. It felt like a calculated move played out for the world to see. Piers even reminded everyone of the time he walked away from Good Morning Britain after questioning some of Meghan Markle's claims about her experiences within the royal circle. It was a moment that shaped his public image and his opinions ever since. In his lengthy reflections and interviews shared with millions, he's made it clear Meghan has carefully sculpted her image to perfection over the years, mixing grace, poise, and media strategy into one powerful package. But this time, Piers wasn't having it. He tore into that polished surface piece by piece. When Meghan's new Netflix show dropped, Piers admitted he felt obligated to watch, not out of curiosity, but because he knew it would become a headline topic on Piers Morgan Uncensored. "I tried watching it, honestly. About 3 or 4 minutes in, I was done," he said with a smirk. In another clip, he joked that he pushed through nearly 10 minutes, but the message was clear. He didn't make it through a single full episode. That in itself said plenty about what he thought of the show's authenticity. Piers went as far as calling the series the ultimate vanity project, a production overflowing with self-praise while focusing less on actual cooking or creativity.
I had to leave my show, Good Morning Britain, you may remember, for casting doubt over the allegations of racism and the denial of treatment for mental health issues that Meghan Markle said she was denied by Buckingham Palace. Interestingly, in his 420-word page or so book, his own story,
he pointed out that every guest seemed there to highlight Meghan's charm rather than share their own. Each scene, he claimed, circled back to her story instead of showcasing real recipes or skills. It wasn't about sharing recipes or cooking tips. It was about promoting the Meghan brand. And Piers caught that right away. The visuals, he said, told the real story. Meghan's Montecito setting was shown as warm, personal, and peaceful, but according to Piers, there was a twist. He claimed the property wasn't even her actual home, which completely flipped the authentic image the show tried to present. "You can't sell comfort and heart from a place that isn't yours," he called it. And that single detail was the key that unraveled the entire illusion. Every frame of the show looked airbrushed to perfection. Studio-level lighting, spotless camera angles, and a kitchen so glamorous it could have come straight from a lifestyle magazine. She brewed coffee, baked a simple cake, and arranged flowers, yet the editing made it seem like she was redefining hospitality itself. Piers didn't hold back. He said she wasn't teaching or inspiring, she was performing. Each movement, he claimed, felt carefully choreographed to spotlight her image more than the food. One of the most talked about moments came when her friend Mindy Kaling joined the show. During a light-hearted chat, Mindy joked that no one would believe Meghan had ever eaten at Jack in the Box. It seemed harmless, but Meghan quickly corrected her, saying, "It's so funny you keep saying Meghan Markle."
There they are. They're straight there. And I'm afraid I'm very cynical. I think it's purely for PR. It's purely for self-promotional reasons. They just want to be seen to be a rival royal family who are doing what the royals do, but they're not royals anymore. They don't do anything to earn the title.
"You know I'm Sussex now, not Meghan. Sussex." That single exchange lit up the internet. Piers instantly jumped on it, adding with a smirk,
"I come from Sussex in England," making sure viewers caught the irony. He pointed out that Sussex is a whole county with millions of people, so asking to be called by its name isn't exactly typical. The contrast couldn't be clearer. Meghan and Harry famously stepped away from royal life, saying they wanted peace and normalcy, yet here she was, on camera, correcting a friend and emphasizing her royal title. That moment spoke volumes. As the cameras rolled, her face gave away a flicker of emotion, a tiny, unplanned reaction that revealed so much more than words ever could. Then came the question from Jordan. What did you make of that, to suddenly appear on Meghan Markle's podcast as a so-called villain for calling women crazy? It was subtle, but you could see the irritation in Meghan's eyes when her actual name was used instead of her title. Just that small, spontaneous detail added a whole new layer to the story. According to Piers, that scene summed it all up. The title wasn't just a formality, it was the symbol that kept her aura alive, the thing that carried the elegance and exclusivity she'd built around herself. Without it, he claimed, she was simply a public figure with a famous husband, no more, no less. And that gap between wanting to seem normal while still holding on to royal prestige was right there on film, completely unfiltered. This moment wasn't rehearsed or edited, it was real, raw, and locked into footage forever.
By the way, is going to celebrate the joys of cooking, or at least something she's doing. Her Netflix show, I guess, is going to celebrate the joys of cooking, gardening, entertaining, and friendship, Piers. She's going to be teaching us how to be a good friend.
Well, as one of the many friends that she cut off.
And in Meghan's case, that authenticity became something she couldn't just brush aside. Piers Morgan's critique hit deeper than most because it wasn't coming from an outsider. It came from someone who actually knew her before the royal headlines ever began, way back in 2016. Their story began online. Meghan reached out to Piers through Twitter, and soon they were exchanging friendly messages back and forth. Over time, what started as casual chat began to feel like a real connection built on shared interests and charm. Eventually, those online conversations turned into a real-life meeting that Piers still remembers vividly. A relaxed evening in a London pub filled with 2 hours of laughter, easy conversation, and a couple of martinis clinking between them. Everything, he said, felt warm, natural, and genuine. That night ended with Piers calling a cab for Meghan, who was heading to another event, a party where, according to him, she would meet Prince Harry for the very first time. By the next evening, Meghan and Harry reportedly had dinner together, and from that point on, Piers said the communication stopped completely. No message, no call, no explanation, just silence. Later, when reflecting on it, Piers admitted that the sudden cutoff stung. "I really liked her," he said, "and that's why it hurt." He described feeling brushed aside without warning, and that disappointment shaped how he viewed her public persona later on. He even said he believed much of what Meghan and Harry do now is mainly for publicity, claiming they want to appear as a modern version of royalty.
Every time I see her demanding to be called Duchess of Sussex, I laugh. Nobody in Britain calls her that. Meghan Markle. You know, she got lucky, met her prince, dragged him out of the bosom of his family, dragged him away from the monarchy.
Even though they've stepped away from that world, that background matters because it gives his critiques a personal edge. When Piers breaks down Meghan's Netflix show or questions her public image, it's not coming from a random place. It's coming from someone who once thought they shared a real friendship. That first-hand history adds a layer of emotion and credibility to everything he says on air. He's someone who saw it all up close. Meghan's charm, her confidence, and how quickly she can move on when a connection no longer fits her goals. That's what makes his words hit harder than the usual commentary. Meghan can't just brush it off as random criticism or media drama, because Piers had a front-row seat long before the rest of the world even knew the story was unfolding. When talking about her new Netflix series, Love, Meghan, Piers couldn't resist adding a bit of dry humor.
Apparently, it's all about celebrating cooking, gardening, entertaining, and friendship, he said with a smirk. She's going to teach us how to be a good friend. Well, that's interesting, considering how many friendships she's ended. The jab was subtle, but it landed. Then Piers dove deeper into what he called the real truth behind the show. To him, calling it a vanity project wasn't an insult. It was a conclusion based on years of observing how Meghan manages her image. He argued that Love Meghan wasn't about recipes or relationships. It was about promoting the Meghan Markle brand, or as he put it, the Sussex brand. According to Piers, every frame of the show was crafted to perfection, built to make Meghan look admired, graceful, and larger than life. It's all about people telling Meghan how great she is, he said, while she echoes that greatness back to the audience. He described it as self-promotion disguised as lifestyle storytelling, something glossy on the outside but calculated underneath. On first glance, the visuals seem heartwarming. Meghan smiling with friends, arranging flowers, or cooking for guests. But Piers urged viewers to look a little closer, because, as he sees it, the perfection might not be as spontaneous as it looks. When viewers actually looked closer, things started to feel just a little too perfect. Piers pointed out that every smile, every laugh, and every camera angle felt carefully staged, like a photo shoot pretending to be real life. He claimed that even the conversation sounded overly polished, with guests seemingly chosen not for genuine chemistry, but for how well they could fit into Meghan's carefully built image. Nothing felt random. It all looked like part of a bigger plan to strengthen the Sussex brand. On Piers Morgan Uncensored, he didn't hold back one bit. Every shot looks like an ad, he said. Not for food, not for a recipe, but for Meghan herself. And it wasn't just his opinion. Clips from the show played side by side with his commentary, highlighting how each scene circled back to Meghan's personal story, her elegance, or her outlook on life. Even when she cooked or chatted with friends, the focus somehow shifted right back to her. Then, Piers made an even sharper point, that Meghan's series wasn't simply entertainment, it was reputation management disguised as lifestyle content. It isn't about sharing love or laughter in the kitchen, it's about shaping how the world sees her. That statement hit hard across social media, with some agreeing and others defending her creativity and hard work. But the conversation was loud, emotional, and impossible to ignore. Critics online echoed his tone, claiming the show looked more like a campaign than a casual documentary. Supporters, on the other hand, praised Meghan for building her own space and sharing what inspires her. The divide was clear. But either way, Meghan was back at the center of attention once again. And that's exactly what Piers wanted people to notice. Because, as he put it, Meghan has mastered one thing better than most: keeping her name in the spotlight no matter what the story is. Whether it's a royal controversy or a Netflix premiere, she knows how to make sure every headline loops right back to her. Piers called it media brilliance, though he said it just with enough sarcasm to make the audience laugh and think. Every frame of Love Meghan looks polished to perfection. The lighting is flawless, the camera work smooth, and every detail, from her outfit to her makeup, appears carefully arranged. These aren't relaxed behind-the-scenes moments. They look like professional photo shoots packaged as casual everyday life. Real cooking shows have a bit of chaos, spills, laughter, and unexpected moments, but Love Meghan has none of that. It's like an Instagram-perfect dream world designed to look effortlessly elegant, every second planned to keep the illusion alive. That's what makes Piers Morgan's critique hit so hard. The tension between them isn't new. It goes way back. He's the same broadcaster who famously left Good Morning Britain after refusing to soften his stance about Meghan following her 2021 Oprah interview.
During that time, Meghan spoke about how isolated she had felt and shared emotional struggles she said she faced within the royal circle. The very next morning, Piers went on air and said he didn't believe her account, even making a sharp comment that went viral overnight. That one statement caused a media storm. Tens of thousands of complaints were filed, including one reportedly from Meghan herself. The controversy exploded so fast that Piers decided to step away from the show entirely within hours. It became one of the biggest broadcasting moments of that year. But months later, regulators officially reviewed the incident and ruled that Piers had the right to share his personal opinion on air, reaffirming it as protected expression. That chapter gave his current words even more power. Piers already faced the consequences once: his career, his reputation, and the backlash that followed. So now, when he speaks about love Meghan, it feels like he's got nothing to hide and nothing left to lose. That level of freedom makes Piers's commentary bold, unfiltered, and impossible to tune out. He doesn't hold back as he breaks down the details that most viewers might overlook in Love Meghan. At first glance, the series feels soft, graceful, and beautifully designed. But when you look closer, Piers says the cracks start to show. He begins with the setting, the mansion itself. Every scene radiates luxury, calmness, and picture-perfect living. But according to Piers, the house isn't actually Meghan's real home. He claimed the Montecito estate was borrowed just for filming, which he says makes all the difference. For someone whose public image is built around authenticity, presenting a staged backdrop as her personal space raises questions. It's a curated illusion meant to look effortlessly real, and that's exactly what Piers wanted viewers to see through. Then there's the styling. Flawless hair, seamless makeup, and perfectly matched outfits. Even the lighting looks like something out of a high-end magazine shoot. Piers pointed out that nothing in the frame feels accidental. Every vase, every flower, every ingredient on the counter seems deliberately placed. In real kitchens, there's a little chaos. Flour spills, laughter breaks out, recipes flop. But on Love Meghan, everything stays spotless, smooth, and controlled. As he played clips from the show during Piers Morgan Uncensored, he highlighted each of these details one by one, showing how every frame seemed more like a branding exercise than a genuine lifestyle moment. This isn't cooking content, he said. It's image management, served with style. His words struck a chord with millions watching live. For many viewers, his analysis peeled back more than just the show's glossy visuals. It revealed a pattern of precision, control, and calculated presentation that, in Piers's eyes, defines how Meghan wants the world to see her. It was detailed, dramatic, and for some, completely eye-opening. Unlike most commentators, Piers speaks with the weight of first-hand experience and with a personal history that cost him dearly. That mix of insight and consequence makes his critique nearly impossible to brush aside. Long before Netflix cameras started rolling, he had already been warning audiences about what he called the Meghan Markle pattern. And now, in early 2026, his old predictions seem to echo louder than ever. This wasn't gossip or speculation, at least from his point of view. Piers claimed it was something he'd been noticing for years, a consistent pattern in how Meghan managed her rise, her relationships, and her public image. What makes his take so impactful is that he said many of these things years before the rest of the world caught on to the story. Back in 2016, before royal titles and international fame, Meghan was seen as a rising Hollywood name, ambitious, friendly, and full of charm.
But even then, Piers had voiced concerns about what he viewed as strategic networking. He described her as someone intent on climbing higher socially and professionally. At the time, people pushed back hard, accusing him of being bitter or jealous after their falling out. But as time went on, Piers insisted that what unfolded only confirmed what he'd said from the start. Meghan went on to marry Prince Harry, step into royal life, and eventually step away from it. Over time, she and Harry distanced themselves from certain friends, family members, and royal duties, moves that many described as both bold and controversial. They settled in California, built their own projects, and transformed their public identities into a global brand. According to Piers and several media insiders who've analyzed their journey, every decision, from their public appearances to their media ventures, followed a clear strategy, maintaining influence, control, and visibility. And whether people admire it or criticize it, Piers says one thing is undeniable. The very pattern he spoke about years ago seems to have played out exactly as he predicted. Strategic connections, polished image control, and the constant pursuit of fame and influence. Piers claims these have always come before personal loyalty or old friendships. So now when he looks at those glossy Netflix photos and calls them staged, he's not guessing. He feels proven right. To him, it's not about dislike, it's about confirmation. Everything he once warned about, he now sees reflected right there on screen. Some might shrug and say, why does it matter if Piers doesn't enjoy a cooking show? But this isn't just a casual opinion. It's a major media moment. Piers Morgan's platform reaches millions across television, online broadcasts, and social media feeds. So when he not only criticizes Love Meghan, but also admits he couldn't even sit through a full episode, calling it unwatchable and overly self-focused, it hits hard. That statement alone sent ripples through both the press and the streaming industry. Reports say Netflix invested a huge amount in Meghan and Harry's content deal, expecting projects that would pull in viewers and prestige. So when a broadcaster with Piers's reach dismisses the show after just minutes, it creates real stakes. His reaction doesn't just shape opinions, it could affect how audiences and executives view Meghan's brand moving forward. Piers's critique struck at the heart of the image Meghan carefully built, and what makes it sting even more is the specific material he targeted. These weren't unflattering paparazzi photos or leaked behind-the-scenes shots. They were the official Netflix promotional images, the ones meant to define the show's identity, personally selected by Meghan and her production team to show her best side. Yet Piers said he looked right past the shine and saw something else entirely. "I don't see heart, I see performance," he said on air. Those words summed up his take perfectly. Underneath the glamour, he didn't see authenticity, just a crafted version of it designed for the camera. To Piers, the entire presentation felt too polished to be real. He said the warmth on screen looked practiced, the laughter perfectly timed, and even the smallest gestures seemed rehearsed. What should have been a cozy, down-to-earth cooking show turned into what he described as a brand showcase dressed up as authenticity. And that's where his main criticism lands. With Love Meghan, nothing feels spontaneous, not even the smiles. During his breakdown on Piers Morgan Uncensored, he zoomed in on the visual perfection, the sparkling countertops, the flawless lighting, and the ever-present soft focus that made everything glow. It's like watching an advertisement for a lifestyle, not someone actually living it, he said, shaking his head. Every frame looked beautiful, sure, but to Piers, beauty without sincerity is just another performance. He argued that the show's biggest problem isn't the cooking, the guests, or even the format. It's the lack of authenticity. The charm feels distant, the moments feel too deliberate, and the entire tone screams controlled narrative. According to him, it's not about sharing life, It's about shaping how life looks on screen. And in a world already overflowing with curated perfection, Piers believes that audiences crave something raw and human, not another polished illusion. But here's where things get even more interesting. Fans of Meghan fiercely defended her online. Many argued that she has every right to present herself however she chooses, and that her elegance shouldn't be mistaken for insincerity. They said the production value reflects her standards, not manipulation. Social media lit up overnight. Clips from Piers Morgan Uncensored and Love Meghan were trending side by side, with both supporters and critics battling it out in the comments. The clash wasn't just about a show, it became a full-blown cultural debate about image, influence, and what real even means in 2026. Some viewers agreed with Piers, saying the show felt too staged to connect emotionally, while others celebrated Meghan for creating her own empire, free from royal rules and media control. In the end, Piers didn't back down, he doubled down. "You can't build authenticity through perfect lighting and editing," he said. "You either live it or you don't." And with that, the conversation surrounding Love Meghan exploded even further, turning what was meant to be a peaceful lifestyle launch into one of the most talked about moments of the year. Piers said what he saw wasn't natural, it was performance with precision. Every detail, every pose, every smile looked calculated to appear relatable, yet the entire setup, filmed inside a borrowed mansion with a full professional team, told a different story. To him, it was less about living life and more about directing it. He even zoomed in on one particular image, the coffee-making photo. At first glance, it seems sweet and relaxed, a simple domestic moment captured in soft lighting. But Piers claimed it wasn't casual at all. That's not someone making coffee. That's someone turning a daily routine into a photo shoot. What should have been an easy, cozy scene suddenly looked staged, a performance dressed up as authenticity. The same goes for the flower arrangement shots. What was likely meant to represent creativity and elegance, he argued, instead came off as heavily designed. Beautiful, yes, but lacking spontaneity or depth. The vases, the petals, even the background decor all looked too deliberate, too clean, too controlled. It's as if the entire scene had been built for the lens rather than for real life. And when celebrity friends entered the frame, Piers didn't hold back there either. Where others saw charm and social connection, he saw strategy. In his eyes, those appearances weren't about friendship, they were about association, carefully crafted to strengthen the Sussex brand and keep it glowing in the public eye. Every laugh, every toast, every close-up looked like part of a well-planned campaign. He claimed that every single promotional image from Love Meghan followed the same pattern: flawless lighting, perfect angles, no spontaneity in sight. He said nothing about this looks accidental. It's not storytelling, it's marketing. Once Piers broke it all down on air, many viewers said they couldn't unsee it. The effortless charm faded, replaced with a sense of something staged and deliberate. What once looked like an inviting glimpse into Meghan's world now appeared through Piers's lens like a carefully manufactured brand image. And that realization left audiences questioning what was real and what was simply part of the show. So where does this leave Meghan in the public spotlight now? Piers just delivered one of his toughest critiques yet, live on air. He called the show nearly impossible to sit through, challenged the stunning visuals, and questioned the authenticity behind her perfectly polished image. His tone was bold, sharp, and completely unapologetic. Now Meghan stands at a crossroads.
Should she speak out and risk adding fuel to the conversation, or stay quiet and let Piers' words keep echoing across social media and TV screens? Either move comes with weight. Millions have already heard him say he couldn't get through even 10 minutes of Love Meghan. Millions more have seen him break down every supposedly candid photo, pointing out what he sees as artifice beneath the gloss. And that kind of commentary doesn't just vanish, it lingers. At this point, Piers has positioned himself as one of the loudest and most fearless voices in media when it comes to Meghan and Harry. He doesn't hold back, and now that he runs Piers Morgan Uncensored, he's free from corporate filters or editorial restraints. That freedom makes his voice even stronger and far more unpredictable. Every time Meghan or Harry launch a new project, post a curated photo, or appear in an interview, it's almost certain that Piers will be there, ready to analyze, question, or critique it publicly. He's no longer just a passing commentator. He's become a constant player in their ongoing story. Some critics argue that Piers' fixation borders on obsession, and maybe there's a hint of truth in that. He hasn't moved on from the Meghan chapter, and honestly, he probably never will. But the reason his voice still cuts through the noise is simple. People listen. Whether they agree or not, his perspective always sparks conversation. In a media landscape full of polished statements and rehearsed interviews, Piers stands out for saying what others won't. And that's exactly why his words keep shaping how the world sees Meghan Markle today. Many of the behaviors Piers pointed out years ago seem to have unfolded almost exactly the way he said they would. His early remarks about ambition, image control, and the pursuit of influence now echo through every new chapter of Meghan's public life. The Netflix cooking show and the picture-perfect photos promoting it have only added more fuel to his long-running analysis. But that doesn't mean Meghan can't turn things around. She still holds incredible influence, powerful connections, and a loyal audience that believes in her message. With the right approach, she could easily reshape the conversation and reclaim her image. Yet one thing has undeniably taken a hit: trust. Once that starts to slip, it becomes difficult to win back, especially when the criticism comes from someone who actually knew her personally. Piers Morgan's voice carries that rare mix of insider knowledge and public reach, which makes his comments harder for people to ignore. When he said he couldn't even make it through 10 minutes of her show, that statement stuck with millions of viewers. It became more than a review. It became a symbol of doubt. At this point, Piers has gone all in. His words are direct, his stance unwavering, and his influence powerful enough to shape how people perceive Meghan's every move. Piers didn't just review the show, he broke it apart piece by piece. He analyzed the setup, questioned the polished photos, and challenged the story exactly as it was presented. For countless viewers, that glossy illusion surrounding Love Meghan has started to crack. And once people begin seeing behind the curtain, it's tough to view things the same way again. Rebuilding that sense of authenticity won't be easy, especially after such a public critique. So, what do you think after seeing all this? Take a moment to really look at what's being shown and what might be hidden beneath the surface. Drop your thoughts down below. I want to hear how you see it. And if this breakdown opened your eyes to a different angle, make sure to subscribe and stick around. More raw, detailed breakdowns like this are on the way. Don't forget to like and share this video so more people can catch what's really happening behind the camera-perfect image.
To be honest, I'm going to get plenty of criticism over my lifetime, and It's something that I don't completely ignore.
Early this morning, a mysterious flash drive showed up at Kensington Palace with a quiet but serious purpose. It wasn't handed over by any official courier, just slipped inside a plain envelope left right on William's private desk. No return address, no markings, nothing to show who sent it. Inside that drive were detailed files outlining a carefully crafted plan, mapped out step by step, and what it exposed was shocking. According to the contents, Meghan had allegedly been carrying out this plan for nearly 18 months, with a focus that directly involved William's family. Within just 3 hours of discovering the drive, William had already taken action, swiftly and decisively, setting off a chain of events that would completely change the Sussex situation forever. When William arrived at his office at exactly 7:53 a.m., earlier than usual, he immediately noticed the envelope waiting for him. It was cream-colored, made from high-quality paper, and had only his name printed in bold block letters on the front. His private secretary was baffled. No one knew where it came from, and even the security cameras showed nothing unusual. Someone with insider access had clearly placed it there on purpose, making sure it couldn't be missed. A silent but urgent message in plain sight. Cautiously, William opened the envelope, his instincts on high alert from years of living under tight security. Inside was a single black, unmarked flash drive and a small handwritten note on matching cream paper. The note was short, chillingly direct, and left no room for confusion. You need to know what she's been planning for your children. The moment he read those words, everything changed. No name, no explanation, just one chilling sentence that carried a heavy, unspoken message. William's instincts kicked in instantly. His first call was straight to palace security. The flash drive had to be checked right away for anything dangerous before it could be opened on any palace system. About 40 minutes later, the tech team gave the all clear. No viruses, no hidden code, nothing harmful at all. What remained was a set of neatly arranged folders, each carefully labeled by date and subject, like someone had spent months organizing every piece. The main folder's title instantly caught his attention. Media Strategy, George, 18 and up. Inside were dozens of files describing moves that felt strategic, polished, and seriously bold. One particular email sent about 7 months earlier immediately stood out. In it, Meghan had allegedly written to a senior editor from a big American media outlet. When George is old enough to have his own voice, he'll need people he can trust to tell his story without palace filters. Building that relationship now, even from afar, ensures he knows I'm an option when he's ready to speak his truth. William read that line not once, but 3 times. Each time, the meaning hit harder, the intent behind those words becoming clearer and more unsettling. This wasn't just about media coverage or simple interviews anymore. It looked like Meghan was setting up long-term connections with his family, trying to build a personal bridge that could one day make her the go-to person for their side of the story. Then came the next folder, Charlotte Outreach, 12 to 16, filled with notes that showed another calculated strategy, similar in tone but clearly customized. A third folder focused on Louis, though it was less developed because of his young age. Still, the same strategic layout ran through every file, every note, every plan. This wasn't Meghan casually wondering about William's kids. It was something way deeper. The files suggested she had been building a long-term strategy to position herself as a trusted figure in their lives, someone they might feel comfortable turning to as they got older, especially if life inside the palace ever became tense, much like what had once happened with Harry.
William leaned back in his chair, his hands trembling slightly as he processed everything. For years, he had managed to stay calm through countless media stories painting him as stiff or distant, through criticism, and through the painful divide with his brother. But this, plans that seemed to involve his own children, felt like a line being crossed into a whole new kind of threat. William snatched up his phone and made 3 quick calls. First to Catherine, then to his private secretary, and finally to Princess Anne, asking her to meet within the hour. While waiting, he went through every single folder on that flash drive again, this time taking detailed notes and marking the most shocking points. Each new discovery only confirmed what he already knew. Big decisions were coming, and once made, there'd be no going back. By 9:45 a.m., Catherine arrived, visibly tense and anxious. 15 minutes later, Princess Anne stepped in with her usual sharp focus and no-nonsense attitude. William looked at both of them with the kind of calm that comes only when your mind's already made up. He was ready to show exactly how a future king acts when the people he loves and has sworn to protect might be at risk. As the 3 of them reviewed the drive together, the targeting of George, Charlotte, and Louis became even clearer. The documents revealed that Meghan's alleged planning had involved professional consultants, child development experts, media strategists, and specialists in what the files described as high-value relationship building with limited access individuals. The phrasing was polished, almost businesslike, turning deeply personal matters into what felt like a structured PR campaign. The section on George was the longest, showing plans shaped around his role as future king. It even included outlines predicting how he might handle pressure or deal with public expectations, suggesting ways Meghan could appear supportive through intermediaries, offering understanding and empathy her parents supposedly couldn't. If George ever explored interests that didn't align with palace tradition, the files proposed that Meghan could show public encouragement, building a sense of loyalty and emotional closeness over time.
Every possible moment of vulnerability, whether a personal struggle, a family disagreement, or a small public setback, came with a pre-drafted plan for how to respond in ways that could build future influence. It was chillingly strategic. The section on Charlotte took a different route, focusing on her warm, family-centered nature and the possibility that she might one day feel overshadowed by her older brother's royal spotlight. The documents claimed Meghan could present herself as a kind of mentor figure, someone offering advice drawn from her own life experiences. Plans even mapped out potential ways to create natural opportunities for connection, such as through charity projects or causes that Charlotte might feel passionate about. Every approach was described as supportive, designed to look genuine rather than calculated, but the deeper goal was clear: to make sure Charlotte saw Meghan as a friendly, trustworthy presence she could turn to. The files for Louis were much shorter, recognizing that he was still very young, but even so, the same framework appeared, an idea that if approaches to George and Charlotte were resisted, he might become an easier point of access later on. The pattern was unmistakable. It was careful, step by step, and built to last. But then came the most disturbing section: the monitoring network. The flash drive included evidence of a setup involving paid insiders who were allegedly feeding regular updates about the royal children's daily lives. According to the documents, some information reportedly came from former palace staff or parents connected to Lambrook School, offering details about routines, behavior, and even snippets of casual conversation from William or Catherine. One listed individual, identified only as Source 7,
woman, had allegedly received close to £40,000 over an 18-month period in exchange for monthly updates. Even though the children didn't have public social media accounts, the files suggested they were being tracked indirectly through classmates and family acquaintances using advanced data collection tools that pieced together insights from public and semi-private online activity. The documentation also mentioned tracking William and Catherine's parenting styles, education choices, and how much independence they gave the kids, all seemingly to identify where influence could quietly be introduced later. One memo went a step further, and it was shocking. It suggested that if William and Catherine continued keeping tight control over their children's public appearances during their teenage years, it might unintentionally create the exact type of frustration that Meghan could later use to her advantage. The document even claimed that their careful privacy could be spun as suppression, opening the door for someone else to offer a more liberating narrative. But what shook Catherine the most wasn't that. It was another folder entirely. This one contained detailed psychological profiles of each child, written by someone claiming to be an expert in child development and family dynamics. These profiles weren't harmless observations about personality or interests. They went much deeper. They highlighted perceived insecurities, emotional sensitivities, and so-called connection points that could supposedly be used to build trust or dependence on outside figures. Catherine sat frozen, her eyes locked on the screen in disbelief. The tone of the report didn't sound like genuine care or professional guidance. It read more like something out of a corporate intelligence briefing, where personal traits were being analyzed for strategic use. That realization sent a visible chill through the room. As the three of them sat in William's office, the evidence from the flash drive displayed across multiple screens, the weight of what they were seeing began to sink in. This wasn't the kind of matter that could be quietly discussed over tea or handled through polite royal diplomacy. The scale of it was far too big, too invasive to be brushed off or managed with a simple conversation behind closed doors. William stared at the profiles of his children, written like case studies instead of family members. Each file laid out supposed methods for influencing their future emotions, alongside proof of nearly 18 months of quiet monitoring he'd never even noticed. In that instant, his thoughts hardened. His next move would need to be as precise and deliberate as what he'd just uncovered, and completely unyielding. Anything less, in his mind, would mean failing his duty as both a father and a future king. But what William didn't yet realize was that Catherine had already started connecting the dots weeks earlier. For almost 6 weeks, she had been quietly noticing odd coincidences that just didn't feel right. It all started in late October, when Charlotte came home from school one afternoon and mentioned something strange. A classmate's mother had been asking unusually specific questions about the family's upcoming Christmas plans. Charlotte remembered thinking it was odd because the woman seemed focused on where they'd be spending the holidays, how long they'd be there, and who exactly would be with them. At first, it sounded innocent enough, a little nosy maybe, but not alarming. But then, just a few days later, George mentioned something similar. During a school sports event, another parent had casually asked him questions about his father's travel schedule and whether it was hard for the family when William was away for work. The tone had seemed polite, but the questions felt strangely personal, as if they were fishing for something deeper. Individually, those moments could have been dismissed as harmless small talk, but twice in 1 week, that's when Catherine's instincts lit up like a warning signal. Something was off, and she could feel it in her gut. Then came the third incident, and that's when things really escalated. Catherine's personal protection officer quietly reported something unusual. The same person had been spotted near Adelaide Cottage on 3 separate occasions over the span of 2 weeks. Each time, the individual had a reasonable excuse, sometimes walking a dog, other times jogging, but the pattern felt too deliberate to ignore. A
discreet background check soon revealed the truth. The person was a private investigator, and their company's website promoted confidential information services. That discovery instantly turned Catherine's quiet unease into full-blown alarm. Still, she didn't rush to tell William right away. She needed solid facts, not just suspicions. Acting on instinct, Catherine reached out to someone she trusted completely, a former MI5 officer who now ran a private security consulting firm for high-profile clients who needed sensitive investigations handled discreetly. Her instructions were short, sharp, and serious. Find out if anyone is actively gathering information on my children. Identify who's behind it. Get proof strong enough to take action if it comes to that. The private investigation that followed lasted 3 tense weeks, and what it uncovered shocked even Catherine. Using trusted contacts across private security networks and law enforcement circles, the investigator pieced together a disturbing picture. At least 5 different individuals had been collecting data and observations on the Wales family, with a clear and unusual focus on the children. There were logs of sightings, shared notes, and even patterns showing how certain people showed up at school events or nearby locations at predictable times. It wasn't random curiosity, it was coordinated. Surveillance was happening. That much was now undeniable. But even with all this evidence, one thing remained frustratingly out of reach: the deeper motive behind it all. The investigator could trace the actions, the people, and the timing, but not the full scope of Meghan's alleged planning hidden behind the scenes. The investigation was able to link the surveillance activity directly to Meghan's team, proving that information gathering was indeed happening. But what couldn't yet be pinned down was why. The files didn't clearly reveal the long-term purpose or the overall strategy behind it all. Still, the confirmation alone was enough to make Catherine's stomach drop. It validated every one of her growing suspicions. But there was something Catherine hadn't yet shared with William. Something she was still struggling to fully process herself. Just 2 days earlier, the investigator had uncovered communication records suggesting that someone connected to Meghan's circle had allegedly tried to recruit a current member of the Wales household staff, offering serious money in exchange for inside updates and ongoing access to private information. That revelation left Catherine completely shaken. What made it even more disturbing was the kind of information that was already being collected. The reports didn't just describe public appearances or harmless observations. They contained personal details about the children's daily routines, their moods, and even bits about how they interacted with each other. These were things that should have been known only to immediate family and a very small circle of trusted staff. Yet somehow, those details ended up in documents traced back to California. Then came the final blow. Catherine discovered she herself had been quietly monitored too. While she wasn't the main target, her parenting choices, daily patterns, and even private conversations she'd had during school events or charity functions had been noted and analyzed. Every single note that hinted at family dynamics or possible weak spots was logged, labeled, and filed away. It was all there, categorized with chilling precision. But as Catherine looked back, what weighed heaviest on her heart wasn't the files themselves. It was her decision to start the investigation without telling William. Their entire relationship had always been built on mutual trust and teamwork, so keeping something this serious from him felt like a crack in that foundation. Still, she convinced herself she was doing the right thing. She wanted to protect him from unnecessary stress until she had real proof, not just instinct and half-formed suspicions. But now, watching William take in the contents of that flash drive, his face shifting between shock, fury, and disbelief, Catherine felt the full weight of it crash down. She'd sensed something was off weeks ago, and she could have warned him sooner. When William finally turned to her and asked if she had known anything before that morning, Catherine took a deep breath and told him everything. No hiding, no excuses. She walked him through the investigators' findings, the strange encounters, and the growing list of red flags she had quietly gathered. His reaction was layered. First came anger that she'd kept such a major secret. Then came understanding of why she did it, and finally, a quiet recognition that she'd been building a case solid enough to demand real action. That realization changed everything. William's expression hardened as the pieces clicked into place. If Catherine had been tracking this for weeks, that meant the situation was already deep, and there was no time left to hesitate. At 10:30 a.m., an emergency meeting was called in one of Kensington Palace's most secure rooms, a space that's regularly swept for any hidden devices and used only when total privacy is non-negotiable. From that moment on, the quiet tension of discovery turned into a full-scale operation. William sat at the head of the long conference table, his face set in cold determination. Around the room, the most incriminating files from the flash drive were projected on several screens, the evidence glowing harshly under the dim lights. Catherine sat right beside him, silent but steady. Across from them were William's private secretary, the head of palace security, the senior legal advisor for the Wales family, and two royal intelligence liaisons, the officials responsible for maintaining coordination with MI5 and other national security agencies. William didn't bother with small talk or polite introductions. His voice was sharp and direct. Meghan Markle has been running an 18-month intelligence-style operation focused on my children. This isn't family tension. This isn't media strategy. This is targeted. The room went completely silent. Then he continued, his tone unwavering. In the next 3 hours, your job is to help me shut this down completely and make sure it can never start again. The head of palace security took the floor first, going over the findings with calm professionalism, confirming what the evidence suggested. This was structured, deliberate monitoring. Then the senior legal advisor raised the inevitable question: what were the legal grounds for action? Information gathering on public figures often lived in a gray zone, especially when it crossed borders and touched U.S. law. But William had come prepared. He pointed to key evidence: the attempted recruitment of household staff, which could qualify as bribery or corruption, payments made for insider information through false representation, potentially falling under fraud, and the presence of unauthorized surveillance around royal properties, a major security violation. Then came his strongest point: the files showing strategic plans to make contact with his children at certain ages. That, he said, could clearly be seen as interference with parental rights and privacy breaches. William leaned forward, his tone turning colder, his words clipped with authority. I want every possible legal angle identified and used. No exceptions. The message was crystal clear. This wasn't just about protecting a public image. It was about defending his family. Princess Anne spoke up suddenly, her tone sharp, her words cutting straight through the tension. She wasn't one to tiptoe around big questions. Legalities were important, she said, but the real issue was strategy. Is this about defense only, she asked bluntly, or about ending this Sussex problem for good? The room went quiet. William took a moment before responding, his voice steady but heavy with intent. The immediate goal, he explained, was to protect his children and stop the surveillance once and for all. But the broader mission was to send a clear and undeniable message that targeting his family came with serious consequences, the kind that would make anyone think twice before ever crossing that line again. And yes, that message would force Harry to truly face where his loyalty stood, once and for all.
Catherine, calm but firm, quickly shifted the focus. Her voice broke through the charged air with a touch of compassion. What about the children? She asked. They needed to understand that something important was happening, but without being frightened or feeling unsafe. Her protective instinct was on full display, measured, maternal,
and focused only on keeping her kids' world as steady as possible. The private secretary then stepped in, steering the discussion into official protocol. He laid out the constitutional and administrative boundaries, emphasizing that His Majesty would need to be informed before any direct action could take place, and there could be no delays. He continued, noting that the Prime Minister would also have to be briefed, especially if coordination with law enforcement or intelligence agencies became necessary. The scale of the issue had now expanded beyond just family matters. It was touching the edges of government, security, and national image. There was also a bigger picture to think about, how this entire situation might ripple outward, especially when it came to the wider Sussex dynamic, ongoing discussions about Harry's royal status, and even the faint rumors of reconciliation that had been floating around. William's answer came instantly, cold, precise, and without a flicker of hesitation. "My father will be informed this afternoon, the Prime Minister this evening, and as for reconciliation with Harry," he paused, his eyes hardening. "That door just closed, permanently." His tone left no room for debate. The message was crystal clear. He would not pretend to maintain a brotherly bond with anyone tied to a situation that treated his children like pieces in a strategy. No excuses, no second chances. From that moment on, the meeting shifted gears completely. The next 2 hours turned into an all-out planning session, fast, coordinated, and ruthless in precision. Multiple teams began working on different fronts simultaneously, turning royal restraint into full-scale action. The legal team moved first. They began preparing a wave of official filings designed to strike hard and close every possible loophole. Cease and desist orders were drafted for Meghan and her California-based PR firm, demanding the immediate end of all data collection and monitoring activities. Restraining measures were outlined to ensure there could be no direct or indirect contact with William's children through any personal, digital, or professional channel. Then came the civil complaint, meticulously prepared to cover every violation uncovered so far: invasion of privacy, attempted influence over household staff, and emotional harm caused by continuous monitoring. Every document carried one message loud and clear: the line had been crossed, and the response would be absolute. Meanwhile, the Security Division launched a rapid counterintelligence review. Every person listed in the flash drive as a source would be contacted and questioned by either palace security or law enforcement. Those found to still be employed within royal staff were to be dismissed immediately. No warnings, no appeals, no more leniency, no more second chances. The Royal Intelligence Liaison immediately began coordinating with MI5, verifying if any of this crossed into national security territory. The stakes were suddenly higher than ever. This was no longer just a family issue. It had potential national implications. While the intelligence team got to work, Catherine took charge of what mattered most: the family itself. She gathered George, Charlotte, and Louis for a calm, age-appropriate talk. She explained that some adults might ask unusual or overly personal questions, and that if that ever happened, they should always tell her or their father right away. Her tone was steady but reassuring, firm protection wrapped in gentleness. Catherine also volunteered to speak to King Charles personally, offering to handle what would clearly be an emotionally difficult conversation. "Your father will struggle with this," she told William quietly. "He'll want to believe it's all a misunderstanding." She explained that she could present the facts clearly, without emotion or personal attachment clouding the reality of what had been uncovered. William agreed instantly, visibly grateful. He knew Catherine's composure and Princess Anne's no-nonsense directness would be exactly what the king needed to fully grasp the severity of what was unfolding. The final part of the plan turned toward Harry. William decided that any communication with his brother would go strictly through legal channels, ensuring there would be no emotional confrontation or blurred lines. A formal letter would be drafted and delivered through official intermediaries. The letter would outline the full discovery,
include documented evidence of Meghan's alleged activities and confront Harry with a clear, unavoidable decision, one that couldn't be denied, debated, or softened. Just facts, just truth. The timeline was tight and deliberate, every move perfectly timed across 2 continents. The legal filings would be submitted before the end of the business day in California, taking advantage of the time difference since their courts would still be open. Meanwhile, in the UK, Palace security began their interviews immediately, wasting no time at all. By 5 p.m. London time, a formal notice would be hand-delivered to Meghan's representatives, arriving just as California was waking up, leaving her team almost no time to regroup or react. The legal offensive was launched with precision and zero hesitation. By 3:30 p.m. that same afternoon, William's legal advisors had completed a full set of documents that would completely change the Sussex situation and put Meghan in a legal position she hadn't anticipated. The entire strategy was multi-layered, a synchronized strike meant to create intense pressure from multiple directions at once. The goal was simple but powerful: force an immediate shutdown of the monitoring operation, while also setting a legal precedent strong enough to stop any future attempts in their tracks. The first major move landed hard. A civil complaint filed in the California Superior Court at 8:40 a.m. Pacific Time. The charges focused on invasion of privacy, emotional harm, and coordinated information gathering. But what made this filing especially impactful wasn't just its legal strength, it was its public visibility. In California, civil filings are public record. That meant within hours, journalists, analysts, and curious members of the public could access it with a simple online court search. William's team knew that full well. They designed the document with that reality in mind. Every line was polished and legally airtight, with evidence laid out in detail. No speculation, no exaggeration, just cold, factual precision. But make no mistake, it was also crafted to hit hard in the public eye, stripping away the polished image that had long surrounded the Sussex brand. The second major filing landed in the UK High Court at 3:45 p.m. London time, and it was powerful. It demanded a full injunction preventing Meghan, her representatives, or anyone connected to her from gathering, sharing, or using any information about William's children in any capacity, ever again. The injunction also strictly banned direct contact with the family and prohibited the use of any data that had already been collected, whether for media work, private communication, or future projects. Included in this filing were data protection orders requiring that every piece of improperly gathered information about the children be surrendered, deleted, and permanently destroyed under official supervision. It was a full legal lockdown. Both the UK and California filings were backed by extensive evidence from the flash drive, each file authenticated by professional digital forensic experts, confirming their legitimacy and ensuring there could be no dispute over authenticity. The foundation of the case was airtight. But then came the third legal strike, and it was even bolder. William's lawyers filed an official complaint with the California State Bar against the attorneys who had allegedly been advising or assisting Meghan's operation. The move sent shockwaves through legal circles. This wasn't just about stopping an action, it was about holding every participant accountable. At the same time, cease and desist letters were dispatched to 17 individuals and organizations named in the documents, delivered both by courier and email to guarantee receipt. Each recipient was clearly warned. Failure to respond or comply would result in individual lawsuits, handled separately and aggressively. The California PR firm involved faced particularly heavy scrutiny. Not only were they included in the main civil case, but they also received a 30-page cease and desist notice outlining every detail of their documented involvement and putting them directly in the legal spotlight. Their reaction spoke volumes. Within just 2 hours, the California PR firm's legal counsel reached out urgently, requesting an emergency call. On the line, the firm's representatives insisted they had only ever provided standard PR and branding services, firmly denying any awareness of actions involving Williams' children. But Williams' legal team had anticipated this exact move. Calm and strategic, they presented a structured cooperation agreement. The firm would immediately surrender all documentation, terminate its contract with Meghan's team, and return any advance payments it had received. In return, their cooperation would be formally noted, potentially reducing future legal exposure. It was a smart play, and it worked. That agreement produced something invaluable: a motivated witness and a set of internal documents confirming details the palace had only suspected until now. As the evening settled over London and the morning sun rose in California, the legal machine was already in motion. The filings had been processed, the warning letters delivered, and the pressure spreading fast. Phones were ringing, teams were scrambling, and in Montecito, reality was about to hit hard. At 11:20 a.m. California time, a process server arrived at the Sussex residence, delivering an official letter addressed to Prince Harry. Thinking it was routine paperwork, Harry opened it casually, only to find a document that would shake everything he thought he knew. Written in precise legal language, the letter laid out the findings in undeniable detail. Over 18 months of documented monitoring, strategy papers outlining specific plans, and evidence indicating deliberate intent to connect with George, Charlotte, and Louis in the future. It described the digital infrastructure built to sustain this long-term outreach and attached verified exhibits linking back to the flash drive now secured in palace hands. It also listed the legal actions already launched that very day across both UK and California, outlining the injunctions, complaints, and formal filings that had gone live within hours of discovery. According to someone close to Harry, his first reaction was total disbelief. He simply couldn't process what he was reading. But as he flipped through the attached exhibits, recognizing the tone and language in Meghan's own communications and strategy notes, disbelief slowly gave way to something else: realization. Harry had seen Meghan build media connections before. He'd even admired how she handled publicity in the early days, but never in his worst imagination did he think that same approach would be directed toward his own niece and nephews. Now, staring at the pages in front of him, the reality felt like a punch to the chest. The letter didn't just inform, it demanded a decision. Harry was given 72 hours to respond, and every possible path was laid out with ruthless clarity. Option 1. Publicly acknowledge that Meghan's actions were unacceptable, confirm that he had no prior knowledge, and agree to cooperate fully with the investigation. Option 2. Present evidence showing he had known about her actions, but had tried to intervene, effectively placing himself as a witness against her, a move few could imagine him taking. Option 3. Defend Meghan or stay silent, which would trigger permanent family separation, full withdrawal of royal privileges, and open the door for formal investigations if further evidence emerged.
There was no soft language, no comforting phrasing. This was a legal ultimatum, drafted with precision and intent. From the very first line, it made one thing absolutely clear. William wasn't seeking reconciliation or emotional conversation. He wasn't asking for explanations or middle ground. This was about accountability, consequences, and protecting his children above everything else. Harry's reply would be formally recorded and preserved for the ongoing legal process.
Whatever he chose to say or not say would become permanent, shaping not only the court's view, but also his place within the royal family itself. There would be no chance to walk it back later, no gentle closure, no way to rewrite what was about to happen. Every sentence in the document was surgically crafted. Every word, every clause, every timeline left zero room for misunderstanding. The letter closed with a final, unflinching line that summed it all up. There was no fourth option, no neutral position, and no way to remain uninvolved. When Harry's situation was stripped of emotion and looked at objectively, the choices before him were brutally clear, and none of them came without devastation. Option 1 was nearly impossible: to acknowledge Meghan's alleged actions and distance himself from her would mean effectively ending the marriage or creating a break so deep it could never truly heal. There was no softer version of that path, no middle ground that allowed him to protect both his family in California and his ties to the royals in London. It was an all-or-nothing decision, and Harry knew it. The moment he realized what that choice would mean, the weight of duty, history, and consequence pressed down on him. Meghan would almost certainly view it as betrayal, and the fallout would be catastrophic. A separation or divorce would seem inevitable, and his relationship with his own children could easily become tangled in years of legal tension and emotional strain. Option 3 was just as merciless. If he refused to condemn Meghan, or if he simply stayed silent, he would instantly lose every connection to his British family. No appeals, no second chances, no behind-the-scenes reconciliation. His father, his brother, his sister-in-law, even his nieces and nephews, gone. His children would grow up without ever truly knowing their royal cousins, without the family bonds that tied generations together. Harry himself would become permanently estranged, not because of scandal or disagreement, but because of a documented decision to stand beside someone accused of crossing one of the deepest moral lines imaginable, targeting children for influence. Then there was option 2, the most complicated of all. On paper, it seemed like a path forward, to cooperate fully and act as a witness, but in reality, that route was almost impossible unless Harry knew far more about Meghan's actions than anyone believed. Taking that step would mean admitting a level of awareness or oversight that could raise new, painful questions and risk even deeper damage. Even if Harry did have proof to share, taking the stand against his own wife would completely shatter the marriage, while offering no promises for cooperating, only a detailed outline of the cost for refusing. The 72-hour deadline was no coincidence. It was deliberately calculated, designed to leave no breathing room, no chance to delay or strategize. Harry couldn't stall. He couldn't quietly work a back-channel deal or form a counterplan with Meghan's team. The message was firm: decide now. Every hour that passed tightened the walls around him. The entire setup was intentional, forcing Harry into a real, irreversible choice. No PR spin, no emotional appeals, and absolutely no attempts to sway public perception. This wasn't about optics anymore. It was about truth, accountability, and consequences. The ultimatum left no neutral zone, no loophole to hide behind, and absolutely no room for error. When Harry finally showed Meghan the letter, her reaction was immediate and explosive. She went on the defensive, claiming the flash drive had been stolen and the documents were fake or altered. Her voice rose as she argued that William's legal campaign was nothing more than a personal vendetta, a grudge from someone who had never truly accepted her as family. The tone was sharp, defiant, and emotionally charged, but beneath all that fire was something else: fear. That fear wasn't just about family fallout, it was about what this could mean legally, publicly, and professionally. Meghan knew that once the evidence was out, her reputation and control over the narrative could collapse fast. Still, she held firm to her claim that any information gathering had only been defensive, an attempt, she said, to protect herself and Harry from palace manipulation and coordinated media attacks. But that story had one major flaw. It couldn't explain the sheer depth and detail of the data on that drive. The documents didn't read like defense, they read like planning. And with that, the stage was set for the most public royal showdown in decades, one driven not by whispers or tabloids, but by legal filings, hard evidence, and a family divided under pressure. If you've been following this saga to the end, make sure to hit that like button, drop your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe for part 2, where things are about to get even more intense. This story is far from over.
Is mindful of a legacy of service and devotion to this country set by my beloved mother, the late Queen, that I deliver this, the first King's speech in over 70 years.
The royal world was shaken when a private letter from Meghan Markle to Princess Anne surfaced, and its opening line said it all. "I'm ready to return to the UK with my husband, to stand by him, to honor Her Majesty's legacy, and to remind our children where their roots began." That single sentence, written by hand and dated December 21st, 2025, hit like a thunderbolt across royal circles. Just days before Christmas, the envelope quietly showed up at Gatcombe Park, delivered by private couriers who asked no questions and left no trace, no signatures, no records, nothing. The letter itself was pure class. Thick paper, embossed seal, and careful handwriting that hinted at purpose. But it wasn't just the presentation. The tone was calm, heartfelt, and surprisingly diplomatic. Nothing like what the palace had seen from Meghan since she and Harry's dramatic 2020 exit. Sources close to what insiders call the Anne-William corridor say Meghan's message focused on reconnection, remembrance, and a possible short-term return to royal life. Wording that instantly sent quiet alarm through the household. What stunned everyone most was her bold mention of the late Queen's private wish for unity and forgiveness among her grandchildren, a deeply personal note that few ever expected to see in writing. According to one insider, that sentiment had only appeared in the Queen's sealed reflections and was never meant to be shared publicly. It felt like she was using legacy as leverage, one courtier reportedly said. The timing made it even more explosive. Meghan's letter dropped right in the middle of a divided royal house, landing exactly 3 years and 4 months after she and Harry stepped away from royal duties, amid non-stop media chaos, podcast drama, and post-interview tension. This time, there were no Netflix cameras hiding in the shadows, no big streaming deals riding along, just fading media buzz and, according to insiders, some growing pressure behind the scenes. Sources claim the couple's finances are feeling the pinch thanks to the heavy costs of private security, ongoing legal battles, and the challenges of living life without royal support. The timing of Meghan's letter instantly turned heads. December 21st wasn't just any date. It marked the late Queen's final Christmas message before her passing, and what would have been her 100th televised address if she were still with us. Meghan wrote and dated her note that very morning, a move many saw as intentional. Some royal aides quietly suggested she was trying to reshape her image, not as someone who walked away, but as a mourning granddaughter-in-law reaching out from the heart. What added more intrigue was her request to come back before the new year, saying she wanted Archie and Lilibet to privately lay flowers beside Gan's portrait at Windsor. The gesture sounded deeply emotional,
but those close to the situation say every word in that letter felt deliberate. Meghan signed off simply as Meghan, Duchess of Sussex, noticeably leaving out the HRH styling, and that tiny omission spoke volumes. To some, it looked like modesty. To others, it came across as a carefully controlled move, maybe even a test. While the message focused on remembrance, multiple insiders insist Meghan's bigger worry was actually Harry's emotional and financial strain. Earlier this month, Harry lost a major appeal in his long-running UK security case, but hidden inside that same ruling was a small but powerful clause, one that allows limited reassessment if a royal temporarily returns to official duties. According to palace insiders, Prince Harry now sees that legal clause as his one remaining lifeline. Those close to him say he views it as a rare chance to prove his value to the crown, rebuild his dignity, and step away from what some quietly call the commercial fatigue of Montecito life. Insiders describe him as struggling emotionally, but still holding on to pride. Torn between Meghan's long-term vision and his own fading sense of purpose, one aide close to King Charles summed it up sharply. He wants to come home, but he's scared of what it'll cost him. King Charles, often called the Philosopher King, is reportedly deeply conflicted, while Queen Camilla, Princess Anne, and Prince William remain firmly against any idea of bringing the Sussexes back into the royal fold. Charles has shown what one courtier described as soft eyes when it comes to Harry, especially regarding family traditions. According to one insider, there's still a part of the king that believes Harry can be restored, but Meghan, absolutely not. Princess Catherine is said to be quietly torn as well. Known for her grace and loyalty, she's privately saddened by how fractured the once close royal bond has become, especially the loss of that brotherly closeness between William and Harry. Yet she's also seen the aftermath up close, the high-profile interviews, the streaming specials, and the subtle public jabs that caused waves inside the palace. She values family, a close friend explained. But she also believes in responsibility, and there's only so much public tension anyone can take. If Charles is emotionally divided, Princess Anne and Prince William are solid as steel. The Princess Royal reportedly didn't even answer Meghan's letter directly. Instead, she passed it straight to senior aides with a short, unmistakably firm note attached. The institution does not move backwards. That firm statement reportedly summed up the palace's stance. Behind the scenes, Prince William has been quietly leading what insiders describe as a silent resistance since early December, working closely with Princess Anne, the Duchess of Edinburgh, and Prince Edward to tighten up royal procedures. These new safeguards reportedly ensure that any non-working royal must receive unanimous internal approval before attending remembrance events, especially if cameras or media are present. Insiders say the goal is clear: to block any potential for a public soft return, no matter how carefully it's presented. In a rare, tender family moment, Princess Charlotte is said to have spoken up during a private conversation, asking her parents, "If Uncle Harry comes back, will Archie and Lilibet come too?" Sources describe it as an unexpectedly emotional moment, simple, heartfelt, and honest. Her words reportedly touched Catherine deeply, but also strengthened William's determination to hold the line. Charlotte sees cousins, one aide explained. William sees a duty to protect the crown. Meghan's letter didn't sit idle for long. Within hours, sealed copies were circulated to King Charles, Queen Camilla, Prince William, the Duchess of Edinburgh, and Prince Edward. At the top of the document was marked in red, "Private Communication, Duchess of Sussex." At Clarence House, King Charles reportedly read the letter 3 times in total silence before gently placing it down and saying quietly, She knows exactly what she's doing. Despite being the only senior royal who still carries an emotional soft spot for Harry, even Charles could see the deeper message written between the lines. Meghan wasn't just reflecting on the late Queen, she was carefully using her memory to shape a quiet pathway back into royal life, one that could later be seen as an attempt to make peace.
She'll write it into a chapter. That sharp remark, purportedly from Queen Camilla, perfectly captures her stance behind palace doors. Though she's remained publicly silent, insiders say Camilla has become one of the most determined voices pushing back against any talk of Meghan's return. Sources reveal she personally encouraged Prince William and Princess Anne to reinforce engagement rules, ensuring no unexpected reunion could be twisted by the media into a redemption narrative. But her concern wasn't just about public image. It had real legal weight. According to a palace insider, Camilla requested a formal review of a clause within Queen Elizabeth II's sealed legacy directive. That clause states that only working royals may represent the crown in remembrance events, unless granted written approval from the reigning monarch. Once considered a ceremonial guideline, that line could now stand as a serious barrier, even for symbolic appearances. If Meghan walks into Windsor with cameras behind her, she controls the story, one aide reportedly said. So we make sure every door is locked before she even reaches the gates. While Meghan's letter painted her as a grieving daughter-in-law and a loyal partner standing beside her husband, several royal observers believe it might also lay the groundwork for something much larger. Legal commentators suggest the timing could even be financially strategic. Under California law, marriages that last 10 years can sometimes open the door for long-term spousal support, rather than limited payments, and Harry and Meghan's 10-year anniversary is still a few years away, meaning strategic positioning could already be underway. A former royal legal advisor explained, "At 9 years, support can be limited, but at 10, courts may consider longer-term financial arrangements, especially if emotional or financial dependency is established." That context has brought new attention to a resurfaced 2022 audio clip from their Netflix project, where Meghan is reportedly heard saying, "I've saved everything, every message, every conversation, just in case." Insiders claim Prince Harry agreed to send the letter, but he didn't take part in writing it. He signed off in silence, one aide revealed. Another source added bluntly, he wants to come back, but not alongside her. Behind closed doors, Harry has reportedly opened up to a trusted former military contact, saying he feels cornered by choices that can't be undone. Friends say he appears thinner, more subdued, and unsure of where he truly belongs. Still, he continues to publicly stand by Meghan, pushing back gently against criticism from his father and brother, while holding on to the life they once tried to build together. As one former royal press officer put it, if he admits she made mistakes, he has to admit he gave up everything for something that didn't work out. That kind of emotional crossroads has left him torn, loyal in public, conflicted in private. If Meghan Markle hoped her heartfelt letter to Princess Anne would open the door to sympathy or even a soft re-entry into royal life, the response inside Windsor Castle was the complete opposite. Within just 48 hours of Anne forwarding the message to palace operations, a quiet yet powerful protocol review was put into motion. At the center of this behind-the-scenes movement stood Prince William, the Prince of Wales, alongside Princess Anne, the monarchy's most steadfast guardian. Together, they weren't merely setting boundaries, they were fortifying them. One senior source said it felt like they were building a wall around the institution itself. On December 23, 2025,
Only 2 days after Meghan's letter began circulating, Princess Anne reportedly gathered senior aides in the East Drawing Room at Windsor for a confidential strategy session. The meeting, described as calm but commanding, marked a turning point. A witness to the confidential meeting said Anne entered the room carrying a single folder, calm, composed, and ready to take charge. She reportedly opened with a sharp statement that set the tone immediately. "We must not let emotion become a tool, nor allow the press to steer our actions." That single line froze the room. It was clear Anne wasn't here for sentiment, only structure. Inside that meeting, Anne and Prince William swiftly authorized what insiders called a temporary lockdown of all ceremonial guest lists. This included New Year's receptions, remembrance gatherings, and every major royal event planned for spring 2026. From that moment forward, every single invitation was to be double-checked, then cleared through a newly formed 4-person approval panel: William, Anne, Sophie, and the Queen's senior legal advisor. The Sussexes, according to those present, were to be excluded entirely, even from symbolic mentions or background acknowledgments. That very same day, Princess Anne quietly gave clear instructions to the palace communications team: no responses to speculation, no press comments. Silence is strength. Every move from then on would be calm, measured, and precise. While Anne and William managed the operational front, Sophie, Duchess of Edinburgh, took charge of the emotional one. She reached out personally to mid-level palace staff, the people who keep the machine running, urging them to stay firm and avoid slipping into sympathy or gossip. A source familiar with Sophie's role said she viewed Meghan's letter as a calculated move. According to the insider, Sophie warned that one small gesture of warmth, one relaxed comment, could be twisted into an open invitation. Her message was crystal clear: no mistakes, not this time. Prince Edward, known for his quiet strength and steady loyalty, reportedly gave his full support to the tightening measures, and in a rare show of direct involvement, he requested a private audience with King Charles on Christmas Eve. According to an aide who attended, Edward's words were firm and simple: "We cannot afford another split. Not again." Outwardly, Princess Catherine stood firmly beside William, unwavering in public and united in purpose. But behind closed doors, she confided to her closest circle the quiet sadness she still carried over how deeply things had fractured with Harry. She remembers the brother-in-law who once filled rooms with laughter, who doted on baby George, and who brought warmth to countless family gatherings. Yet she also remembers the sting, the interviews, the documentaries, and the subtle remarks that strained every bridge left standing. Her compassion runs deep, but even that has limits. While Catherine fully supports the firm no-return position, she's made one point clear: Archie and Lilibet must never bear the cost of their parents' choices. They're innocent in all this, she said privately, drawing a clear emotional line between royal duty and family bonds. That inner conflict became visible on Christmas Day during the family's private walkabout at Sandringham. Cameras caught Catherine holding Princess Charlotte's hand just a bit tighter than usual as photographers called out from afar. Later that evening, she was overheard telling William softly, "It's not just about them anymore. It's about what we show our children, how we teach them to respond when hurt comes knocking." Those words revealed more than she likely intended: the heart of a mother caught between empathy and protection. That same night, in the quiet comfort of their family room, Princess Charlotte, only 10 years old, looked up at her father and asked the question that froze everyone in place. If they're really gone forever, will I ever see Archie or Lilibet again? The room reportedly fell completely silent. William, who had spent the previous 48 hours directing plans to block a Sussex return, suddenly felt the full weight of both his crown and his heart. Charlotte wasn't asking about politics, nor about palace tension. She was asking about cousins, about family. And that, insiders say, is the real dilemma haunting the monarchy right now. How to defend dignity, protect the institution, and still keep the bonds of kinship alive. The next morning, Prince William reportedly confided in Princess Anne with a heavy heart but a firm tone. The fact that Charlotte still cares is exactly why we can't open the door again. They'd only turn it into a story. His words, though calm, carried the full weight of conviction. The palace, meanwhile, stayed completely silent. No official statements, no comments, no clarifications. Every potential media leak was handled quietly and intentionally, described by insiders as controlled, vague, and strategic. The public was left to fill in the blanks, and speculation ran wild. Those pushing for a reconciliation argued that Prince Harry deserved a second chance, especially given his recent legal setbacks and visible financial pressures. But on the other side stood the traditionalists, who viewed Meghan's letter as a calculated move designed to reframe her image and possibly prepare for an independent rebranding. Some within the royal circles even feared that allowing a soft return could blur the line between remembrance and publicity, potentially overshadowing the late Queen's legacy. Online, public sentiment mirrored the divide. Social media platforms lit up with hashtags like "No Way Back," "Protect the Firm," and "Honor the Queen," showing how fiercely opinions were split. Some posts expressed compassion for Harry's struggles, while others made it clear that trust, once broken, isn't easily rebuilt. As the new year approached, Meghan and Harry remained in California, quiet, composed, and watching everything unfold from afar. Sources close to the couple claim Meghan is waiting for a discreet signal from either Princess Anne or King Charles before making her next move. But insiders insist that signal isn't coming and probably never will. What Meghan may not fully grasp, say royal observers, is that the palace's silence isn't hesitation, it's strategy. Deliberate, protective, and built to endure. Princess Anne's refusal to respond wasn't just cold diplomacy, it was a statement of finality. According to senior media sources in Los Angeles, Meghan's letter to Princess Anne was never meant to stand alone. It was only the first move in a carefully planned sequence. Just a few days later, a second, far more emotional and deliberate letter was reportedly sent directly to King Charles III on December 24th, only hours before his pre-recorded Christmas address was set to air. Unlike the earlier message, which focused on legacy and remembrance, this one was deeply personal, almost intimate in tone. Insiders say Meghan began the letter by invoking Queen Elizabeth II's private wish for reconciliation, a phrase she used several times, each with subtle variation to emphasize emotion and sincerity. She framed Harry as a son searching for guidance, a father rebuilding for his children, and a man still carrying the weight of grief but ready to heal. Sources describe the writing style as tender yet deliberate, protective of Harry, but also persuasive toward the king. At one point, she reportedly wrote, "I know the cost of what we walked away from, but I also know the cost of pride. Please don't let legacy divide instead of heal." That line, according to royal watchers, struck right at the emotional core of the letter. Meghan also mentioned Harry's sleepless nights and their children asking about Gan almost every day, painting a picture of family longing rather than rebellion. She closed with a final polished appeal. Let this be the beginning of something quieter, more genuine, and centered on family. "We don't ask for titles, we only ask for warmth." But royal analysts saw right through the sentiment. One former Buckingham Palace staffer bluntly described it as not a letter, an exhibit. In their view, the message wasn't just emotional, it was strategic, something that could later serve as proof of an attempt to reconcile. "See, I tried." Insiders believe the move was legally mindful, emotionally layered, and perfectly timed. And almost immediately after that second letter reportedly reached Charles, subtle shifts began appearing in Meghan's PR network. Social cues, quiet updates, and soft media placements that suggested her next move was already in motion. A former Netflix producer once linked to the Sussex media circle posted a string of cryptic tweets hinting at unfinished stories and misunderstood legacies, sparking instant online buzz. Around the same time, insiders at Spotify confirmed that Meghan's 6-month non-compete clause from her previous podcast deal had quietly expired, meaning new media ventures could already be in motion. Adding to the speculation, a Vanity Fair contributor hinted that Meghan might be considering a personal memoir, not scandal-driven this time, but redemptive, emotional, and told from her own point of view. The strategy, royal analysts say, is clear-cut. If the palace door stays closed, Meghan plans to build her own, whether Harry stands beside her or not. According to palace insiders, King Charles received her second letter on December 24th, just as he was finalizing notes for his Christmas speech. He reportedly read it alone in the white drawing room, surrounded by portraits of his late parents, visibly moved, yet deeply conflicted. One royal valet later described the letter as dangerous in its sincerity, saying it blended genuine emotion with strategic precision. Charles, by several accounts, saw what was coming: the potential book, the interviews, the renewed media spotlight. Yet he also saw something far more personal: his son standing on the edge of permanent separation from the royal fold. And as those close to him often say, the king has never been good at letting go. Still, despite Charles's emotional struggle, the institution itself is not hesitating. As of December 26th, the Privy Council reportedly began reviewing updates to the Succession Representation Guidelines, an obscure yet powerful framework that determines who can act on behalf of the crown. These proposed revisions, said to be championed by Princess Anne and Prince Edward, aim to officially exclude all non-working royals and their spouses from attending remembrance ceremonies, speaking for the monarchy, or using royal estates and symbols for any public appearances. Although Prince Harry remains part of the official line of succession, the updated framework would quietly remove him from any real participation in royal matters permanently. This move isn't just symbolic. Insiders describe it as constitutional containment, a decisive structural boundary designed to protect the institution from internal uncertainty. Queen Camilla, true to her reserved but resolute style, has stayed publicly silent. Yet her actions have spoken volumes. On the evening of December 25th, she reportedly hosted a private dinner at Highgrove House with Princess Anne, Prince William, the Duchess of Edinburgh, and Prince Edward in attendance. The king was notably absent, citing exhaustion and emotional strain after weeks of dealing with the quiet storm surrounding Meghan's letters. That night, according to those familiar with the gathering, Camilla said just one line, but it echoed through the estate with unmistakable weight. "If the king cannot draw the line, then we will." It wasn't spoken in anger, nor as a challenge, but as a statement of purpose. Her words, calm and deliberate, marked the moment the royal household collectively decided that self-preservation and institutional integrity must come before sentiment or reconciliation. Everyone in that room reportedly understood the gravity instantly. There was no applause, no reaction, only silence as the reality set in.
The monarchy was closing its protective circle, and personal affection would no longer outweigh responsibility. One aide later remarked that the tone of the dinner felt like the quiet writing of policy, firm, unemotional, and final. Meanwhile, outside the tension of decision-making, young Princess Charlotte continued to spark deep emotional reflection within the family. A touching note from one of the royal nannies revealed that Princess Charlotte had written a short, heartfelt Christmas card addressed to Archie and Lilibet. It ended with the simple words, "I hope you remember our tree at Sandringham. I still hang the ornament you made." The message, innocent and pure, spoke volumes, a child's way of holding on to a bond that adults had complicated beyond repair. When Princess Catherine found the note, she reportedly folded it carefully and placed it inside a keepsake box. Later, she quietly told William, "They'll come back one day, but they have to come back to the truth, not to illusion." That softly spoken sentence, shared in confidence, has since become a defining phrase among senior royal aides, seen as the moral core of the entire divide. It served as a reminder that behind the layers of protocol and strategy, there are still hearts involved, and every decision carries personal weight. As 2025 draws to a close, the royal family finds itself divided not by open scandal, but by interpretation, a clash between compassion and structure, empathy and order. Each senior member stands where they believe duty calls them most. Princess Anne and Prince William hold firm to the principle of consistency and protection. Sophie and Edward continue to act as calm enforcers of stability, keeping the internal tone steady and united. And in the midst of it all, young Charlotte, wise beyond her years, has quietly become a symbol of emotional truth within the family, reminding those around her of humanity's place within history's strictest traditions. Across the ocean, Meghan Markle watches from Montecito, fully aware that her next move may shape her lasting legacy. To some, she appears as a misunderstood figure seeking peace and closure. To others, she's seen as a strategist, preparing a controlled final chapter of her story, one where she holds the narrative in her own hands. Meanwhile, the royal institution is no longer simply responding to Meghan's letters or measured attempts at reconnection. Insiders say it has shifted into full preparation mode, not for public conflict, but for preservation. What's happening now inside royal walls isn't loud or public, it's quiet, legal, and deeply strategic. Behind Buckingham's gold-trimmed corridors and the secure firewalls of Clarence House, a silent confrontation is unfolding. It's being led by constitutional advisors, legacy experts, and top-tier legal minds, all working to protect the monarchy's long-term stability. Their mission? To shield the institution from potential shocks, whether from upcoming memoirs, new media projects, or any move that could shift the narrative in the Sussexes' favor. At the center of this behind-the-scenes effort lies a long-sealed document known privately as the Obsidian Letter, said to be Queen Elizabeth II's final written safeguard for the crown. According to sources familiar with palace operations, this confidential record outlines key principles for defending royal integrity in the modern era, especially against media or legal challenges that blur the line between public image and royal authority. Royal insiders confirmed that the palace's legal division, reportedly led by senior counsel from Gray's Inn, has been meticulously combing through every public statement and appearance made by Harry and Meghan since their 2020 departure. This deep audit includes footage from their documentary series, transcripts from podcast episodes, excerpts from Harry's memoir Spare, and even internal correspondence tied to their production company and staff communications. Every document, every interview, every public remark is being evaluated with precision. The reason for such urgency is simple but critical. Any potential royal return, even a symbolic one, could change legal interpretations surrounding their status. Experts warn that if Meghan were to reappear at a royal event, even briefly, it could be seen as reinstating a degree of official association, allowing her to frame future projects or publications as coming from someone within the circle. Such a move could reopen complex legal territory, blurring distinctions between private citizen and royal insider, and might even challenge certain protections that currently shield the monarchy from public misrepresentation. In short, one small step back into the palace could reset everything. Though Meghan has publicly denied signing any formal book agreement, insiders at major publishing houses, including Penguin Random House and HarperCollins, confirmed there's still strong interest in her story. Executives reportedly see enormous potential if her next project explores motherhood, identity, and the emotional cost of being misunderstood rather than lean into controversy. One senior publishing source summed it up clearly. This isn't about scandal, it's about survival. According to those close to her, Meghan is shaping a story where she tried every possible route towards peace and understanding, only to be criticized for caring too deeply. But to make that version of the story believable, she needs an emotional catalyst, something current, visible, and raw. Many insiders believe her heartfelt letters to Princess Anne and King Charles were written with exact that goal in mind, establishing a public trail of reaching out that could later become part of her narrative arc. Meanwhile, the palace is moving with precision to prevent any symbolic connection that could strengthen Meghan's public positioning. No return appearances, no friendly photo opportunities, no chance encounters that could be spun as a renewed alliance. Every possible pathway back is being quietly sealed off, and for good reason. Recently uncovered details from the 2020 Sussex exit agreement shed new light on how structured those boundaries really are. A rarely mentioned provision, referred to internally as Clause 12B, outlines the risks tied to any re-engagement with royal duties. The clause reportedly reads, should either party, Harry or Meghan, voluntarily step away and later seek to re-enter public representation of the crown, all prior agreements, including non-disparagement and confidentiality protections, would be subject to full renegotiation and potential revocation. In plain language, that means if Meghan attempted to return to royal activity and later published new material, she could lose many of the legal safeguards currently protecting her under the original 2020 terms. This single clause has now become the centerpiece of the palace's legal and risk management strategy. The most powerful twist in this unfolding saga doesn't come from Meghan or her legal team, but from a long-hidden letter written by Queen Elizabeth II herself. Known privately as the Obsidian Letter, it was penned in January 2022, just months before her passing, and carefully sealed in a black leather folio within her personal writing cabinet at Balmoral. The letter was meant to be opened only when the time called for it, and that time arrived in late December 2025, triggered by Meghan's quiet request to return. According to insiders familiar with the document, the Queen used the letter to lay out her final thoughts on the future of the monarchy, the preservation of legacy, and the rightful place of the Sussex children within the royal lineage. But what truly startled those who read it was one powerful decree: that no individual who had publicly stepped away from the crown should ever re-enter its fold under the banner of sentiment or remembrance. To do so, she wrote, is to weaken the walls my father built and my mother defended. That single line has since become the emotional cornerstone of the palace's current position, quoted privately as the moral justification for denying Meghan any symbolic or ceremonial return. The Queen ended her letter with a final note addressed to her daughter.
Guard this boundary, my dearest, not out of anger, but out of clarity. Those words struck like a quiet command, a final directive from a monarch who had always believed duty must come before comfort. Since the letter's contents were revealed, Princess Anne, Prince William, and Prince Edward have reportedly met privately several times to reaffirm the family's unified stance. As one insider put it, Meghan may visit Britain, but she will not return to the firm. The message is unmistakable. Personal emotion may exist, but institutional boundaries are now carved in stone. Meanwhile, Prince Harry's situation grows increasingly uncertain. Sources close to him say he's surrounded by silence, no direct communication from senior royals, no clear path forward, and mounting tension as Meghan prepares her next media chapter with precision. The palace, for its part, is closing ranks tighter than ever before, and at the center of it all, King Charles, perhaps the only remaining bridge between both worlds, has reportedly not spoken directly to Harry in nearly 10 days. The financial strain surrounding the Sussex household is reportedly reaching a breaking point. The Spotify partnership has officially ended, Netflix productions are said to be paused, and Archewell's internal restructuring has resulted in nearly 40% staff reductions, a move insiders interpret as a sign of donor fatigue and fading brand momentum. According to multiple sources, Prince Harry now faces a narrow, difficult crossroads: attempt reconciliation with his father on his own, quietly distance himself from Meghan's public efforts, or remain fully aligned with her and risk total exclusion from royal circles, along with growing financial uncertainty. Time, it seems, is quickly running out. Then, precisely at 8 a.m. on December 27, 2025, Buckingham Palace broke its silence. A short, carefully worded statement, under 80 words, was released across official royal channels, but its impact was seismic. It read, "In accordance with the wishes of the late Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and under the current direction of His Majesty the King, the royal household confirms that no changes will be made to the existing structure of working members of the royal family. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex are respectfully recognized as private citizens. No engagements or appearances under royal auspices are scheduled or authorized for 2026. No direct names beyond titles, no sentiment, no ambiguity, just structure, final and immovable." For many observers, it marked the quiet but absolute closing of a chapter, not only for royal participation, but also for legacy in Montecito. The silence that followed was striking. Meghan reportedly received the statement just minutes before it went public. Sources say she read it alone in her private office, showing no outward reaction. Across the estate, Prince Harry was later seen walking alone through the gardens, holding a worn copy of his mother's biography, with a handwritten note tucked between its pages. Whether the note was from King Charles or intended for him remains a mystery, one that only deepens the emotional distance now separating them. Within palace walls, insiders confirmed that King Charles made a deliberate choice not to personally respond to Meghan's second letter. Instead, he authorized the official statement as his only reply: formal, restrained, and final. Afterwards, he reportedly requested solitude at Birk Hall, his Scottish retreat, where he planned to spend the new year in reflection. Behind closed doors, Prince Harry reportedly remains torn, divided between his loyalty to his family and the life he's built abroad. Yet in public, he's calm, measured, and accepting of the palace's final decision.
Queen Camilla, Prince William, Princess Anne, and Prince Edward have all reaffirmed their shared stance, signaling an unmistakable royal consensus as the family heads into 2026, united, resolute, and unwavering. On December 26th, a rare moment of innocence emerged amid the quiet storm. Princess Charlotte asked if she could send one last letter to Archie and Lilibet. There was no royal agenda, no undertone of conflict, just the purity of a child's heart reaching across an invisible divide. Inside the envelope was a simple drawing of Sandringham's Christmas tree, shining with light, and a handwritten note that read, "I hope next year, wherever you are, feels a little like this." That letter, while never meant for public eyes, has already become a quiet piece of royal history, a small but powerful symbol of what was lost and what still remains. Within palace walls, insiders whisper about it as a gentle reminder that beneath protocol and politics, there is still humanity. Fragile, longing, and real. As 2025 draws its final breath, two royal worlds continue forward. One in Windsor, anchored by tradition, duty, and the unshakable rhythm of legacy. The other in California, guided by reinvention, self-determination, and the pursuit of emotional truth. Between them lies a silent divide, not marked by scandal or shouting, but by letters, pauses, and the unspoken ache of trust broken over time. In the end, the firm didn't need to respond loudly or dramatically. It simply closed its gates, calm, decisive, and final. History, as it always does, will carry the rest, leaving each figure to face the echo of their own decisions, with the world watching in quiet fascination. And that brings us to you, the audience, following every turn of this royal story. What do you think will happen next? Will Meghan make another move, or has the palace drawn its final line for good? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this story if you've been following the royal saga from the start. More twists, letters, and inside updates are coming soon, so stay tuned because this royal drama is far from over. In a rare and headline-stealing statement, the Prince and Princess of Wales publicly shared their deep appreciation toward His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for a birthday gift that's turning heads everywhere. The stunning Apollo and Artemis earrings aren't just sparkling treasures, they're powerful symbols of history, artistry, and international connection. These jewels don't just shine, they tell a story of honor, respect, and the long-standing ties between two of the world's most influential royal families. Kensington Palace's official confirmation sent royal watchers and jewelry experts into a frenzy, finally putting to rest weeks of quiet speculation. For the past 2 days, talk across social media and luxury circles has been dominated by the news that Catherine, Princess of Wales, is now the proud owner of what might be the most valuable pair of diamond earrings ever gifted. Personally presented by Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince, the gesture has electrified palace circles and luxury markets alike, a dramatic reminder of Catherine's unmatched elegance, influence, and modern royal presence. But these aren't your average jewels. The Apollo and Artemis diamonds, once hailed as the pinnacle of gemstone perfection, sold for a jaw-dropping $57.40 million at Sotheby's Geneva auction, a record that still leaves experts speechless. Now those very diamonds have found a new home with the Princess of Wales, who reportedly wore them in quiet sophistication during a private family dinner on January 9th to celebrate her 44th birthday. What a moment fit for modern royalty.
It was a private yet dazzling moment of pure elegance, one that only those closest to the royal family were lucky enough to witness. The true magic of these earrings isn't about showing them off in public, but about the deep symbolism and storytelling crafted into every detail of their design. According to members of the Saudi royal family, even the names of the earrings were chosen with purpose and precision. Apollo representing light and wisdom, and Artemis symbolizing protection and strength, reflect a perfect balance of energy and grace. This thoughtful gesture mirrors the very traits Catherine has shown in recent years: resilience, compassion, and a remarkable ability to juggle family life with her ever-growing role on the world stage. Apollo sparkles with 54 carats of intense blue brilliance, one of the purest blue diamonds ever recorded. Meanwhile, Artemis glows in 16 carats of vivid pink fire, rare and breathtaking in equal measure. Each gem has been masterfully cut into sleek, slightly asymmetrical shapes, designed not just for beauty, but to embody a story of harmony between heaven and earth. There's a poetic duality in their design: brother and sister, sun and moon, logic and intuition. Together, they capture the spirit of balance and unity. Now resting on the ears of a future queen, these earrings carry layers of hidden meaning that only the most devoted royal followers could fully appreciate. Insiders from both royal circles revealed that the gift was personally approved by King Salman and Queen Fadda, who are said to hold deep respect for Catherine's role as a steady and graceful presence in modern European diplomacy. With King Charles continuing his recovery and Prince William driving a bold new vision to modernize the monarchy, the gesture from Riyadh was anything but decorative. It carried quiet yet unmistakable diplomatic weight. This wasn't just a glamorous exchange, it was a calculated expression of respect, alliance, and influence. Crown Prince Mohammed's low-profile visit to London just days before Catherine's birthday was wrapped in secrecy, sparking whispers across royal and political circles. At first, few details were known, but palace insiders later confirmed that a private dinner took place at Clarence House, attended by William, Catherine, Princess Anne, and Prince Edward. Those close to the event described the evening as one built on symbolic connection and shared understanding, rather than any formal deal-making. But things reportedly took a more intense turn once the formalities ended and a private, off-record discussion began. Sources claim that during this private exchange, the Crown Prince made several unexpected comments, one of which hinted at royal dynamics that immediately changed the room's mood. According to a staff member present, the atmosphere grew tense when the Crown Prince paused while looking at a framed photo of Catherine from a past state dinner, allegedly remarking, "She wears state jewels with grace, not all do. Some borrow, then vanish." The statement, layered with meaning, reportedly left everyone silent, creating an unmistakable wave of unease through the room. Insiders close to the upcoming production revealed that the segment features personal stories tied to a well-known actress and an exclusive yacht gathering where a pair of royal earrings meant for Queen Elizabeth II were worn under questionable circumstances. Even though the episode remains under embargo until its official release, online chatter is already heating up, with many speculating that the actress being mentioned could be Meghan Markle and that the jewelry in question might be the famous diamond chandelier earrings she showcased back in 2018. Reports at the time described those earrings as a diplomatic gift originally intended for Queen Elizabeth II, yet they were later seen on Meghan during moments that raised some eyebrows within royal circles. Sources suggest that this isn't the first time Meghan's name has popped up in society discussions regarding the handling of luxury pieces or borrowed designer items. The story keeps unfolding, and people can't stop talking. Just a few weeks ago, designer Victoria Beckham allegedly made some cryptic remarks in a private conversation, comments that were eventually leaked. She reportedly mentioned a borrowed blue dress that was never returned,
hinting that some individuals build empires on borrowed names. The tabloids initially brushed it off as harmless fashion gossip, but with this new segment coming soon, those words suddenly sound a lot more loaded. After Crown Prince Mohammed's subtle but pointed remarks, royal watchers have started piecing the puzzle together, and the picture they're forming is explosive. Multiple insiders claim that the discussion may hint towards Meghan's history of borrowing not just fashion pieces, but also connections and influence in elite circles. Fresh whispers suggest that back in 2018, Meghan may have used Princess Catherine's name or royal title as a way to request access to high-end jewelry, including alleged communication with a Saudi princess to secure earrings for a public appearance. While the palace has never publicly confirmed or denied any of these claims, the silence surrounding the topic has been described by insiders as absolutely deafening. The lack of clarification has only fueled more curiosity, and now all eyes are turning towards the upcoming pre-recorded interview with The View, where Crown Prince Mohammed is said to open up about a night from years ago that's now taking center stage. According to early reports, the Crown Prince recalls an encounter aboard a private yacht long before Meghan became the Duchess of Sussex. Sources say he identifies her as a striking young woman he met during an exclusive event hosted by a high society socialite known for gathering rising stars and influential personalities. He reportedly says, "I remember her clearly. She wasn't royal yet, but she carried herself like someone who already knew she would make headlines."
It's now being suggested that Meghan's entry into elite circles might have been more strategic than spontaneous, a sharp contrast to the public story of a self-made actress working her way up through auditions and behind-the-scenes efforts. And now a new twist has everyone talking. Reports claim that Crown Prince Mohammed confirmed the dazzling diamond chandelier earrings Meghan wore during the Sussex royal tour in 2018 were actually a diplomatic gift intended for Queen Elizabeth II. The jewels were reportedly delivered in a red case sealed with the royal insignia, meant to remain part of the official royal collection, not for personal use. This detail completely challenges previous public statements made on Meghan's behalf, which had claimed that the earrings were either loaned from a private jeweler or borrowed directly from the Queen. According to insiders, the Crown Prince was reportedly taken aback and even somewhat disappointed to see photos of Meghan wearing the jewels in Fiji, saying it was never his intention for the gift to be used that way. The revelation has stirred major interest among royal commentators and jewelry experts alike. The first public sighting of the earrings was on October 23, 2018, at a glamorous state dinner in Fiji, just 3 days after Saudi Arabia's international announcement about the journalist Jamal Khashoggi case, which made the timing even more sensitive. Meghan was later seen wearing the same earrings on November 14, 2018, during Prince Charles's 70th birthday celebration at Buckingham Palace. The Saudi origin of the earrings, combined with the political backdrop surrounding them, has only amplified global curiosity, with Crown Prince Mohammed reportedly confirming both the true source of the jewels and that they were worn without formal authorization. The entire situation has been reignited with striking clarity. This isn't just revisiting an old rumor, it's reshaping how many see Meghan's public image today. From the very beginning, Meghan built her reputation around integrity, independence, and strong values. Her brand and lifestyle projects were centered on ideas like authenticity, honesty, and ethical living. But if the Crown Prince's account turns out to be accurate, it could suggest that royal connections were used to access luxury items under unclear circumstances, raising fresh questions about the consistency of her public narrative. The story has sparked an international conversation, with royal analysts and fans alike trying to make sense of what this means for her image and credibility. So far, both Kensington Palace and Buckingham Palace have chosen not to comment. Prince Harry has stayed quiet, and Meghan herself hasn't addressed the reports, even as #EarringGate continues to trend online. According to royal insiders, this silence may be deliberate, part of a careful behind-the-scenes strategy to manage both the diplomatic and public reactions. This story has officially moved beyond royal gossip. It's now a matter of diplomacy, protocol, and the legacy of the late Queen herself. The recent statements attributed to Crown Prince Mohammed regarding the diamond earrings have not only reignited a long-simmering controversy, but opened the door to something far more serious. What once looked like a minor fashion mystery is now unfolding into a complex tale with deep diplomatic and social ripples. The carefully built image of Meghan Markle rising through Hollywood, high fashion, and into royal life is starting to show cracks that have caught the attention of powerful circles worldwide. Talk behind closed doors suggests that the 2018 chandelier earrings situation might not have been a one-off misunderstanding, but possibly part of a larger, more strategic pattern. Allegedly, this could include selective name-dropping, clever social maneuvering, and reshaping past details to better fit a polished public story. The stakes have never been higher, and curiosity is spreading fast. Adding more intrigue, Crown Prince Mohammed's vivid recollection of that yacht gathering involving an actress many believe to be a pre-royalty Meghan has fueled fresh waves of speculation. According to insiders within royal protocol offices, confidential discussions have revealed that in early April 2018, just weeks before Meghan's royal wedding, a Saudi princess from Riyadh's Al Saudi branch allegedly received a message from someone claiming to represent the Duchess of Cambridge. The message was said to be polite and formal, requesting the loan of ceremonial jewelry for an upcoming Commonwealth event. It reportedly bypassed all official royal communication channels, arriving without any formal seal, signature, or authorization. The wording, however, implied that it came straight from Catherine herself, giving it an air of legitimacy that fooled even experienced eyes. According to a former royal aide, the Saudi princess, unfamiliar with the strict structure of the British royal system, initially agreed to the request, assuming she was simply participating in a long-standing tradition of royal women lending ceremonial jewelry to one another. It wasn't until after Meghan's public appearance in Fiji that palace staff began to realize there may have been some misunderstanding in how the request was presented. One insider quietly admitted, "We didn't fully grasp the situation until those photos surfaced." Despite the confusion, no formal inquiry was launched, largely because tensions were already high due to sensitive international issues at the time, making diplomatic relations incredibly delicate. Behind palace walls, discussions were said to be uneasy, with advisors treading carefully over how to address the matter. One senior official was reportedly overheard saying, "If the future Duchess of Sussex is already using the Duchess of Cambridge's name for favors before the wedding, what's next?" The remark captured a growing sense of concern about boundaries and influence within the royal household. What's more, this wasn't happening in isolation. Even fashion insiders were taking notice. During a private luncheon in Knightsbridge, Victoria Beckham made a pointed remark that quickly caught attention. Some people think once they marry into royalty, everything becomes theirs to borrow, and sometimes they forget to give it back. That blue dress is still missing. At first, her words were brushed off as light-hearted fashion gossip, but new insider accounts suggest there may have been more truth hidden behind the comment than anyone realized. Sources now claim that Beckham was referring to a sapphire gown allegedly loaned to Meghan for a 2018 pre-wedding charity gala, a dress that was never publicly acknowledged or returned. Adding to the intrigue, whispers suggest Meghan may have said the dress was borrowed on behalf of Catherine, who had just given birth to Prince Louis at the time and couldn't attend the event herself. If this detail proves accurate, it would mark the second reported instance of Meghan allegedly referencing Catherine's name to gain access to luxury or ceremonial items. What's drawing even more attention is the pattern. Both incidents appear to connect back to places with highly formal traditions and strict etiquette, specifically Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom. With Crown Prince Mohammed now confirming parts of the yacht-gathering timeline, the scrutiny around these events is intensifying fast. Investigators and commentators alike are also revisiting the lesser-known chapters of Meghan's story, particularly between 2004 and 2011, a period she is often described as her grind years, hustling through auditions and taking smaller television roles before her Hollywood breakthrough. Curiously, there are long gaps in Meghan's documented timeline. Several months in both 2006 and 2008 show no verified public appearances or film credits at all. For someone now known for her polished online image, the near total lack of social media activity before 2011 stands out as particularly unusual. Behind the scenes, entertainment insiders claim there were a number of unpublicized trips to the Mediterranean and Gulf regions during that time, though no professional commitments were ever linked to them. Whispers in industry circles suggest that during those years, guest lists, hotel arrangements, and social introductions may have been subtly arranged to position her closer to exclusive networks long before she found fame on Suits. If that's accurate, it means her carefully crafted self-made story might have skipped over key chapters of high-level social maneuvering and strategic networking. The pattern that's now emerging is striking: shifting explanations, selective denials, and a long stretch of silence whenever the questions get too close for comfort. When the controversy around the 2018 chandelier earrings first surfaced, Meghan's representatives reportedly changed their story several times, first denying the jewelry's Saudi origin, then suggesting they were borrowed from a private jeweler, and later claiming they had been loaned by Queen Elizabeth II herself. But according to palace insiders, there's no official record to back any of those explanations. With Crown Prince Mohammed's recent statements now directly contradicting Meghan's earlier explanations, her continued silence has only fueled even more public curiosity. Social media has exploded once again. #EarringGate trended for 2 full days, showing just how fascinated and divided the world has become over this royal drama. While the online conversation raged, Meghan's lifestyle brand, American Riviera Orchard, dropped a New Year's video featuring lemon marmalade and handwritten affirmations. "We're turning the page this year," she said, with calm confidence. "Truth, softness, and light." But critics weren't buying it so easily. Many pointed out that true honesty comes from openness, not selective storytelling, especially now that Buckingham Palace is glowing in global admiration following Crown Prince Mohammed's highly publicized gift to Princess Catherine. On one side of the Atlantic, Catherine continues to embody unity and grace, dazzling in the legendary Apollo and Artemis earrings, symbols of elegance, balance, and royal harmony. On the other, Meghan faces a narrative that feels increasingly fractured, both in her public image and personal life.
Observers note that the House of Windsor seems to be moving forward with quiet precision, solidifying Catherine's influence in diplomatic and cultural spaces alike. Her rising prominence has only emphasized the contrast between the two duchesses' current paths. Meanwhile, whispers of growing strain within the House of Sussex have started making their way into the media once again, and though no one from the couple's camp has spoken out, the silence feels louder than words. Several major media outlets, even ones usually supportive of the Sussexes, have begun reporting that Prince Harry is seriously considering a partial return to the UK amid King Charles III's continued recovery and the growing pressure of royal responsibilities. However, Meghan is said to be less enthusiastic about the idea, choosing to stay firmly rooted at their Montecito estate in California, where her lifestyle and business ventures remain her main focus. This difference in priorities has reportedly sparked quiet but emotional disagreements behind closed doors, hinting at deeper challenges within the couple's dynamic. One insider summed it up sharply: Harry's torn between duty and independence. He wants to reconnect and maybe even mend the family rift, but Meghan views going back as a step backward, especially with the Crown Prince Mohammed's revelations and more discussions expected on The View. The situation is becoming increasingly complex as both personal and professional pressures collide. Meghan's lifestyle brand, American Riviera Orchard, which made its big debut in early 2025, initially drew plenty of buzz and media attention. Yet the next rollout, planned for spring 2026, has reportedly hit turbulence after a technical glitch revealed a large batch of unsold inventory. Critics online quickly seized the moment, contrasting her brand's message of authenticity and honesty with what they see as growing inconsistencies surrounding the diamond earring controversy. Even the brand's carefully curated, earthy elegance style, once admired for its simplicity, is now being called performative by some commentators. To those watching closely, the problem isn't just about product delays or packaging aesthetics, it's about credibility. Catherine's worldwide reputation is climbing higher than ever. Prominent Saudi and Gulf media outlets, including Al Arab and Shark News, have celebrated her as a modern symbol of cultural connection and global harmony. Diplomatic sources confirm that both Catherine and Prince William have played key roles in post-Brexit royal diplomacy, strengthening ties with major Gulf families and representing the monarchy with calm precision and grace. She carries gifts with respect, not ambition, one royal aide was quoted as saying, a subtle but unmistakable comparison to Meghan's past handling of internationally linked jewelry, which many now see as diplomatically awkward. As Prince William prepares to take on more royal responsibilities, Catherine's standing as the future queen consort looks more secure than ever before. Her image, refined, grounded, and globally admired, continues to rise, supported by both international partnerships and deep respect at home. The contrast between Catherine's composed diplomacy and Meghan's more debated public image has become increasingly pronounced, especially in light of recent family developments. Adding another emotional layer, Meghan's estranged father, Thomas Markle Sr., has been facing serious health challenges. In December 2025, he reportedly underwent major surgery while in the Philippines and is now in active rehabilitation. Despite the situation, sources close to the family claim there has been little direct communication from Meghan, no calls, visits, or messages so far. The story has reignited public discussion about family reconciliation, compassion, and responsibility, all while Catherine continues to represent stability and empathy on the global stage. A handwritten card and letter were eventually delivered through intermediaries weeks later, but with no direct message of reconnection, leaving many observers questioning the personal and public sincerity of the Duchess of Sussex. The emotional contrast couldn't be sharper. While Meghan continues to speak passionately about wellness, family connection, and personal healing through her brand and public appearances, the situation with her father paints a very different picture. Her carefully crafted image of empathy and family closeness now appears to be clashing with growing claims of distance and silence. The tabloids have jumped at the contradiction, rolling out headlines that spotlight the widening gap between her public message and her private actions. One viral headline bluntly read, "She sells jam but won't visit dad," while others pushed the narrative further, portraying Meghan as someone who preaches compassion when the cameras are on, but keeps her distance when real emotion is required. The coverage has been relentless, and the public conversation around authenticity versus image has never been louder. What's unfolding isn't a sudden royal scandal sparked by one dramatic event. It's something slower, more deliberate, and arguably more damaging, a gradual unraveling of a long-maintained public persona. Every new revelation seems to peel back another layer of her image, exposing contradictions that once went unnoticed. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's recollections, particularly his comments linking back to the 2018 diamond earring controversy, have added new context that reframes Meghan's earlier choices in a more complicated light. Moments once hidden behind polished storytelling and selective silence are now being re-examined with intense scrutiny, especially as Meghan continues to pursue her public ventures, brand deals, and media projects. Even some of her longtime supporters are beginning to ask tough questions. If honesty and family are truly her core values, why has the story surrounding the diamond earrings changed so many times? If she stands for family-first principles, why has there been such visible distance from her own father? And if integrity is the foundation of her lifestyle brand, why do reports continue to surface about jewelry and other high-profile items handled without full acknowledgement?
Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's subtle but impactful revelations have sent ripples far beyond royal gossip. They've sparked a genuine diplomatic dilemma for the modern monarchy. This isn't just about one person's reputation anymore. It's about how the royal institution manages fallout from someone who still carries royal associations but operates independently from its official structure. The situation demands delicate handling, especially as global audiences and political allies watch closely. Inside the palace, the approach remains characteristically calm and strategic. There's an understanding that direct confrontation could fan the flames, so instead, the focus is on quiet control. The crown always moves carefully, one royal historian explained this week. It doesn't shout, it acts. Its strength lies in silence, precision, and timing. Insiders have revealed that just days after Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's statements made global headlines, a high-level strategy meeting quietly took place at Clarence House to tackle the growing situation. Attendees reportedly included Prince William, Princess Anne, Lord President Alastair Pembroke, Sir Jasper Hadley from the palace legal team, and several senior advisors. But this wasn't about drafting a public counterstatement. The focus was far more measured and forward-thinking. According to those familiar with the discussion, the meeting centered on three main objectives. First, to protect the monarchy's institutional integrity without ever directly naming Meghan Markle. Second, to prepare for potential media waves following Crown Prince Mohammed's upcoming appearance on The View. And third, to shape a consistent royal message for 2026 that emphasizes modern, confident leadership rooted in stability and progress. A source close to the gathering described the tone perfectly. They're not panicking about what's being said, they're planning what comes next. The monarchy doesn't chase noise, it builds legacy. That calm, disciplined approach mirrors how the royal household has handled countless crises before, with precision, not emotion. One of the most significant outcomes from that meeting, however, involved the official handling of royal jewelry. The diamond chandelier earrings worn by Meghan in 2018, the same pair that's been at the center of months of public debate, have now reportedly been reclassified within the royal archives as not in active circulation. The decision sends a subtle but unmistakable message. The palace is moving forward, carefully defining what remains part of royal tradition and what no longer fits the crown's future image.
It's a silent yet unmistakable statement of boundary and renewal. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, excitement is building in New York as ABC's The View prepares for what could be one of its most sensitive and closely watched broadcasts in years. The much-anticipated pre-recorded interview with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman was filmed under extremely tight security at a private Manhattan location, and, according to insiders, it includes at least 2 direct mentions of Meghan Markle by name, along with several allusions to her reputation in elite circles. Because of the weight of the claims, legal advisors on both the Crown Prince's and the network sides are treading carefully, ensuring every statement remains factual and responsibly handled. The focus now is on maintaining journalistic accuracy while avoiding any misrepresentation. According to network sources, the producers are confident in the integrity of the material, noting that first-hand accounts supported by verifiable details fall well within the boundaries of responsible reporting. Truth speaks for itself, one insider reportedly said, hinting that the broadcast won't shy away from difficult topics. Unless any last-minute legal injunctions intervene, the long-awaited interview is officially scheduled to air on January 31, 2026, a date already circled by royal watchers, media analysts, and international diplomats alike. The upcoming broadcast has already created a wave of anticipation among royal followers, political analysts, and international media outlets. While King Charles III continues to recover and remains largely removed from daily royal operations, Prince William has stepped into an unmistakable leadership role, not only taking on more ceremonial duties, but also leading strategic discussions that shape the monarchy's next era. His decision to invite Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman to the upcoming Commonwealth Economic Roundtable in London this March perfectly captures the royal family's approach: diplomacy first, stability always, and no distractions from external noise. In this new chapter, the institution is signaling that its focus lies firmly on international cooperation and legacy, not lingering drama. Meanwhile, in Montecito, California, the Sussex household is reportedly under growing strain. Legal advisors are said to be stretched thin, juggling the potential aftershocks from the View interview with ongoing commitments tied to their Netflix projects, especially the highly anticipated Love series. At the same time, Meghan's lifestyle brand, American Riviera Orchard, has allegedly faced major internal restructuring, including multiple executive-level departures and staff reductions. For royal observers, the contrast between London's steady momentum and California's reported turbulence couldn't be more striking. The Crown is doubling down on unity and direction, while the Sussexes appear to be navigating one of their most challenging professional and reputational phases yet. Reports indicate that Prince Harry has quietly reached out to Prince Edward for personal guidance on what a possible path back to the UK might look like, though a full return to royal life seems very unlikely at this stage. These private conversations, according to insiders, reflect not just reflection, but perhaps a moment of deep personal reassessment for Harry as he weighs his duties, identity, and future direction. Across the royal landscape, the contrast with Catherine could not be clearer. While Meghan's ventures face heavy scrutiny and business challenges, Catherine's reputation continues to rise, both at home and internationally. Her steady, thoughtful approach to royal life has become a model of modern leadership. Her decision to wear the legendary Apollo and Artemis earrings, valued at an astonishing $57.4 million and presented by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, highlighted not only her elegance, but also her instinctive grasp of global diplomacy. Those jewels now represent far more than luxury. They symbolize her role as a bridge between cultures and as the poised future queen consort. Yet what truly sets Catherine apart is how she handles her influence.
quietly, deliberately, and without fanfare. While public attention often swirls around scandal or speculation, she continues to focus on genuine service, charity work, and human connection. In January 2026, she attended a private charity dinner in Oxfordshire, supporting families affected by cancer, including children who had faced devastating personal loss. There were no camera crews, no press releases, and no publicity stunts, just heartfelt compassion and quiet strength. And then, the moment that captured the world. The image of Catherine wearing the breathtaking Apollo and Artemis earrings was quietly leaked online, and within hours it had gone viral. Her soft smile, her calm confidence, and the gentle sparkle of the diamonds said more than any press statement ever could. It wasn't just about fashion, it was about poise, respect, and quiet power. While Meghan's public image continues to face challenges and constant re-evaluation, Catherine's reputation is becoming stronger than ever, built on authenticity, grace, and a steady hand that never needs to shout for attention. The Apollo and Artemis earrings now carry a meaning that goes far beyond their stunning beauty. They've become symbols of diplomacy, cultural respect, and personal honor. Inside the royal offices, one beautiful detail stands out: a handwritten note that accompanied the earrings from Saudi Queen Fahd herself, reading, "You are the Artemis of your time." That message is now said to be framed in Catherine's private workspace, serving as a quiet reminder that true leadership isn't about noise or spectacle. It's about strength, balance, and dignity. If you found this story fascinating, make sure to like, subscribe, and drop your thoughts in the comments below. What do you think about the growing contrast between Catherine and Meghan? Does grace speak louder than words? Let's talk about it. Your opinion matters. Earlier this month, Meghan Markle touched down at Dubai International Airport. Her visit was reportedly packed with luxury brand meetings, quiet talks with top regional media figures, and a private dinner with major Gulf investors, all tied to a March campaign launch. But just as the trip seemed set for success, things took a sudden turn. Border officials stopped her upon arrival, escorted her to a private interview room, and after a calm discussion, she was unexpectedly denied entry. Instead of reaching out to the U.S. Embassy, Meghan is said to have contacted the British royal family, asking for diplomatic help, citing her marriage to Prince Harry and her position as the mother of 2 royal children. That move sparked serious whispers online. So what exactly caused this high-profile rejection? Why would Dubai, famous for its polished image and global ties, refuse entry to one of the world's most talked-about women? She arrived expecting glamour and red carpets, but left quietly. No cameras, no fanfare, just disbelief. Rumors are swirling about what might have triggered this decision. Was it linked to business politics, branding conflicts, or something more personal behind the scenes? One thing's for sure, this was not the reception she planned for. And adding even more drama, an official spokesperson reportedly stated, "The British royal family will not provide diplomatic sponsorship for Meghan Markle. She no longer represents the crown in any form, nor is she authorized to invoke our name for private endeavors." The fallout? Massive. The silence from both sides only makes the mystery deeper. Statement from Prince William, February 5th, 2026, Buckingham Palace. That one line, calm but sharp, shook headlines across the world like a political earthquake. For the first time in years, a senior royal has openly and officially distanced himself from Meghan Markle after her widely discussed refusal of entry into the United Arab Emirates. It wasn't gossip or a quiet leak. The message came straight from Prince William himself through Buckingham Palace's Global Affairs Office. It was firm, polished, and left absolutely no room for guessing. The statement read,
Her Grace's current activities, travels, and affiliations are not coordinated with nor endorsed by the royal household. It continued, the United Kingdom's diplomatic channels remain governed by Her Majesty's government and respective consular authorities, not by spousal entitlement or media status. That wording hit hard. Every sentence sounded like it was carefully chosen to make one thing clear. Meghan is completely on her own when it comes to official, royal, or diplomatic business. So what led to this public and pointed declaration? Just days earlier, Meghan Markle, once the Duchess of Sussex and now one of the most discussed figures in global media, was reportedly stopped at Dubai International Airport. Insiders say she was arriving for a private branding project, but things didn't go as planned. According to sources close to UAE border staff, Meghan allegedly tried to reference her past royal ties to smooth her entry process, a move that didn't sit well with officials. Instead of reaching out to the U.S. consulate, the nation where she's still a citizen, Meghan reportedly tried a royal route. She requested special travel clearance based on her marriage to Prince Harry and her role as mother of 2 royal-titled children, granted under the legacy decrees of Queen Elizabeth II. But this bold move didn't go as planned. It completely backfired. On February 4th, Meghan touched down in Dubai on a commercial flight booked in private class. According to a source close to her circle, she expected an easy entry, discreet handling, and a polished start to her March campaign schedule. Everything was set. Her outfit matched the mood, her team was briefed to keep things low-key, and her rumored Lilibet Luxe lifestyle line was quietly preparing for a soft launch. It was supposed to be smooth, glamorous, and perfectly timed. But that warm reception never came. Shortly after landing, Meghan was approached by UAE immigration officers and asked a few standard travel questions. She was then invited into a private interview room for what's described as a standard review. Calm, procedural, nothing dramatic. Her passport was held for a short time, checked, and handed right back. No detainment, no harsh treatment, just a clear and formal message. You are not welcome at this time. Within the hour, she was politely instructed to reboard the next available flight out. No public explanation followed. However, according to Article 11 of the UAE Federal Law on Entry and Residence, immigration authorities have full discretion to deny entry without the need for an official reason or appeal. Meghan reportedly exited the Dubai terminal in complete silence. No press flashes, no public words, no cameras in sight. The real tension didn't start with her being denied entry, but with what she chose to do right after being escorted out. According to sources close to the situation, Meghan reached out not to American diplomats, but to British officials, hoping for royal-level support. A senior contact within the UAE's foreign affairs circle shared that Meghan claimed she should receive diplomatic consideration because she's still legally married to Prince Harry, a recognized member of the royal family. She also pointed out her role as mother of 2 royal-titled children, granted under the legacy decrees of Queen Elizabeth II. At the time, Meghan was reportedly on a strict schedule to return to California for the spring registration of Archie and Lilibet. This event, according to insiders, had already drawn attention from legal and jurisdictional authorities in the past, even reaching palace awareness during 2025. The timing couldn't be worse. Everything seemed to collide at once. Her urgent request for diplomatic help was quickly passed on to Buckingham Palace for confirmation. And then the real shock hit. Within hours, the palace released an official response that left no room for speculation. That same day, Prince William issued a firm public statement, one that shut down all remaining uncertainty. The matter of Meghan Markle's current travels is one for the appropriate consular authorities. We will not intervene. Those were Prince William's words, delivered directly to UAE counterparts. calm, official, and unshakably firm. But make no mistake, this wasn't some routine diplomatic note. It was a clear, formal signal, a formal distancing of the royal institution from Meghan and Harry's independent ventures. Prince William's statement confirmed what had quietly circulated in royal and diplomatic circles for years. Meghan Markle is now seen as a private citizen, living fully outside the royal system. She's no longer recognized as part of the Crown's active representatives, and any former royal privileges no longer apply. This wasn't just symbolic, it was administrative, diplomatic, and final.
The message went even further, explicitly stating that she cannot use her previous royal connections for any public, private, or commercial purpose. That same afternoon, Princess Anne stepped forward in a short press briefing, reinforcing the message with her signature directness. Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, while bound in family, do not represent the royal institution. Any attempts to project royal affiliation for commercial or personal endeavors are expressly prohibited and violate the standing directives agreed upon during their 2020 exit. That statement hit international media like a wave. Within hours, Meghan's entire PR team went silent. No official comments, no clarifications, nothing. Prince Harry has also remained completely out of sight since the announcement. Meanwhile, diplomatic insiders in both London and the UAE confirmed that Meghan's attempt to enter the Emirates under perceived royal consideration was formally logged and declined. And the fallout didn't stop there. Meghan's planned Dubai media campaign for March 2026 has been officially canceled. Even her next rumored stop, Saudi Arabia, is reportedly under internal review, with leadership in Riyadh said to be uneasy about brand alignment risks. The doors Meghan once believed would always be open now appear tightly closed. Her rejection in Dubai didn't just happen out of the blue. It was the result of a long, complicated unraveling that's been unfolding across her entire post-royal chapter. From luxury real estate drama to mounting financial and business strain, from fading media partnerships to official royal distancing, the image Meghan carefully built has not just dimmed, it's visibly cracked. After being turned away from Dubai on February 4th, her usually busy media presence went completely silent. But behind that silence lies a bigger picture. This wasn't just a diplomatic misstep, it was the breaking point in a much larger story. According to sources close to the property owner of Meghan and Harry's Montecito estate, whispers about the couple's move were far from voluntary. Reports claim they were asked to vacate the property following several disputes, including delayed payments, unapproved home changes, and disagreements tied to local property regulations. A quiet filing uncovered by reporters in Santa Barbara County lists the official reason as non-renewal of private lease due to conflict with contractual terms. The process was carried out swiftly and privately without public spectacle, a sharp contrast to the lavish camera-ready lifestyle they once showcased during the Oprah era. And that wasn't the only setback. The once celebrated Spotify deal, originally worth a reported $25 million, was officially ended in late 2025. Industry insiders cited creative disagreements and lower than expected engagement as key reasons for the termination. What was once hailed as a major platform for their voices quickly became another reminder of how difficult their post-royal ventures had become. Then came Netflix, the deal that once symbolized the Sussex's big Hollywood takeover.
What started as a headline-making multi-million-dollar partnership has now reportedly shrunk into a loose holding arrangement. According to insiders, Netflix executives were disappointed by the limited audience response and growing concerns about brand fit, leading them to quietly step back from renewing the Sussex's content contract in January 2026. That decision hit hard. It was the cornerstone of Meghan's media and production ambitions. Meanwhile, the Archwell Foundation, once promoted as their defining legacy project, is now facing serious administrative reviews in both the US and the UK. Officials are reportedly examining issues related to financial documentation, staff management, and the handling of certain charitable partnerships. Multiple former team members have filed civil actions claiming unpaid compensation and improper contract terminations. The scrutiny has drawn attention from federal regulators, who are said to be reviewing whether any inaccurate representations were made on partnership filings connected to Meghan's business collaborations in the wellness sector. And if that wasn't enough pressure, an inheritance-related dispute involving filmmaker Tyler Perry, once one of their closest post-royal supporters, is said to be quietly unfolding behind closed doors. Reports suggest Perry believes he was misled into transferring funds connected to a private agreement, sparking a confidential legal back and forth that has added yet another layer of tension to Meghan and Harry's already challenging year. The outcome? A brand in freefall. By late 2025, Meghan had started quietly shifting her focus towards the Middle East, exploring the idea of positioning herself as a cultural bridge for modern Arab women, a bold pivot that left political analysts puzzled and royal watchers uneasy. Sources say Meghan entered early discussions with major media investors in Dubai, Qatar, and even Saudi Arabia, presenting herself as a voice for global female empowerment. Her plan reportedly centered on launching a wellness and luxury lifestyle brand, supported by a docuseries chronicling her journey from royal outsider to self-made entrepreneur. Internally, the campaign carried the working title Lilibet Rising, but that dream has now completely unraveled. After her denial of entry into Dubai, the entire project appears to have collapsed overnight. The setback reportedly damaged her brand credibility across Gulf markets, with Saudi Arabia putting all exploratory talks on hold due to concerns about Meghan's unpredictable public image and unresolved business issues. Regional media outlets in Kuwait and Bahrain have since published commentary pieces cautioning against celebrity figures with unsettled political or reputational backgrounds. What was once imagined as Meghan's grand reintroduction to global influence has suddenly turned into a diplomatic and branding freeze-out. In the months leading up to the Dubai situation, Meghan's PR team worked tirelessly to reshape her public story, from misunderstood victim to empowered mother, from feminist leader to comeback visionary. But every new narrative seemed to collide with old controversies. Even earlier workplace complaints, first reported by former palace aides back in 2021, started resurfacing through new interviews and public testimonies. The growing belief that Meghan Markle stages personal crises only to rise again as a public hero has been spreading fast. This idea gained traction after her emotional Netflix segment, once intended to inspire empathy, drew criticism from some viewers who felt it leaned too heavily on drama. Adding to the swirl of rumors, speculation around the circumstances of her children's births has quietly persisted in elite social circles, even though none of those claims have ever been confirmed or backed by evidence. Meanwhile, confusion surrounding Meghan's various ventures, whether they operate as charitable foundations or profit-driven businesses, has reportedly led to international regulators to label them as hybrid risk entities, meaning they blur the line between philanthropy and commerce.
One Middle Eastern diplomat summed up the region's divided stance with striking honesty. She is too famous to ignore and too unpredictable to fully embrace. So when Meghan was turned away at the Dubai border, many global observers were shocked, but Middle Eastern diplomatic insiders were not. Her refusal of entry wasn't a sudden or emotional move. It was, according to experts, the product of precise and calculated decision-making, shaped by Emirati law, national image policies, and quiet exchanges between high-level officials. And interestingly, those early discussions didn't start in Washington. They reportedly began in Windsor. Dubai's leadership made its position very clear. Meghan Markle was seen as a potential reputational liability, and the nation wasn't willing to stake its brand on uncertain global controversy. Under Article 6 of the 1973 Federal Law on Immigration and Residence, as later updated in the UAE's Immigration Code, border officers retain full authority to approve or deny entry to any visitor without the need for explanation or appeal. This situation isn't exclusive to Meghan, but what is unique is the intensity of how she's perceived as a public risk. According to several UAE government advisors who spoke off-record, her refusal of entry wasn't due to any criminal concern, but rather because her name carries a level of media volatility that clashed with the UAE's carefully managed global image. Sources say Dubai immigration officials used a detailed 4-point reputational risk assessment to reach their decision, and unfortunately, Meghan's profile reportedly met all the listed criteria. First, ongoing administrative reviews in both the US and the UK regarding the Archwell Foundation's charitable reporting placed her under active regulatory scrutiny. Questions surrounding donation management, disputed financial transactions, and inconsistencies in international filings created what officials described as red flags. Under existing international tax cooperation frameworks, such issues can automatically prompt additional entry reviews, even when no formal legal case exists. Second, the factor of public image volatility carried major weight. Meghan is known globally as a powerful media figure who often sparks intense reactions, both positive and negative. Officials reportedly referenced online trends and social media analyses, highlighting how her name frequently dominates digital discussions in unpredictable ways. Third, officials were said to be monitoring ongoing disputes involving high-profile donors, including the unresolved financial disagreements linked to her past partnership with Tyler Perry, which further elevated perceived reputational risk. Finally, her track record of public storytelling, from high-profile interviews to emotional media moments, was cited as an unpredictable variable that could conflict with the UAE's strict media stability policies. Reports mention that officials even reviewed recent viral discussions on X, formerly Twitter, that compiled dozens of past controversies surrounding her public appearances and statements. This isn't about her personal truth, explained one Gulf media advisor. It's about our stability. That statement captured the core of Dubai's reasoning, not emotion, but order, consistency, and reputation management. Reports suggest Emirati officials reviewed multiple concerns raised by former Archwell employees who claimed they experienced abrupt terminations, unclear direction, and difficult workplace dynamics. In the UAE, where leadership is deeply tied to honor and organizational harmony, such patterns are seen as a breach of social trust.
something the country's business and cultural systems take very seriously. Visa documentation added another layer to the problem. Meghan's travel paperwork did not match the type of meetings she was planning to attend. Sources claim she entered under a personal travel category, yet her schedule allegedly included business discussions with luxury brand representatives and digital production teams who were preparing promotional materials. To UAE officials, this discrepancy came across as a serious procedural issue. They viewed it as inaccurate reporting of her travel purpose, and perhaps the most significant factor came from private diplomatic communication. According to a senior Gulf advisor familiar with royal relations, while Buckingham Palace never directly requested her denial of entry, they made one crucial point unmistakably clear: no royal support or sponsorship would be extended to Meghan Markle in any diplomatic capacity. That signal alone carried weight. As one advisor put it, if her own former family won't stand beside her, why should we? Documents reviewed by insiders indicate that British palace representatives reached out to the UAE's Ministry of Foreign Affairs as early as February 2nd, confirming that Meghan should be regarded as a private citizen, not a diplomatic or royal envoy, regardless of her title. The correspondence was reportedly authorized by Prince William himself, who has been temporarily overseeing aspects of royal international relations during King Charles's ongoing health-related absences. The royal household formally distances itself from the private actions and intentions of the Duchess of Sussex. Her activities are not aligned with Crown objectives. That's what the internal memo reportedly stated. Calm in tone, but undeniably decisive. In a rare and coordinated follow-up, Princess Anne, known within royal circles for her direct, no-nonsense approach, released her own message to Commonwealth observers and international diplomatic partners. Her words carried weight. It must be understood that Meghan Markle and her husband do not act on behalf of the Crown, the monarchy, nor the United Kingdom. Any connections made between their activities and the royal institution are purely speculative and hold no legal or official basis. She didn't stop there. Princess Anne also cautioned against using royal titles for commercial projects, suggesting that any implied royal endorsement of media content, products, or international business dealings would violate existing agreements. This move was widely interpreted as a preemptive step, an effort to block what insiders claimed were Meghan's behind-the-scenes plans to promote her personal journey through Gulf-based media outlets. Though no public press briefing took place, senior officials in the UAE privately confirmed to Al Arabiya and Sky News Arabic that Dubai had already taken a firm stance. One Emirati source was quoted off-record as saying, "Dubai is not a stage for image recovery. We do not open doors to public figures whose fame is built on controversy, confusion, or resolved institutional conflicts." A former diplomat based in the Emirates summed it up sharply. Meghan has become symbolic of brand volatility. No Gulf nation wants to be the backdrop for her next headline. That statement reflected the growing concern across the region, a mix of image management and political caution. After the Dubai episode, attention briefly shifted to Saudi Arabia, where Meghan was said to be exploring potential residency opportunities under a cultural diplomacy initiative. But according to fresh reports, those discussions have now been put on indefinite pause. Officials in Riyadh allegedly voiced concerns over what they described as an unpredictable reputational risk, making it clear that no country in the region was willing to take chances with such a polarizing figure. One high-ranking analyst went even further, describing her situation with cutting precision. She's the opposite of sovereign, stateless in symbolism. What left many observers stunned wasn't just Dubai's rejection itself, but Meghan's reported decision to once again lean on the very royal institution she had publicly criticized, distanced herself from, and legally challenged in the past. According to diplomatic insiders, it was this quiet attempt, made discreetly at the immigration counter and reinforced through private back-channel requests, that triggered the most definitive response yet from Buckingham Palace. This time, it wasn't just about separation. It was about containment. Palace sources described it as a formal firewall, coordinated between Prince William and Princess Anne, designed to prevent any future use or misrepresentation of royal association. William's decision to personally engage with the Dubai matter was not sudden either. Insiders from Clarence House and the UK's Foreign Office revealed that internal discussions regarding Meghan's growing misuse of royal representation had already been circulating well before the February 4th incident. Meghan's growing international travel, her undisclosed business partnerships, and her quiet rebranding as a global duchess were all seen within royal and diplomatic circles as growing reputational risks to the monarchy's image. But it was her reported decision to invoke royal diplomatic privileges in Dubai, instead of relying on her own U.S. consular support, that finally crossed the line. According to a senior advisor close to Prince William, who spoke on condition of anonymity, there was unanimous agreement among senior members of the royal family. Meghan Markle cannot be allowed to use the royal name overseas when it benefits her, while avoiding responsibility for her independent actions. That internal statement marked a turning point. On February 5, 2026, Prince William released his now famous public statement. Though short and carefully worded, it carried unmistakable weight. He declared that Meghan Markle no longer represents the crown in any context, and that no royal diplomatic assistance will be extended to her, regardless of her marriage or motherhood status. He further emphasized that any related matters would fall solely under the jurisdiction of the U.S. Embassy, since Meghan remains an American citizen without any formal royal duties or assignments. This was not a gentle reminder. It was a full and official disavowal. Within royal and political circles, it was interpreted as the firmest boundary ever drawn between the monarchy and Meghan since the Sussex's departure in 2020. For years following their royal exit, Meghan and Harry had occupied a gray zone, still referred to as the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, still appearing at international events where introductions sometimes carried a royal tone, and still hinting that certain royal privileges might informally apply. That ambiguity worked in their favor for a time, allowing them to maintain influence without official oversight. But according to royal legal advisors, that vagueness had become increasingly problematic. By 2026, the monarchy viewed the situation as an unsustainable liability that needed a clear and public resolution. What Prince William and Princess Anne did this week wasn't just clarification, it was closure. They officially sealed off the last symbolic doorway back into royal life for Meghan Markle. There will be no quiet reinstatement, no passive acceptance, explained a retired palace legal advisor. The Crown has now publicly and permanently defined the separation. That so-called royal loophole, Meghan's ability to move within elite circles by subtly invoking her former royal identity, has now been closed both symbolically and legally. From this point forward, any suggestion of official royal affiliation linked to her name or business ventures carries no recognition from the monarchy. While William's public statement dominated headlines, it was Princess Anne who handled the behind-the-scenes diplomacy. Known as the most disciplined and strategically minded of the senior royals, Anne personally reached out to officials across the UAE and Commonwealth to reinforce Buckingham Palace's official stance. According to documents shared privately with diplomats, Anne's letter was concise but firm. Meghan Markle and Prince Harry are not royal envoys. Any commercial use of their royal titles is considered unauthorized and potentially harmful to the institution's reputation. The message further stressed that no cooperation, event, or media collaboration involving Meghan should imply or suggest royal endorsement in any form. This quiet but powerful move sent shockwaves through international networks, particularly in the Middle East, Southeast Asia, and Africa, regions where Meghan had reportedly hoped to rebuild her influence through philanthropy and luxury branding initiatives. By moving swiftly and decisively, Princess Anne effectively drew a diplomatic boundary line that no longer blurs the difference between former royal and active representative. A senior analyst from the Foreign Office observed that Princess Anne's intervention completely ended the illusion that Meghan could ever make a soft power return to royal circles. It was precise, diplomatic, and final. Indeed, this marks the first time in modern royal history that a former member has been so openly and decisively distanced, not because of any criminal wrongdoing, but due to what officials describe as a continuing reputational risk. Inside Buckingham Palace, Meghan's fall from global empathy icon in 2021 to diplomatic outcast in 2026 is being viewed less as a personal feud and more as a strategic study in brand control. According to leaked documents from late January, an internal royal memo categorized Meghan as a Category Red individual, meaning she is considered capable of using symbolic royal connections to gain influence or visibility abroad. The document reportedly stated that her actions pose a soft reputational risk to the Crown's neutrality policy. She should receive no logistical, financial, or narrative support from any institution linked to the royal household. The memo, which was later confirmed by royal correspondent Tim Harris, was formally approved by the Lord Chamberlain and circulated within the Privy Council, giving it full institutional authority. In plain terms, Meghan Markle isn't just socially distant from the royal family anymore. She has been strategically separated. Every form of potential royal assistance, influence, or acknowledgement has been completely withdrawn.
So what was Meghan thinking heading into Dubai? Sources close to her team claim she truly believed the UAE would embrace her, not only for her celebrity appeal, but also for the cultural influence tied to her former royal status and the global women's empowerment message she's long promoted. Her vision, reportedly, was to merge humanitarian influence with luxury branding, presenting herself as a symbol of modern independence and resilience. But what she didn't anticipate was the unified response from both the palace and the Emirati government, two institutions that rarely move in such synchrony, firmly signaling that her royal era, symbolic or otherwise, is now officially over. Meghan reportedly saw herself as the perfect bridge, connecting Hollywood glamour with Middle Eastern sophistication, blending royal heritage with modern global influence. But that vision turned out to be a serious miscalculation. She underestimated how cautious Gulf governments are when it comes to high-profile public figures, and overlooked the deep frustration within royal circles after years of strained media attention. Most significantly, she seemed to believe that royal affiliation could be revived whenever it suited her goals, a belief that Prince William and Princess Anne have now completely dismantled. Their coordinated actions erased any remaining ambiguity about her royal standing, closing the chapter once and for all.
As the fallout from Meghan Markle's denied entry into Dubai continues to ripple across global headlines, those shockwaves are now reaching into far more personal territory. Her relationship with Prince Harry, once celebrated as the bold, united pair breaking free from royal expectations, the two now appear distant and uncertain. Insiders whisper that the couple's public image has grown strained and that their once shared mission seems divided between competing priorities, personal reinvention and quiet retreat. Whatever happens next, one thing is clear. The Dubai incident didn't just challenge Meghan's international ambitions, it may have shaken the very foundation of her partnership with Harry. According to multiple insiders familiar with the Sussex household, the Dubai situation has widened an already growing gap between Meghan and Prince Harry, one defined by miscommunication, clashing ambitions, and opposing ideas about how to manage life beyond the royal institution. Several sources claim Prince Harry wasn't informed in advance about Meghan's trip to Dubai. She allegedly chose to travel solo, convinced she could handle the meetings and diplomatic angles on her own. Those close to her say she viewed it as a calculated business move, not a family matter. But when news of her denied entry broke internationally, Harry was reportedly caught completely off guard, left to deal with a global media storm he hadn't even known was coming. One palace contact put it sharply: Harry might be married to her, but Meghan acts independently. This wasn't a family trip. It was a personal campaign, and he wasn't part of it. That sentiment has been echoed by several sources, suggesting the incident didn't just embarrass Harry publicly, it deepened private frustrations that had already been building behind closed doors. For Harry, it wasn't only about being excluded, it was about being linked once again to a controversy beyond his control. Each new episode has reportedly chipped away at his sense of stability, leaving him struggling to balance loyalty with self-preservation. In the weeks following the Dubai fallout, communication between the couple has reportedly grown tense. Former staff members and two sources close to the household describe a noticeable distance, both emotionally and physically. They claim that during their temporary stay in California's Bay Area, Meghan and Harry have been keeping separate routines and at times sleeping in different rooms. Whether this is a temporary cooling-off period or a sign of something deeper remains to be seen. But for now, insiders suggest the Dubai incident didn't just bruise Meghan's public standing, it also placed fresh strain on one of the world's most watched marriages. Those close to the couple describe their current dynamic as coldly polite, professional in tone, but distant in spirit. Staff members say they're rarely seen having long conversations anymore, except when coordinating schedules for Archie and Lilibet. The warmth that once defined them has been replaced by a careful business-like formality. One of Harry's longtime friends shared privately with a British outlet, Harry feels like he's living inside someone else's media war. This isn't what he imagined. He wanted freedom, not constant fallout. That quote captures the frustration that seems to be simmering just beneath the surface. Financial pressures have only made things worse. With the Spotify and Netflix contracts either dissolved or scaled back, and the Archwell Foundation's assets under administrative review, the Sussexes are reportedly facing growing legal expenses, stalled partnerships, and uncertainty about their long-term living arrangements. According to insiders, Meghan believes the answer lies in expanding internationally, tapping into new markets, pursuing global branding opportunities, and re-establishing influence abroad, even if it means testing diplomatic limits like she did in Dubai. Harry, however, appears to be leaning in the opposite direction. He's said to crave simplicity, less spotlight, fewer headlines, and maybe even a cautious reconnection with the royal family for the sake of stability. That stark difference in vision has reportedly led to several late-night discussions described by sources as tense, quiet, and emotionally draining. Meghan is said to accuse Harry of retreating and choosing comfort over courage, while Harry reportedly argues that she's pulling him into battles that no longer make sense. Their disagreement seems to go beyond career choices. It's about identity, direction, and what freedom really means. For Meghan, it's influence and reinvention. Despite whispers that Prince Harry has quietly tried reaching out to palace officials, his efforts appear to have been met with silence. Prince William continues to keep his distance, and King Charles, already dealing with national responsibilities and ongoing health concerns, is said to have emotionally closed that chapter for now. Even Princess Anne, once Harry's few defenders within the royal circle, has reportedly made it clear that there's no current interest in any reintegration, while Meghan is still a central figure in the mix. He will always be family, one palace aide shared, but family doesn't always mean inclusion. Not anymore. Those few words capture the reality of where things stand. Ties remain, but trust has faded. At its core, the Dubai controversy has done more than spark international debate. It's exposed a quiet, undeniable truth. Harry and Meghan no longer seem united in purpose. Meghan continues to push forward on a global stage, chasing new projects, brand ventures, and public narratives built on reinvention through adversity. Harry, meanwhile, is said to be exhausted by the constant turbulence, nostalgic for the structure, order, and even the restraint of royal life that he once ran from. Observers have noticed another telling change. Harry has stopped publicly defending Meghan or responding to stories involving her. The silence speaks volumes. It suggests that even he may be stepping back, unsure of where the next chapter leads. So, what do you think? Has this become the true breaking point between Harry and Meghan? Or could there still be a quiet reconciliation somewhere down the line? Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, and notification bell so you don't miss the next deep dive into the royal world.
Meghan must answer for her behavior. She has sent emails and made calls. Relentlessly, she misrepresented me, Catherine.
Inside the grand walls of Buckingham Palace, autumn 2025 brought more than just chilly winds. It carried an uneasy tension that had been building for years. The air felt heavier, charged with secrets waiting to burst out. This wasn't some sudden drama. It was the result of pressure that had quietly simmered for decades. Princess Anne, long known as the Rock of the royal family, finally decided it was time to speak up. Famous for her discipline, sharp instincts, and no-nonsense attitude, Anne made a rare appearance in a BBC documentary that instantly caught fire across social media. With her signature blunt tone, she didn't sugarcoat a single thing. She openly spoke about the cracks forming within the royal circle, refusing to hide behind polished statements or rehearsed answers. Palace insiders whispered that this moment had been a long time coming, dating all the way back to Meghan Markle's early years in royal life. At 75, Anne had seen it all. She had listened, observed, and quietly taken notes while keeping her opinions to herself. But now, after decades of dedicated service, she believed silence was no longer an option. The viral footage captured Anne sitting calm yet firm, giving an honest take on the growing strain within the monarchy and the heavy expectations placed on modern royals. Insiders claim her words carried years of bottled-up emotion, especially around how Meghan's independent approach had shifted family dynamics behind palace doors. Reports suggest that Princess Anne had her doubts from the very first time she met Meghan back in 2018. She supposedly saw right through the polished charm and quietly sensed that royal life might not be a long-term fit. This wasn't just some random hunch. It came from Anne's lifelong understanding of what the monarchy truly demands: consistency over fame and duty above personal ambition. Once the clip went viral, the internet exploded with debates. Viewers analyzed every single word, reading Anne's calm yet cutting remarks as a careful critique of how Meghan's actions may have deepened certain family tensions. Known as one of the most dedicated royals, Anne reportedly carried out over 200 official engagements in 2025 alone, a number that solidified her reputation as a powerhouse of commitment. Her comments couldn't have come at a more intense time. Public trust in the monarchy was being closely watched, with YouGov polls revealing a divided public, some standing firm with tradition, others questioning the role of non-working royals. Anne's words weren't driven by grudges or rivalry, but by a deep sense of responsibility to protect the monarchy's image. She believed the crown's credibility had been clouded by confusion and mixed messages spreading through the media. Inside sources whispered that what truly pushed Anne to speak up were ongoing private efforts by Meghan to influence how both the public and the press viewed palace affairs. These behind-the-scenes actions allegedly left some family members feeling misrepresented or misunderstood. While Prince Harry shared his side of royal life in Spare back in 2023, Anne's bold remarks brought a completely new angle, one that made the world stop and listen. Insiders say Princess Anne felt her words kept getting twisted whenever conversations about her reached Prince Harry, causing even more confusion inside Windsor. That night marked a real shift in tone, with Anne's voice finally cutting through the haze of years of quiet tension, calling for truth and accountability once and for all. The world watched in anticipation, curious about how Meghan, now living a calm life in Montecito, might react as this royal storm continued to unfold. Princess Anne has always been the monarchy's steady guardian, standing as a symbol of loyalty, discipline, and duty. Born in 1950 as the only daughter of Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip, she grew up believing that royal life wasn't about fame, it was about service and hard work. By 2025, she represented endurance itself, especially after bouncing back from a horse-related injury earlier that year, a recovery that BBC News described as remarkably fast. Even after the setback, she returned to her duties almost right away, showing that keep calm and carry on spirit that her mother was famous for. Her insight into royal matters comes from a unique position of experience. As King Charles III's sister, she is quietly advised on major issues, from charity projects to managing internal challenges. Royal commentator Neil Sekelin noted that Anne's sharp honesty strongly mirrors the late Prince Philip's straightforward way of dealing with people. When Meghan first entered royal life in 2018, Anne reportedly gave her sincere advice from day one. She made it clear that being a royal wasn't about glamour, it was a serious job that demanded punctuality, preparation, and genuine dedication to charitable work. That moment revealed a deep divide in how royal duty was understood. Princess Anne, who proudly supports over 300 organizations, including Save the Children and the British Red Cross, has always viewed service as something sacred and non-negotiable. Reports suggest Meghan preferred a more focused path, choosing high-impact causes like women's empowerment through the Arkwell Foundation. Palace sources quoted by the Mirror hinted that Anne's recent remarks subtly reflected this contrast, which some believe caused quiet tension within the family. Things truly escalated after the Sussexes stepped back from their senior royal roles in 2020. During a 2024 CBC interview, Anne discussed the monarchy's importance, saying, "The monarchy provides a degree of long-term stability that is actually quite hard to come by any other way." Many took that line as a gentle but clear reference to their departure. Anne's 2025 documentary appearance then built on that theme, where she reportedly mentioned behaviors that, in her view, created unnecessary divides, especially the kind of ongoing communications that may have shaped how relatives saw each other. As the clip spread online, it only strengthened Anne's image as the royal unafraid to speak truth when others stay silent. The internet went wild. Comments, debates, and reactions poured in from every corner. Many applauded her honesty, calling her a voice of reason who finally addressed long-ignored topics. One viral post from user V Queenie reignited past discussions, resurfacing old articles that talked about how Anne had quietly predicted Meghan's royal journey might be short-lived. From Meghan's very first entrance into the royal world, everything began shifting in ways no one could have expected. And now, years later, those early warnings suddenly seemed to make sense. Back in 2018, not long after announcing her engagement to Prince Harry, Meghan reportedly reached out to Princess Anne for some guidance on adjusting to royal life. According to royal commentator Neil Sekelin, that meeting turned out to be a defining one because Anne gave some crystal-clear advice. Treat royal duty like a full-time job that demands focus, preparation, and genuine dedication to charitable work. Meghan, who came from a world of creative freedom in Hollywood, was said to be surprised by the strict structure that came with royal expectations. That early disconnect hinted at the bigger challenges that would later unfold. Anne's years of experience allowed her to quickly pick up that Meghan's idea of royal service didn't fully match the traditional way the institution operated. Reports from the Daily Star, referencing psychic Debbie Davies, even claimed Anne sensed from early on that Meghan might struggle with the long-term demands of royal life. And Anne wasn't the only one who had concerns. Prince William reportedly shared quiet doubts about how fast everything was moving. As Prince Harry later described in Spare, communication soon became a serious issue inside the family. Insiders allege that Meghan's messages and phone calls sometimes reshaped conversations in a way that left others feeling misunderstood or misrepresented. Before several key family events, things reportedly became tense behind closed doors.
Anne, known for her direct approach, allegedly felt that her practical advice was being retold to Harry in a completely different light, making the emotional divide even wider. A resurfaced 2017 news clip once speculated about Anne's connection to wider royal disagreements, but official palace representatives quickly denied those claims, insisting her only goal was to protect family unity. The workplace complaints from 2018, later brought up by The Times in 2021, only made tensions inside the palace grow stronger. Reports described long email chains and high expectations that clashed with Princess Anne's calm and steady leadership style. Meghan firmly denied any wrongdoing, and since the findings stayed private, much of what was said remained speculation. Still, the situation reportedly affected how some people inside the palace viewed her approach to royal duties. Anne's more recent remarks, interpreted by GB News, were seen by many as subtly differing from Meghan's opinions on topics like education, tradition, and the role of the monarchy. Over time, those differing viewpoints deepened the rift, turning what began as small misunderstandings into long-standing tension. In her documentary appearance, Anne's words struck a chord with those who see her as the monarchy's clear-headed voice, someone calling for accountability and unity at a time when both seemed fragile. As the story continued, it became clear how a chain of miscommunications had slowly built the foundation for years of emotional distance. According to palace sources, much of the division came down to how conversations were shared and interpreted. Meghan's frequent emails and phone calls, often meant to clarify or defend her stance, sometimes reportedly created the opposite effect, adding confusion instead of clearing it up. In Spare,
Prince Harry described several emotional moments where messages were passed along in ways that only increased tension. Anonymous insiders who spoke with outlets like The Express claimed that Meghan sometimes portrayed Anne's direct advice as unsupportive, which led Harry to see his aunt as overly strict. This same pattern reportedly extended to his interactions with William and Catherine, too. Royal biographies, such as Robert Lacey's Battle of Brothers, detailed how repeated focus on past disagreements, including the famous bridesmaid dress misunderstanding, kept old wounds from healing. Watching from the sidelines, Princess Anne reportedly saw the growing tension as something that slowly pushed Harry further away from his brother and the rest of the royal circle. The 2018 workplace inquiry added another layer to the strain, with staff concerns being raised by Jason Knopf regarding the treatment of employees. While the official findings stayed confidential, leaks suggested that intense email exchanges had left some staff feeling disheartened. Anne, who has always valued respect and loyalty towards staff, was said to view this kind of tension as being out of step with long-held royal principles. Experts on royal discussion forums believe that Anne's later comments about family unity were quiet nods to these still unresolved matters, keeping attention on how miscommunication and mixed messaging had fractured trust inside the monarchy. But Anne's goal wasn't to stir up more drama. It was to remind everyone that truth should always come before loyalty to any distorted version of events. Her message carried sharp precision, hinting that some of Meghan's own actions might unintentionally have contributed to the Sussexes' growing distance from the rest of the family. Online voices, including royal commentator H. Catherine, echoed Anne's long-standing caution, pointing out that early concerns about Meghan's adjustment to royal life weren't new. They had been quietly discussed long before things reached a breaking point. These recent revelations painted a picture of repeated misunderstandings and shifting perspectives that slowly turned once close relationships into distant, cautious alliances. The fallout from all these alleged misunderstandings didn't just disappear, it spread wider with every passing year, leaving a divide that was still firmly in place well into 2025. Prince Harry, who was once especially close to his Aunt Anne, reportedly felt that bond fade as changing stories and mixed messages started reshaping how loyalty and trust were viewed inside the royal circle. In Spare, Harry shared how that sense of isolation grew stronger over time, but insiders claimed that Meghan's retellings of certain events may have turned small disagreements into emotional confrontations that were hard to walk back. As public tension rose, William and Catherine often found themselves portrayed as cold or unsympathetic, while Anne's direct and practical advice was reframed as harsh or unkind. William, already under pressure as the future king, took much of this personally. According to the Royal Observer, he was deeply upset by the public speculation that followed, especially around sensitive topics mentioned during the 2021 Oprah interview. When Anne spoke in her 2025 documentary, her remarks landed right in the middle of that tense atmosphere. Without calling anyone out directly, she seemed to challenge the kind of behavior that slowly eroded trust within the family and chipped away at their sense of unity. Palace sources, quoted by Hello magazine, said that William made several private attempts to mend relationships behind closed doors, but those efforts kept being disrupted by new waves of media leaks that were frequently linked to the Sussex circle. Catherine, often pulled into controversy despite keeping quiet, faced another round of public attention when the Netflix series revisited unresolved issues from years earlier. Yet Anne's viewpoint offered something different. She painted Catherine not as passive or distant, but calm, steady, and quietly strong through it all. Public reaction exploded across social media. Facebook groups, online forums, and comment sections were filled with people interpreting Anne's remarks as long overdue confirmation of what many had quietly suspected for years. The impact reached all corners of the royal conversation, shaking even the monarchy's public image. According to Ipsos polling in 2023, approval ratings briefly dipped as old family tensions reignited heated debates about whether the institution could stay relevant in a fast-changing world. Anne's message came through loud and clear. Her words carried weight and precision. We must focus on duty over division. Many saw that as a gentle yet firm reminder for Meghan to reflect on her role in the ongoing rifts. Anne wasn't pointing fingers, she was sending a warning. When a family turns inward with conflict, it opens the door for outside judgment and misunderstanding. Even relatives who stayed out of the spotlight reportedly felt the strain. The York sisters, for instance, found themselves caught in the ripple effects of tensions they didn't start. That showed just how far-reaching the emotional and public fallout had become. Still, Anne's intention wasn't to tear down, it was to bring honesty to the surface. Her approach was tough, but meant to encourage healing through truth, not more drama. The debates kept blazing across YouTube discussions, live panel streams, and commentary videos, as viewers took sides over who was right and what the monarchy should stand for in this new era. To really understand how everything reached this point, it helps to look back at Meghan Markle's life before joining the royal family. Born on August 4, 1981 in Los Angeles to Doria Ragland and Thomas Markle, Meghan grew up in a blended household that helped shape her confidence, drive, and adaptability from an early age, traits that would later play a major role in her royal journey.
Meghan attended private schools, including the prestigious Immaculate Heart High School, where strong academics and social awareness shaped how she viewed the world. Her mixed heritage became a key part of her identity, influencing the way she connected with others and understood representation in public life. In a 2015 Elle magazine essay about identity and belonging, she opened up about her personal experiences and the balance she worked hard to maintain between two cultures. Her acting career started quietly, with small on-screen roles, before she found major success playing Rachel Zane in Suits from 2011 to 2018. Alongside her TV career, she launched The Tig, a lifestyle blog that celebrated empowerment, wellness, and confidence, a space where she shared her voice with authenticity. The blog built a loyal following before Meghan decided to close it down in 2017, just as her relationship with Prince Harry began drawing global attention. Her dedication to humanitarian work came long before royal life ever entered the picture. In 2015, she collaborated with UN Women, traveled to Rwanda to promote clean water programs, and actively spoke out about gender equality. By the time she met Prince Harry in 2016 through a mutual friend, Meghan had already established herself as someone deeply involved in global outreach, and that meeting completely changed the direction of her life. Their whirlwind romance led to an engagement in 2017, with Meghan initially embracing royal duties and traditions with enthusiasm, but over time, biographers like Omid Scobie noted growing cultural friction. Her independent, outspoken approach reportedly clashed with the palace's traditional structure and formality. After the wedding, she took on meaningful roles as patron of the National Theatre and SmartWorks, focusing on women's employment and creativity. The move to Montecito in 2020 marked a major turning point for Meghan and Harry. Settled in California, Meghan began building a new chapter focused on creative independence, launching Netflix projects, podcast ventures, and expanding the Archwell Foundation, which centered on mental health awareness and community empowerment. It painted the picture of a woman with strong ambition and advocacy at her core, yet one whose drive sometimes clashed with the royal family's long-standing traditions and expectations. Princess Anne's later remarks encouraged the public to look deeper,
inviting reflection on how Meghan's background and personal mission may have shaped the family's internal balance and contributed to the ongoing tension. Meghan's philanthropic work has drawn both praise and questions over the years. Before she became a duchess, she worked with World Vision Canada, traveled to India in 2016 to support menstrual health awareness, and helped lead the Grenfell Community Cookbook Project in 2018 to aid fire survivors. Her efforts with the Hub Community Kitchen showcased genuine hands-on involvement and meaningful social engagement. Yet even so, criticism wasn't far behind. The 2020 rollout of Archwell Foundation faced early challenges, and social media users on platforms like Instagram openly debated whether its projects matched the long-standing influence of older royal charities. Commentators such as Neil Sean suggested that Anne, known for her hands-on and tireless approach to royal duty, may have viewed Meghan's brand of involvement as more selective than immersive. Still, public perception shifted dramatically after Meghan's sit-down with Oprah, where she opened up about her mental health struggles during pregnancy, sparking widespread discussion about emotional well-being, support systems, and the pressures that come with royal life. Meghan's revelations reached audiences around the world, sparking intense discussion, but they also drew measured responses from within royal circles. Her later projects, including continued support for the Invictus Games and new Netflix productions, reflected strength, determination, and a clear effort to redefine her public role. Still, Princess Anne's documentary remarks pointed to what she saw as inconsistencies, urging accountability and awareness of how personal stories shared publicly could affect the family's overall unity. These two parallel paths, Anne's lifelong service and Meghan's modern advocacy, create a fascinating contrast, one built on steady service, the other on reinvention and public influence. It's a dynamic that continues to fuel debate across media and royal watchers alike. The aftermath of Anne's viral remarks spread fast and far. Reports from BBC News in 2025 noted that King Charles, while managing his own health challenges, including cancer treatment, stood firmly behind Anne's message of togetherness. Palace insiders suggested that he viewed her decision to speak out not as defiance, but as a vital move to stabilize the royal household during a time of intense public focus and economic uncertainty across the UK. According to The Times, sources close to the king said he has been quietly encouraging every member of the family to focus on the long game, protecting the monarchy's integrity and image above all else. Meanwhile, Prince William and Princess Catherine have kept their composure throughout, staying committed to their roles with calm determination. Public opinion is still sharply divided, and social media hasn't stopped buzzing. Platforms like X lit up with debate as users such as @VQueenie and @HRCCatherine praised Anne's honesty, resurfacing old threads that pointed back to her early doubts about whether Meghan would fully adjust to royal life. One viral post from @MeghansMole even questioned if the palace should have set firmer boundaries earlier, drawing comparisons to past royal controversies that reshaped family dynamics. But Meghan's supporters came out strong in response, launching trending hashtags in her defense and arguing that Anne's remarks reflected outdated expectations that no longer fit the modern world. The clash of opinions spread fast across mainstream media. The Express ran bold headlines highlighting Anne's intuition and foresight, while MSN focused on reports suggesting her skepticism came from what she saw as differences in long-term commitment to royal responsibilities. Expert commentary soon flooded in. Royal analyst Neil Sean described Anne's move as a protective act, saying it came from her decades of experience and loyalty to the institution. Meanwhile, psychic Debbie Davies, in a Yahoo feature, claimed Anne's insight reminded her of Prince Philip's sharp ability to see through polished appearances. GB News reignited discussions around ideological differences, particularly Anne's traditional stance versus Meghan's modern views on education and royal upbringing, including debates around boarding schools, which they portrayed as symbolic of the deeper cultural gap between them.
Polls from Ipsos and YouGov in 2025 painted a clear picture of division. Support for the Sussexes dipped slightly among older audiences who leaned toward traditional values, while younger generations remained split, some skeptical of the monarchy altogether, others surprisingly drawn to Anne's blunt and unapologetic authenticity. Meghan's reaction, if it can be called that, has remained subtle and indirect. In 2025, her Instagram posts featured quiet nods to royal imagery, including Queen Anne's lace, which many fans interpreted as a symbol of calm strength or perhaps an attempt to reshape her public story. Experts across different platforms are now asking the big question: what comes next? Will there be reconciliation, quiet distance, or continued silence? Online discussions are buzzing again. Facebook groups, Reddit threads, and YouTube comment sections are filled with people urging Meghan to finally address the claims directly, some suggesting she could do so through a podcast episode or an official Arkwell statement. These heated conversations reflect something much deeper than royal gossip. They show how the monarchy itself is evolving in an age where every word, image, and gesture gets analyzed in real time. Princess Anne's bold intervention shines a spotlight on one undeniable truth. In today's digital world, even private disagreements can turn into global stories overnight. The royal institution now faces one of its greatest challenges: finding a balance between tradition and transparency, while still holding on to the dignity that defines it. Historians have compared this moment to past family rifts, like those involving Princess Margaret, but they agree the stakes are higher now, with non-stop online scrutiny magnifying every move. As the year winds down and the King's Christmas address approaches, the royal family stands at a crossroads, caught between the past and the pressures of the modern age. Will this be the chapter where unity finally wins, or will the quiet tensions continue to grow? And how much responsibility does accountability play in moving toward true reconciliation? Now it's your turn. What do you think? Was Princess Anne justified in speaking out, or should she have stayed silent? Drop your opinions in the comments below. If this breakdown gave you a new perspective, make sure to hit like, subscribe, and turn on notifications for more deep royal insights, because this story is far from over, and the world is still watching. Before the sun even touched the London skyline, the royal system was already in full swing. On January 31st, 2026, at exactly 7:46 a.m. Greenwich time, Buckingham Palace dropped a high-priority bulletin marked with the royal crimson crest. The tone was firm, precise, and shockingly direct. No frills, no sugarcoating. The message made one thing clear: the institution would no longer step in to manage the personal consequences of those who no longer follow its standards or discipline. At the center of this royal announcement was a statement presented not as punishment, but as duty. The well-being of Master Archie and Miss Lilibet Diana was described as a matter of responsibility tied to both the institution's values and national respect. The palace wording focused on strength, safety, and stability, painting a picture of control amid uncertainty. For the first time since the Sussexes stepped away in 2020, the royal institution issued a message that directly named Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. It referenced reports of strain in their relationship, talks of possible separation, and, most notably, the future structure concerning their children. This wasn't about royal showmanship, it was a calculated move. Insiders whispered that this wave of urgency came right after Meghan Markle's January 24th trip to Dubai, which palace sources reportedly viewed as an unexpected and unapproved move that clashed with a private understanding reached in mid-2025. That private understanding, insiders reveal, had laid down clear boundaries around how royal connections could be used overseas, especially when money or publicity was involved. The agreement reportedly placed limits on using royal titles, imagery, or even subtle references to the line of succession in any commercial setting abroad. But palace officials now insist those boundaries were crossed. In their words, the understanding was voided through private gain. Just days later, international media outlets splashed photos of Meghan attending a women's empowerment event at the Burj Al Arab, draped in elegant jewels once gifted to the crown. Attendees claimed she was introduced as the mother of the next generation of royal changemakers, a description that immediately set off warning bells inside palace legal teams. Prince Harry, notably, was nowhere to be seen at the event. Even more troubling to palace advisors, neither Archie nor Lilibet were with her. Sources say the children had stayed in Los Angeles under temporary care arrangements, following reports that 2 longtime staff members had been let go after what's described as a financial misunderstanding. Using royal branding overseas without official security coordination, without the children, and without Harry's presence isn't seen as empowerment, it's seen as exposure. Within hours of that Dubai footage flooding social media, Princess Anne and the Duchess of Edinburgh reportedly made their way to Sandringham for a private closed-door meeting with King Charles. According to a senior courtier, the setting was tense but methodical, strictly business, no emotion. Princess Anne, often seen as the monarchy's no-nonsense guardian of tradition, came prepared with a detailed report that insiders say outlined months of growing concern. The document reportedly highlighted what were described as ongoing branding conflicts, stretching over 6 months. These alleged concerns included promotional materials using the Duchess of Sussex title in commercial ventures, early sponsorship discussions with a Gulf-based luxury group that mentioned Lilibet Diana as a symbol of multi-generational Windsor continuity, and even travel paperwork listing Meghan as HRH Duchess Meghan Markle Windsor. Palace officials reportedly viewed this not as a one-off issue, but as part of a continued pattern that needed immediate attention. The situation escalated fast. Within hours, a 3-part internal directive was drafted and sent for urgent legal review. The second part of the directive called for something bold: the official cancellation of the 2021 title usage agreement, which meant that any overseas commercial use of the Sussex titles would no longer be recognized in an official capacity. The third step went even further, proposing the creation of a special custodial oversight council made up of senior royals and child development experts. Their task? To evaluate long-term stability, education plans, and consistent living arrangements for the young royals. But the concerns stretched well beyond branding issues.
a former royal nanny who once served under Queen Elizabeth II, reportedly voiced concern about how Archie was adapting to constant moves and intense public attention. Her observations mentioned several short stays between Montecito, Vancouver, and Malibu since 2022, described as unsettled rather than stable. As for Lilibet, now 4, insiders claimed she was overheard at a playgroup introducing herself as Princess of America. That sweet but surprising phrase caught attention within palace circles, as it mirrored language from a social media post previously shared by Meghan, later deleted after online debate. Insiders stressed that the real issue wasn't the child's innocent words, it was the environment shaping how those words came to be. Someone close to Lady Louise Windsor didn't mince words about the situation. The real issue isn't the strain in the marriage, it's that the children might not have a clear sense of home, the insider said. That concern grew rapidly as the spotlight shifted towards Prince Harry's current situation. Any hopes that Harry would step in firmly seemed to fade fast. Palace sources confirmed that King Charles had tried to reach out to his son privately 3 times in just 2 weeks without any direct reply. Instead, reports placed Harry moving between homes in California and Nevada, appearing increasingly distant from royal discussions. Photos dated January 28th showed him alone in Las Vegas, attending a private security summit organized by a former Invictus supporter. When asked about Meghan or the children, he reportedly declined to comment, keeping his focus strictly on the event. Behind closed doors, King Charles was said to have described his youngest son as emotionally out of reach. Prince William, according to multiple briefings, warned that if this distance continued, there could be official consequences affecting inheritance rights and formal standing. The mood inside the palace reportedly turned cold and procedural, signaling that patience was wearing thin. In response, senior advisors began shaping what insiders are calling the Lilibet Protocol, a royal framework designed to protect young heirs caught between royal duty and the modern world of global publicity. Early drafts reportedly stressed giving UK-based custodial preference for royal children under 16, mandatory safety reviews for any international events involving minors, and tight oversight of media use connected to royal imagery or identity. Princess Catherine, according to palace insiders, quietly stepped forward with an offer. She was willing to provide access to trusted tutoring resources and emotional support if the children were ever to return to royal care in Britain. Behind the heavy doors of Sandringham's East Wing, senior royals gathered in deep discussion, and the atmosphere turned heavy with concern. Then came the question that reportedly changed the entire tone of the meeting. Prince William asked, "Where are Archie and Lilibet tonight?" The silence that followed, aides say, spoke louder than any official report. Internal reviews suggested that the children's daily routines had become scattered, tutors rotating too often, caregivers shifting regularly, and no clear educational plan confirmed across regions. Reports from the royal estates described growing unease about the reliance on short-term caretakers while both parents traveled for work commitments. A former court advisor summed it up bluntly: "These children have heritage, but they don't seem to have consistency." That statement reportedly echoed through the palace halls. When Meghan traveled to Dubai under the banner of charitable diplomacy, investigators later verified that neither child had accompanied her. One internal assessment reportedly stated it plainly: the trip served professional goals, not family or educational priorities. Royal consultants specializing in child development also raised quiet concerns. Documents indicated that Lilibet hadn't been registered in a verified learning or developmental program since late 2025. There were no accusations, but the absence of a clear structure sparked an official internal review. One aide spoke softly but firmly:
Routine matters more than reputation. That statement set the tone for what came next. Legal advisors for the Crown addressed Prince Harry's responsibilities head-on. In a formal memo, they clarified that emotional challenges, no matter how real, do not erase the obligations of parenthood. Princess Catherine was reportedly direct during a private discussion, emphasizing that compassion is vital, but it can't replace protection. That united perspective among the senior royals led to the activation of a rarely used policy known as the Custodial Sovereignty Clause, an emergency measure allowing the Crown to request partial guardianship oversight if royal children are believed to be living under ongoing instability. This clause hadn't been invoked since 1936, when Queen Mary temporarily stepped in during a previous period of family upheaval. Its reactivation marked a historic and delicate step. According to insiders, a formal petition has now been filed with the High Court of Justice in London, requesting structured contact schedules, educational monitoring, and residential stability plans for Archie and Lilibet. If the court approves it, the Crown would gain limited custodial authority aimed solely at ensuring the children's well-being and stability, no matter where they are living. Queen Camilla, sources say, voiced hesitation, worried about how the move might appear to the public, but those close to the king insist the goal isn't control, it's structure. Princess Anne's response, now circulating quietly but firmly through palace corridors, reportedly brought the entire discussion to a close. Her words were simple yet powerful. "This is not removal, it is restoration." That statement, insiders say, shifted the energy in the room instantly. Lord Pembroke, a senior legal strategist within the royal household, explained the position with sharp clarity. Children cannot be raised in the shadow of contracts and headlines. They need structure, not exposure. Stability, not sponsorships. His message echoed the sentiment felt across the royal circle. It was time to protect, not perform. A full dossier covering health updates, educational planning, residency logistics, and citizenship details has reportedly been handed to the Home Secretary for review. Lady Sarah Chatto has been appointed to lead a possible reintegration plan designed to ensure a calm and steady transition rather than a public spectacle. Prince Edward and the Duchess of Edinburgh have also stepped forward, offering their support as potential interim UK-based sponsors if relocation receives approval. So far, Meghan Markle has not issued a public response. Her legal team, when approached for comment, released a short, measured statement that remains on record. The Duchess will address these matters when necessary. But inside the royal sphere, the mood has unmistakably changed. The era of quiet restraint is officially over. Archie and Lilibet, children born into a lineage older than most nations, have now become the heart of a confrontation that can't be delayed any longer. The subject line hit like a thunderclap, plain, cold, and deeply serious. Welfare of Prince Archie and Princess Lilibet, emergency review. What followed wasn't a simple briefing or advisory note. It was a full institutional plan that, according to insiders, could forever alter the shape of the Windsor family. The trigger behind it all was a leaked internal report compiled by the Department for Education and Child Welfare, working closely with royal observers and discreet international child development experts. The findings reportedly sent waves of concern through every level of the palace. Among the flagged issues, inconsistent schooling patterns for Archie, growing identity confusion linked to dual public narratives, and signs of emotional withdrawal reportedly observed in Lilibet. Sources within the palace stressed that this wasn't some media-driven controversy. It was a formal safeguarding notice that had crossed from private worry into official responsibility, with implications stretching far beyond California. The tone had shifted. This wasn't about image control or reputation anymore. It was about the well-being of two royal children caught between legacy and modern exposure. Behind closed doors, Princess Anne's words reportedly cut through the tension with unmistakable clarity.
"They are Windsor children." The phrase was later repeated by senior aides as a defining statement of principle. One court insider summed it up powerfully: "The Windsor family will not stand by and watch children become symbols or strategies for attention." That declaration quickly became the driving force behind a confidential royal initiative quietly launched out of London, Operation Custodial Guard. Prince William reportedly stepped into leadership almost immediately, coordinating with Kensington Palace's legal director to establish a firm and unwavering stance. His statement left no room for interpretation. No child of royal blood will be raised where their legacy becomes a product for attention or content. Not while I'm here, not as a father, and not as the future king. Those words, insiders say, set a new tone inside the palace: protective, determined, and deeply personal. This powerful move came right after unsettling reports surfaced that Meghan's private media team had explored a documentary-style project tentatively titled Archie and Lilibet, California Royals. According to leaked internal materials, the concept framed the children as modern heirs trying to redefine a fractured royal legacy. While Netflix reportedly passed on the idea following earlier disputes involving the Sussex brand, presentation documents had already made their way to royal channels, causing serious concern among senior staff. Palace sources concluded that the project's intent was unmistakable, an attempt to build a second-generation Sussex image, apparently without official authorization and reportedly without Prince Harry's direct involvement. As London digested the news, tension rose across royal offices. It was clear that this went beyond creative storytelling. It had become a question of legacy, responsibility, and control. On January 27th, Meghan was seen attending a major gala in Dubai, hosted by the CEO of a prominent luxury technology group. According to regional observers, she was privately promoting a global Mother of Peace initiative, an effort that appeared to frame both herself and potentially her children as international goodwill representatives. However, the event's loose security measures raised eyebrows within royal and diplomatic circles. There was no mention of Prince Harry, no sign of royal clearance, and no visible coordination with official royal security teams, details that set off alarms back in London. What truly worried palace officials, though, were circulating reports, still unverified but persistent, suggesting that private advisors might have explored alternative citizenship options for the children through discreet legal channels. The mere possibility of that move reportedly triggered immediate concern about identity, heritage, and continuity. Prince Edward acted fast and strategically. Within 48 hours, he filed a formal petition with the UK Children's Commissioner requesting a cross-border guardianship review. His statement, recorded in official briefing notes, made the royal position unmistakably clear. This isn't about taking children from their mother. It's about grounding them in truth, continuity, and heritage, all of which currently seem uncertain. Behind palace walls, not everyone agreed. Queen Camilla, according to insiders, reportedly brushed off the urgency with a sharp remark, hinting that the reaction was emotionally charged rather than practical, but her tone only deepened the growing divide inside the royal circle. King Charles made his stance unmistakably clear the very next day during a planned visit to the royal archives. Speaking in his calm but commanding tone, he said, "When one parent lives by principle and another by platform, children become hostages of identity." The remark carried weight far beyond the room. It was a declaration of intent. Within palace and government circles, the message hit hard. The crown would no longer allow a child's royal identity to be treated as a tool or symbol for influence. Critics outside the palace dismissed it as outdated idealism, but inside royal governance, it was seen as a firm boundary drawn in gold. Almost immediately, the Succession Clarity Protocol was activated under the supervision of Lord Pembroke. This protocol launched a comprehensive review of DNA records, naming registrations, and official title designations, all to ensure precision and transparency. The scope extended further, examining public storytelling around the children's births, their naming choices, and how their images had been used in media over time. A full forensic audit of commercial materials featuring the children was quietly set in motion. At the same time, confidential discussions began outlining a more permanent custodial structure. One proposal, put forward by Lady Louise Windsor and backed by the Duchess of Edinburgh, suggested a dual-country education system. The plan emphasized study in Crown-approved institutions, mandatory annual residence periods in the United Kingdom, and a complete digital pause on all child-related publicity or branding. Prince Harry was facing a defining moment. He would have to make a choice. Though the children remained physically in California, the momentum within the institution had shifted sharply. The Crown had drawn a firm line. The royal children would not be folded into commercial ventures or public image campaigns. Among senior aides, a new phrase began circulating quietly but persistently. The children must be freed, not from their parents, but from the instability surrounding them. That sentiment became the guiding force behind the next wave of decisions. By February 2, 2026, at Sandringham, the atmosphere had grown tense and urgent. While Meghan was reportedly seen socializing within Dubai's elite circles amid talk of a possible lifestyle brand revival, pressure inside Windsor reached a breaking point. What began as quiet concern escalated into confrontation when new intelligence arrived on Princess Anne's desk. The information reportedly included verified event footage and financial documentation suggesting Meghan had hosted a private reception at Dubai's Royal Alma Resort, attended by high-profile investors. Once again, the noticeable absence of the children drew sharp attention, and this time it hardened the palace's determination. Lady Louise Windsor then took a rare step, breaking protocol to brief Princess Catherine and Prince Edward directly. She shared troubling first-hand observations from a recent visit to California, reports of caregivers rotating frequently, Lilibet being gently encouraged to adapt her speech for media presentation, and Archie spending time under loosely supervised care linked to social personalities. One insider clarified, it wasn't neglect, but it was chaos, beautiful chaos perhaps, yet no place for children of royal lineage. When asked about the situation, Meghan reportedly replied that it was all by design. Back in London, the atmosphere grew electric as King Charles called an emergency family council at Clarence House. Notably, Queen Camilla was not in attendance. Prince William entered the room carrying a sleek black file marked in bold lettering, Custodial Protections, HRH Archie and HRH Lilibet. The sight alone set the tone. This was no ordinary meeting. The Duchess of Edinburgh, Sophie, was the next to speak. Her tone was calm but firm. This isn't parenting, it's branding. The words hung heavy in the silence that followed. Every eye turned toward the king. After hours of intense discussion, Charles finally broke the stillness. His words, insiders say, sent shockwaves through the room. If the mother has chosen Dubai and the father has chosen silence, then the crown must choose guardianship. Within hours, Lord Pembroke had filed a sealed inquiry invoking the Legacy Protection Clause, a legal safeguard that hadn't been used since the abdication crisis of 1936. The move signaled the monarchy's intent to act decisively in protecting its youngest members. As legal channels mobilized, palace officials discreetly reached out to Meghan's private security team in Dubai for clarity. One bodyguard, reportedly speaking under limited immunity, provided a crucial piece of evidence, an audio recording said to capture Meghan dismissing the ongoing royal concerns and making a pointed comment about handling public criticism. The existence of that recording, still under legal review, only intensified the storm already swirling around both London and Dubai. Inside the palace, a quiet realization took hold. This was no longer just a family matter. It had become a full-blown royal reckoning. That recording reportedly changed everything. The atmosphere inside the palace turned tense, so tense that even Prince William, normally the calmest in any crisis, lost his composure for the first time in years. He ordered an immediate freeze on all duchy-related financial transfers tied to Meghan's trusts, declaring, "She's not just being defiant, she's destabilizing the foundation." His words hit with force, setting off a chain reaction across departments. At Kensington Palace, Princess Catherine began carefully reviewing archived documents concerning Lilibet's birth records. Long-standing questions resurfaced, and this time they were escalated directly to the Ministry of Home Affairs for independent clarification. As the tabloids exploded with speculation, one image broke through the frenzy. A simple, touching photograph of Lady Louise Windsor walking hand in hand with Lilibet through the Windsor Gardens. The little girl wore a small blue coat that had once belonged to Princess Charlotte years earlier, a quiet but striking symbol of unity and royal continuity. Behind the scenes, a senior palace source later confirmed that contingency plans were already being shaped to assign interim co-guardianship to Lady Louise and the Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh if the situation continued to deteriorate. And indeed, it did. In Montecito, Prince Harry was finally confronted with the full scale of what was unfolding. Palace channels made it clear. One choice remained: stand by Meghan or stand for the children. For the first time in years, the silence between the brothers cracked. Harry personally requested a direct conversation with William, not through aides, not through lawyers, but man to man. But by that point, the damage was already done. At 6:30 p.m. on January 27, 2026, Windsor Castle hosted a second emergency meeting, one unlike any before. This wasn't about Meghan's Dubai controversy or Harry's strained public image anymore. The agenda had narrowed to just two names, written in ink, not headlines: Archie and Lilibet. Their future, their protection, and the royal legacy they never asked to inherit. The room was somber, quieter than anyone had anticipated. Only 5 figures took their seats around the round mahogany table: King Charles III, Princess Anne, Prince William, Princess Catherine, and the Lord Chamberlain. In front of them sat a single sealed dossier marked Custodial Options, S2026. No one moved to open it right away. The weight of what it represented hung heavy in the air. This was no longer about image or narrative. It was about decisions that couldn't be undone. It was Princess Anne who finally broke the silence. Her tone was composed but decisive, stripped of emotion. "We must plan for the next 50 years, not the next 5 headlines." Then came the sentence that, according to insiders, settled the room completely. The Sussex experiment has failed. The children deserve identities beyond scandal. No one objected. The truth of it was undeniable. What followed became known quietly in palace circles as the Anne Doctrine, a framework that was practical, protective, and resolute. The plan proposed that Archie and Lilibet
be offered private legal guardianship under a royal trust, granting them secure education, stable guardianship, and full safety measures. Under the new framework, Meghan Markle would be formally and symbolically removed from all royal decision-making tied to the children's upbringing. There would be no joint branding, no media collaborations, and no emotional storytelling connected to Princess Diana's legacy. The intent was simple: remove performance, restore protection. Prince Harry's role, however, would remain conditional, subject to thorough wellness evaluations and legal assessments to ensure he could safely and responsibly participate in the children's long-term care. Once any future separation proceedings were finalized, the Crown planned to invoke international family protection agreements, including the 1996 Hague Convention on Parental Responsibility, ensuring the children's welfare would be safeguarded across borders. Anne's reasoning left no space for misinterpretation. She stated clearly, "We are not protecting Harry. We are not protecting Meghan. We are protecting the monarchy's final moral link to the next generation." The room stayed silent. No one disagreed. The weight of her words carried both sadness and finality. But amidst that solemn resolve, Princess Catherine had already been working quietly in the background. Over the previous 3 weeks, she had consulted with child development experts, a former UN children's rights envoy, and a trauma specialist based in Geneva. Her efforts weren't about punishment, they were about healing. Catherine's philosophy was restorative rather than reactive. "We can't erase what's already happened," she reportedly told the group, her tone steady but heartfelt. "But we can give them the one thing they've never truly had: stability." Princess Catherine's proposal was both strategic and heartfelt. She introduced the idea of a sealed private trust fund dedicated solely to the children's emotional well-being, identity counseling, and transitional education. This fund would remain completely independent, separate from both royal assets and Sussex finances, to guarantee that every decision made was in the children's best interests. But the most touching part of her plan went far beyond law or policy. Catherine suggested including 2 deeply personal letters, handwritten by Princess Diana and preserved for decades in the Kensington archives. One would be for Archie, to be opened on his 18th birthday, and the other for Lilibet on her 16th. These letters wouldn't be for the public, nor for legacy promotion. They would be private, heartfelt words from their grandmother, meant for them alone. Catherine also proposed annual heritage retreats, visits to Balmoral and Sandringham, far away from cameras and headlines. No photographers, no interviews, just peace, family, and reconnection at their own pace. Her plan resonated deeply, not only in the meeting room, but across the entire nation. A flash poll by The Times revealed that more than 78% of respondents supported Archie and Lilibet returning to the UK under structured guidance from the Wales family. One palace aide summed up the national mood candidly: "She's not punishing Meghan. She's protecting the children from being defined by chaos." But Meghan's team moved quickly. Within just 24 hours of the leaks, sources confirmed that she had activated a new book proposal, tentatively titled The Crown Behind the Crib. The pitch reportedly framed her as a mother standing firm against institutional control to defend her children's freedom and voice. And with that move, a new chapter of royal tension began unfolding, one where family, image, and legacy collided once again. If you've followed the story this far, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss the next shocking turn in this royal saga. The drama isn't over yet, and trust me, what's coming next will leave everyone talking.
Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's finances seem to be tightening fast, and the hints aren't subtle anymore. As new details leak about the quiet shakeup inside the Archewell Foundation, one tough reality stands out. This restructuring wasn't a power move, it was a survival move. Sources close to the situation whisper that the foundation's troubles stem from serious money strain, not smart planning. Reports even claim that Harry and Meghan allegedly hosted a high-priced private dinner, with seeds going for a jaw-dropping $100,000 each, hoping to bring in fresh funds for Archewell. Critics didn't hold back, calling the move a desperate play and accusing the couple of cashing in on their royal connection. Behind the scenes, insiders suggest that splitting their shared assets might not be so easy either, and that the couple's financial safety net looks thinner every month. People within palace circles are reportedly saying both Harry and Meghan know exactly how fragile things have become, and that makes what came next even more intense. You do not represent the crown. You are not entitled to the symbols, privileges, or platforms of this institution, and you may no longer speak in our name. Those icy, direct words hit like a thunderclap, straight from official Buckingham Palace communication. The announcement wiped out weeks of rumors in one powerful statement. Released on the morning of December 26th, it was personally reviewed and approved by King Charles III himself. Palace staff say it brought an end to what they described as Meghan Markle's last attempt to re-enter royal circles, a bold move framed as an international charitable effort under the banner of public service. Palace insiders say that statement from Buckingham wasn't random. It was a direct reaction to a formal letter Meghan had sent earlier in the month. The message, according to those in the know, wasn't emotional or angry. Instead, it was calm, polished, and surprisingly strategic. This tone was nothing like her earlier communications, and it instantly caught the attention of the royal press office. Sources claim the letter came loaded with a few bold requests. Meghan allegedly asked for approval to represent the royal family at international charity events, a move that stunned senior staff. On top of that, she reportedly wanted special permission to wear a royal tiara at select ceremonies, presenting it as a gesture of ongoing unity with the crown. But the biggest surprise? Her proposal to relaunch an international royal ambassador program, with herself leading it front and center. People inside the palace were left speechless. The confidence behind it wasn't subtle at all. One senior courtier reportedly said this wasn't about staying relevant, it was about holding on to royal influence. What really stunned the insiders, though, was the tone itself. Gone were the pointed remarks and frustration-filled words. Instead, her message carried a smooth, diplomatic polish. One palace aide described it perfectly. It felt like a job application wrapped in velvet. Soft on the outside, but full of ambition underneath. Even though the wording stayed professional, the intent didn't go unnoticed. A senior advisor close to King Charles reportedly said the letter was a tactical move, using the language of duty and public service to subtly reach for status, power, and a touch of royal prestige. In simple terms, the palace saw Meghan's letter more of a business move than a heartfelt appeal, no matter how classy it looked. Even though Harry and Meghan stepped back from senior royal duties nearly 5 years ago, the timing of this request set off alarm bells right away. Over the past few months, cracks in the Sussex's financial image have become hard to ignore. Meghan's letter reportedly arrived just as the Archewell Foundation quietly rebranded itself as Archewell Philanthropies. Financial observers noticed the shift immediately, calling it a sign of mounting pressure behind the scenes. Public filings suggested total donations in 2024 dropped to around $2 million, and most of that came from their own funds. Outside donor support, which once fueled big projects, seems to have almost disappeared. Not long after, the Archewell website suddenly went dark with no public explanation. Soon after that, quiet staff cuts began, sparking new questions about how the foundation was being managed and whether it could stay afloat. Critics couldn't help but ask, How did a charity once promoted as global and influential lose momentum so quickly? Meanwhile, Meghan's lifestyle brand hasn't exactly been making headlines for success either. Reviews were lukewarm, and reports claimed sales were underperforming despite massive promotion efforts. Even with luxury-inspired marketing and influencer buzz, the brand couldn't seem to hold steady interest. Adding to the tension, reports surfaced that the couple was offering exclusive seats to private dinners for $100,000 each through a charity auction platform. The reaction was instant. Critics accused them of blurring the line between philanthropy and personal image building. "She's not after royal duty," one Windsor aide said sharply. "She's after royal visibility." That one quote summed up how the palace really saw Meghan's latest letter. But apparently, the message didn't stop there. It reportedly went even further than anyone expected. According to insiders, Meghan's letter allegedly took aim at other senior royals, including Prince Edward and Sophie, Duchess of Edinburgh. She was said to have accused them of benefiting from royal privileges without showing enough visible public involvement. The letter also reportedly questioned why Sophie continued to receive recognition while, in her words, remaining functionally invisible on the world stage. She even hinted that Sophie's standing came more from her closeness to Princess Catherine than from her own merits, suggesting palace politics were at play. Those remarks didn't just raise eyebrows, they caused real tension. Meghan's comments reportedly extended to Edward and Sophie's children, calling them non-contributors to the future of the monarchy. Palace sources described that move as unnecessary, petty, and seriously misjudged. King Charles's response came swiftly and left no room for confusion. Delivered through his private secretary, the message made it crystal clear. The royal family wouldn't get dragged into personal comparisons or pressured into restoring official platforms for anyone who chose to step away. The official palace statement hit hard. Service is not transactional, it is not performative, it is not compatible with commercial ambition disguised as public duty. Insiders confirmed the tone of that message came straight from King Charles himself. "This isn't personal," a senior aide told The Times, "it's institutional." Within hours of the palace's firm rejection, something unusual happened. All Sussex-affiliated media channels went completely silent. No statements, no hints, no reactions, just total quiet. But insiders doubt that calm will hold long. Many expect carefully timed leaks, revised storylines, or maybe even another documentary or podcast aiming to frame Meghan's outreach as forward-thinking instead of dismissed. Even so, palace officials aren't budging. Those close to King Charles reportedly believe the whole strategy came far too late and that its purpose was easy to read. The timing of Meghan's appeal wasn't just diplomatically off, it exposed deeper financial realities that couldn't be ignored. Behind all the polished language and thoughtful phrasing, insiders say one motive stood out clearly: money. And for the House of Windsor, that shifted the entire dynamic. What once looked like a daring post-royal venture has now turned into a case study in overextension. The Archewell Foundation, once celebrated as a bold, charitable brand, quietly changed again by late 2025, this time rebranding as RQL Philanthropies. Insiders say this wasn't a grand reinvention, but a legal retreat meant to ease mounting pressure. The sudden website takedown, disappearing online content, and unexpected staff cuts only fueled more speculation. As one nonprofit advisor put it bluntly, you don't shut everything down unless something's seriously off. The biggest red flag came straight from financial records. Reports from 2024 filings showed just around $2 million in total contributions, a major drop compared to previous years. Reports suggest most of the funds keeping Archewell afloat came straight from Harry and Meghan themselves. At the same time, their partnership with Netflix reportedly hit what insiders are calling a strategic pause. After a strong start between 2021 and 2023, things seem to cool off fast. Sources say Netflix decided to pass on several new project ideas, even ones connected to Meghan's personal brand. Industry watchers explained that inconsistent production schedules and lower viewer engagement led Netflix to quietly scale back. As one Hollywood producer put it, Netflix doesn't rely on them anymore, it's the other way around, and that imbalance finally caught up. That shift left Meghan in a tough commercial spot. Her lifestyle label, American Riviera Orchard, launched in October 2025 with heavy media buzz, but it didn't perform as expected in major markets. Retail analysts even noted that some shipments included free jars of her signature orange marmalade, a move some critics described as unusual and slightly desperate to spark attention. But the most talked about moment came when reports confirmed a new round of charity auction dinners, offering private access to the couple for $100,000 per seat. While the events were presented as fundraising opportunities for a good cause, critics quickly questioned the optics, saying it blurred the line between charity and exclusivity. One former royal advisor summed it up sharply. They weren't auctioning stories, they were auctioning seats next to themselves. Bidders reportedly came from Los Angeles, Singapore, and Dubai, turning the event into a major topic in palace conversations about boundaries, reputation, and what counts as genuine philanthropy versus self-promotion. Buckingham Palace moved fast on this one. The official stance was crystal clear. No royal, active or former, is allowed to use their royal connection for personal fundraising purposes. And while King Charles's public statement stayed calm and diplomatic, insiders say he was genuinely upset by what he saw as a repeating pattern that crossed serious boundaries. Reports suggest that Meghan's request to wear royal symbols in public while she and Harry were still linked to private fundraising efforts pushed things too far for the king to overlook. According to those close to the monarch, Charles privately drew comparisons between his younger son's current approach and earlier royal controversies tied to offering access or association. For the king, this wasn't just about awkward headlines, it was about setting a risky precedent that could slowly erode public trust. One palace insider explained it like this: it's a slow leak in the institution's credibility. Every time royal symbols are used for personal benefit, it chips away at what the monarchy stands for. That's why the decision to officially end all remaining symbolic permissions, including the right to represent royal charities or wear ceremonial regalia, wasn't taken lightly. Behind closed doors, King Charles reportedly saw the situation as more than poor judgment. He viewed it as an attempt to repackage privilege under the disguise of diplomacy. To him, Meghan's calm and respectful tone couldn't hide the underlying push for renewed influence. When Meghan Markle's formal proposal finally reached the king's desk, outlining a vision for a new overseas royal role that included public appearances, symbolic presence, and even permission to wear a tiara at key events, the palace didn't rush a reply. Instead, they went silent, assessing every detail. Instead of handling Meghan's letter as a simple family issue, Buckingham Palace treated it as a serious matter of royal principle. Behind closed doors, a private council of the most senior and trusted royal figures gathered to review every word of the request. And what came out of that meeting wasn't hesitation or half measures, it was a unanimous no. According to highly placed sources, King Charles, Princess Anne, Prince William, and Princess Catherine all took part in a special advisory session at Windsor on December 17, 2025. The atmosphere was calm but firm.
Every person in that room knew exactly what was at stake. Meghan's proposal wasn't just about symbolic or ceremonial gesture. Senior royals viewed it as a quiet effort to re-enter the royal spotlight, a carefully packaged plan to regain influence and visibility without the same level of responsibility that comes with it. One palace insider put it plainly. This wasn't about public service, it was about brand positioning dressed up as duty. And this time, the royal household didn't stay silent or hope it would fade away. Instead, it responded with precision and purpose, a clear strategy to protect the integrity of the monarchy. King Charles relied heavily on Princess Anne and Prince William, both well known for their firm stance against reputational manipulation, to determine just how final this decision needed to be. Princess Catherine, while quieter during discussions, offered what one aide described as steady and loyal support for both her husband and the king's conclusion. Adding even more tension, Meghan's letter reportedly included what insiders called a poorly timed critique of Sophie, Duchess of Edinburgh. She allegedly described Sophie as an inactive royal, who, despite limited global visibility, still maintained her full honors, titles, and privileges. The message in Meghan's letter was unmistakable. If Sophie could keep her royal standing while staying mostly out of the public eye, why couldn't Meghan, whose global fame she believed far outshined most working royals? But that line of reasoning, insiders say, completely misunderstood how the palace actually works. Sophie, Duchess of Edinburgh, might stay under the radar, but within royal circles, she's deeply respected for her quiet dedication, steady loyalty, and consistent service. Unlike Meghan, she's never sought publicity, never launched a personal brand, and never spoken out against the institution she represents. In King Charles's view, Sophie is what keeps the royal framework strong, the kind of figure who reinforces the crown rather than disrupts it. As one royal insider said firmly, Sophie's never tried to profit from royal ties. She's never played the sympathy card. She's never called herself a global figure, and she's certainly never asked to wear a tiara as a negotiation tool. Meghan's claim that Sophie's recognition came from favoritism through Princess Catherine hit hard inside the palace. It wasn't just seen as unfair, it was taken as a personal insult and a serious misstep. Instead of causing division, those remarks actually brought the royal family closer together. Princess Anne, known for her no-nonsense attitude, was reportedly furious about Meghan's comments, especially when they touched on Lady Louise and James. To question the worth of a young royal just because they don't chase headlines, one courtier said, that's not royal conduct, that's pure PR drama. After years of media storms and public tension, Prince William has quietly built a reputation as the architect behind the monarchy's modern communication strategy, a mix of discipline, dignity, and zero tolerance for turning royal status into personal branding. Insiders say that during the high-level Windsor meeting, William didn't mince words when speaking with his father. If we let them back in now, even symbolically, then we've learned nothing, he reportedly said. The crown can't be treated like a backstage pass. Princess Anne strongly agreed, reinforcing her stance with trademark bluntness. She reminded everyone in the room that royal titles and ceremonial regalia aren't props for image repair. They represent sacrifice, service, and tradition. That unified message shaped the tone of King Charles's final response, which was officially released on December 26th. The statement didn't just decline Meghan's proposals, it firmly rejected the entire concept of a hybrid royal role or any selective form of representation. There are no half-royals, one senior official later told The Telegraph. You're either part of the institution or you've stepped away from it. There's no in-between. One of the most fascinating parts of Meghan's approach was her unexpected change in tone. Gone were the emotional interviews filled with accusations and grievances. Gone were the long podcast commentaries and dramatic storytelling. Gone was the fiery language seen in past media appearances and memoirs. Instead, the new Meghan presented herself with calm precision, using polished words like duty, service, and reconciliation. But inside the palace, no one was convinced by the shift. As one senior aide put it, it was the most refined request we've ever seen from her. Beautifully written, emotionally balanced, almost diplomatic. Then came the follow-up, and yet we saw through it instantly. To royal insiders, it wasn't a real change of heart. It was a strategic transformation. Meghan hadn't rewritten her intentions, they said. With Archewell's struggles becoming hard to hide, American Riviera orchids' underwhelming sales, and headlines about those pricey charity dinners, the motives behind Meghan's recent outreach looked clearer than ever. Palace insiders say that in response, an internal memo was quietly circulated on December 26th, one that laid down 3 unshakable royal rules. First, no royal association. Harry and Meghan are not to be presented, referenced, or connected in any official way with royal charities, events, or institutions. Second, no use of royal regalia. Anyone outside the active working royal circle may not wear or request royal symbols, crowns, tiaras, or insignia unless they have explicit permission from the king himself. Third, no symbolic delegation. Royal titles cannot be used in connection with any overseas charitable projects without direct authorization from Buckingham Palace. The memo closed with a pointed message from the King's private secretary. The institution will not bend for appearances, it will not yield to influence, and it will not serve as a safety net for personal image repair. The tone left no room for debate. The monarchy was drawing a permanent line in the sand. For a brief period between 2021 and 2023, Harry and Meghan had managed to create a unique cultural moment. They stood as high-profile former royals with both global curiosity and Hollywood sparkle, a combination that drew massive deals from major platforms and publishers. From Netflix to Spotify, from speaking tours to book advances, the money kept rolling in even when the projects didn't always match the hype. As for a while, it seemed like stepping away from the royal family had boosted their influence instead of reducing it. But that illusion has started to collapse. As 2025 comes to a close, insiders say the effort to maintain a luxury lifestyle on shrinking income has hit a breaking point. At the heart of the Sussex story stands their $14 million Montecito estate, a sprawling mansion complete with 16 bathrooms, private cinema, tennis courts, manicured rose gardens, and even a custom-built chicken coop. Once proudly featured on screen as the symbol of their new independence and lifestyle success, the property has now become a financial challenge to maintain. According to insiders, keeping the estate running costs anywhere between $2 and $4 million every year. That includes household staff, 24-hour security, extensive landscaping, property taxes, and insurance, and that's before adding the ongoing expenses for travel, stylists, PR specialists, and image consultants needed to maintain their public presence. By 2024, the warning signs became impossible to ignore. Netflix, once their biggest creative partner, began scaling back its development funding. Around the same time, Spotify officially ended their partnership with the couple. Those two decisions wiped out major sources of recurring income, while Harry's memoir Spare brought in a huge payday in 2023. Publishing insiders confirm it was a one-time deal, and there are no follow-up books in the works. Meghan's podcast venture has yet to gain serious traction, and her lifestyle brand, American Riviera Orchard, launched in late 2025, struggled right out of the gate. Sales were modest, reviews were lukewarm, and reports suggest that products are already being quietly discounted. Even more telling, at least 2 major retailers have reportedly stepped away from planned 2026 collaborations. Meanwhile, Archewell, once promoted as a lasting charitable legacy, now appears to be fading fast. Public records for 2024 revealed that contributions dropped to just around $2 million, with nearly all of that coming directly from the couple themselves. That's a steep fall from the $13 million that helped launch the foundation just a few years earlier. The quiet rebranding, sudden website shutdown, and the discreet departure of several key staff members all seem to confirm what many in royal and entertainment circles are now saying. The decline isn't speculation anymore. It's on record. Without a steady stream of big media partnerships to keep things moving, the entire Sussex operation seems to be struggling to hold itself up. And maybe the most revealing moment of all came when reports confirmed that the couple had begun offering private charity dinners at $100,000 per seat. For royal watchers, that was the turning point. Proof that the Sussex brand wasn't growing anymore, but fighting to stay relevant, and doing it right in front of the world. When access becomes the main attraction, it stops looking like philanthropy and starts looking like preservation. As one former Archwell supporter put it simply, when you begin offering access to yourself, that's not charity anymore, that's survival. The comment spread quickly across royal circles and added to an already tense public conversation about how far the couple had drifted from their original vision of service. One of the most enduring and emotional points of conflict between Prince Harry and the Crown has always been about security. After stepping away from royal duties in 2020, Harry and Meghan lost automatic entitlement to UK-funded protection, the same rule that applies to anyone outside active royal service. But that change sparked a long legal back and forth that still hasn't faded. Over the past few years, Harry has launched multiple legal cases aiming to regain access to state-funded security while visiting Britain. Each case has carried a cost, financially, personally, and publicly. And every time, the UK Home Office, with the palace's backing, has stood firm and refused the request. What's become clearer in recent months is just how expensive private protection has become. Reports estimate that the couple now spend more than $1.5 million per year on security, covering rotating guards, travel teams, and advanced cybersecurity. Former security specialists have pointed out that when you add that to the expenses of maintaining a luxury property and a high-profile lifestyle, the financial pressure grows quickly. Sources close to the palace say this new financial reality weighed heavily on King Charles's mind before he made his final call. His rejection of Meghan's request to represent the crown overseas wasn't just a ceremonial move, it was a calculated decision meant to protect royal integrity. Insiders say the king wanted to prevent any future situation where royal symbolism could be used to justify private expenses or to promote semi-official activities abroad. Looking toward 2026, palace advisors say the issue is no longer about controversy. It's about clarity. Clarity around just how far Harry and Meghan's current reality stands from both their past royal stature and their earlier wave of commercial success. Their relationship with Netflix has gone quiet. Their charitable foundation has scaled down, and their lifestyle brand continues to struggle to gain real footing. The royal titles remain, yes, but the influence and momentum behind them seem to have faded fast. With the palace's new directives now in full effect, banning any symbolic royal association or representation without explicit approval, the landscape has changed completely. Without royal authorization, presenting themselves as international figures of royal service will now be nearly impossible. A former royal household member summed it up perfectly. They had attention, a platform, public sympathy, and serious money. But they wanted influence without boundaries. Now, that ambition is catching up. The remark echoed what many in royal circles believed, that their biggest challenge isn't public image anymore, it's access and legitimacy.
According to private reports, King Charles's final correspondence to the couple carried the firmest language yet. The message was clear and unmistakable. You may no longer reference the crown in business or charity. You are not to describe yourselves as royal representatives, and the House of Windsor will not endorse or subsidize any claim of royal association. Insiders say this was the strongest message King Charles has ever delivered on the matter. Calm, clear, and completely final. Though the statement was never released to the public, palace aides made sure it reached the right ears. This wasn't anger speaking. It was resolution. The message was unmistakable. The era of uncertainty is over. There's no path back to official royal recognition and no guaranteed financial recovery tied to the monarchy. For the Sussexes, 2026 might be the year when the full impact of their earlier choices becomes impossible to avoid. And for King Charles, that sense of clarity was exactly what he wanted. As one palace aide reportedly said, they made the decision to step away. They can't simply return when it feels convenient. Almost immediately after news of the king's rejection began circulating, quiet shifts started happening across media networks close to Meghan Markle's circles. There was no official statement from her team, but insiders say a familiar strategy went into motion. According to sources in California's entertainment PR world, several U.S. outlets were discreetly contacted for off-the-record conversations. The narrative being shared was simple but powerful. Meghan had offered to contribute to royal initiatives but was turned away in favor of lesser-known figures with limited global reach. The framing painted her as someone eager to serve, only to be rejected by an establishment unable to embrace her modern approach. Some within those circles even drew loose comparisons to Princess Diana, casting Meghan as a misunderstood figure of goodwill who faced resistance from a cautious institution. The parallel, while dramatic, was quickly noticed by royal watchers, who saw it as an attempt to reframe the story before it gained traction. One royal correspondent summed it up bluntly: "They're trying to turn rejection into proof of fear, as if the palace shut the door because it felt threatened." The statement captured what many insiders privately believed, that the next chapter of this royal drama wouldn't unfold inside palace walls, but in headlines and interviews across the Atlantic. Fear of her voice, fear of her popularity, fear of her influence. That's the message some of Meghan's supporters are now starting to push, and the early signs of this new narrative shift are already surfacing. A Los Angeles talk show host, rumored to have ties to Meghan's team, recently questioned on air why her offer to represent UK charities overseas was turned down, while royals like Sophie and Edward continue to serve in their traditional roles. Around the same time, entertainment blogs began reposting old clips portraying Meghan as a pioneering humanitarian and global advocate, subtly rebuilding the idea that she was never fully accepted by the royal establishment. Royal commentators say this fresh wave of coverage looks like the start of a coordinated image reset, one that could pick up major speed heading into January 2026, especially if the Sussexes release another documentary or branded special. But experts are warning that this strategy comes with serious risk. Over the past year, British public opinion has shifted noticeably. Sympathy has faded amid questions about finances, reduced visibility of charitable impact, and accusations of double standards. Media analysts caution that any renewed attempt to cast the monarchy as the villain or to position Meghan as an unrecognized hero could face a sharp backlash. As one UK editor bluntly stated, "You can only play the outsider card for so long. Eventually, people start asking, if you chose to leave the royal world, why keep trying to wear the crown you gave up?" So far, Buckingham Palace has remained completely silent. No statements, no interviews, no responses, just deliberate restraint. Palace aides say there are no plans to engage publicly, no matter what stories circulate. The royal approach remains exactly what King Charles, Prince William, and Princess Anne agreed upon months ago. Firm boundaries enforced privately, backed by institutional strength. But make no mistake, behind that calm silence, there's a quiet readiness. Palace insiders confirm that if any future Sussex projects begin to blur the line between personal branding and royal identity, both legal and media countermeasures are already prepared.